Jake refused to believe that, though the destroyed portal must be part of the puzzle he needed to solve. He was sure of it. He just needed to find a way to somehow piece the arch back together. He couldn't do it himself, but there should be some clues about how the portal could be restored. He had explored only a small part of the third floor so far, so somewhere in the unexplored sections, there should be something that could help him fix the portal, or some magic spell or something like that. He just needed to find it. With that in mind, he exited the chamber and ventured further into the depths of the dungeon. At some point, he entered a vast cavern filled with luminescent mushrooms clinging to the walls, illuminating the entire area. Jake stopped at the entrance to take in the sight. In the middle of the cavern stood a tall and imposing creature. It faced the entrance, so it saw Jake but made no move toward him. Maintaining a safe distance from the enemy, Jake took a moment to examine it. The creature was humanoid, some sort of golem, standing over a dozen feet tall. Jake was tall himself, but his head hardly reached halfway up the golem's body. The golem was a stunning amalgamation of shimmering, transparent crystals. Its figure featured jagged edges and sharp angles, giving it both beauty and a sense of danger. For a moment, Jake was mesmerized by the intricate mosaic of various crystals that made up the golem's body. The glow of the mushrooms reflected off the facets of its crystalline form, creating a dazzling display of colors that danced across its exterior and cast an ethereal glow on the walls. Within the golem's eye sockets, two orbs of red light glimmered with an unsettling intensity. The creature's arms and legs were as thick as logs, its hands balled into powerful fists seemingly strong enough to shatter the cave walls. It had a peculiar-looking helmet atop its huge head, long and pointed, but lacking a faceplate. As Jake took a closer look, he realized the helmet wasn't merely resting atop the golem's head. Instead, it appeared to have fused with its crystalline structure. Jake couldn't help but wonder what the golem even needed a helmet for. Its crystalline body seemed sturdy and resilient as it was. With a thought, Jake summoned its description. Construct a crystal golem, A level 125, elite. Special abilities: barrage of crystal shards. The crystal golem can harness elemental powers to summon razor-sharp crystal shards, raining them down upon its enemies. Protective barrier. The crystal golem can create a magical shield around itself, providing protection from all forms of damage. Tremors. By invoking tremors beneath its feet, the crystal golem can unbalance its opponents, drawing on its profound bond with the earth. The crystal golem had a level advantage of over 30. But that didn't concern Jake. He had faced tougher foes before. By that point, he had grown accustomed to battling elite opponents who far out-leveled him. He then activated his enemy appraisal perk to examine the crystal golem's attributes and uncover any potential weaknesses. Construct a crystal golem, A level 125, elite. Body, 195. Mind, 60. Magic, 215. Elemental weaknesses: shock, explosive. Unfortunately, his natural weapons couldn't deal any elemental damage here, at least for now. However, he did have an ember gemstone in his inventory that granted explosive damage when inserted into a weapon. He had also discovered a hammer with an amber-shaped slot hidden in one of the chests on this floor. So if his natural weapons proved insufficient against the crystal golem, he would retrieve the hammer and insert the gemstone to grant the weapon the ability to deal explosive elemental damage before facing the golem once more. With that in mind, Jake charged into the cavern, expecting the golem to barrel toward him. However, the massive creature had other plans. It extended one hand, and in an instant, a barrage of pointed crystal shards materialized from the air, hurtling toward him. Reacting quickly, Jake darted to the side, successfully avoiding the onslaught of glittering projectiles. Once the barrage ceased, he sprinted straight for the golem. Upon reaching his opponent, Jake launched a powerful punch at the golem's midsection. Given the golem's immense height, he couldn't aim for its face, so he targeted its torso instead. However, he aimed to strike not just at the golem's exterior but through it, channeling all his inhuman strength into the blow. While such a forceful punch would have left a significant dent in a cave wall, it merely caused a series of thin cracks to radiate from the point of impact on the golem's body. Unfazed, Jake unleashed a rapid series of powerful punches directed at the golem's midsection. Suddenly, the golem retaliated, swinging its fist toward him. Huge and powerful, the golem was too slow and clumsy to land a hit on Jake, though. Dodging the swing with ease, he resumed his assault, driving his fists into the golem's body and causing small cracks to appear across its crystalline surface. Jake was ready to strike the golem again when he felt a sudden force pushing him backward. Confused at first, he quickly realized that the golem had just used another of its special abilities, summoning a barely visible shield around itself. He delivered a powerful punch with his smash fist against the magic barrier, but it had no effect at all. As he contemplated whether to continue trying to break the shield or wait for it to wear off, the golem activated its third ability. The crystalline creature began stamping its massive feet on the cave floor, causing tremors that rolled in all directions. Jake staggered slightly, losing his balance for a brief moment. Just then, the golem decided to attack again, leaving Jake with no chance to dodge. The force of the punch propelled him across the cavern, slamming him into the cave wall. He dropped face first onto the ground but quickly sprang back to his feet. Glancing at the golem, he noticed a volley of pointed crystal shards whizzing through the air toward him. Jake dodged to the side in an instant, but a couple of projectiles still found their marker. One hit his shoulder and another struck his thigh. Nevertheless, he kept sprinting around the golem, which kept firing away shards in his direction. His speed was slightly reduced, but he pushed on. Running nearly at full speed, he managed to avoid any additional hits. As he dashed away, he gripped the shard embedded in his shoulder and yanked it out. Mana spilled from the wound, but his enhanced regeneration quickly began to seal the gash. As soon as the golem stopped firing, Jake took a moment to yank the shard from his thigh. When he looked back at the golem, he noticed its magical shield was no longer active. Wasting no time, he dashed toward the enemy. As soon as he reached it, he unleashed a flurry of punches with his smash fists, causing the old cracks to widen and new fissures to sprout across the golem's crystalline body. Eventually, the golem activated its shield again and caused the ground to quake before resuming its attack. This time, though, Jake was quicker, skillfully dodging both the golem's punches and the incoming projectiles. The battle continued in this pattern for several minutes. Jake skillfully avoided the flying shards, weaving around the creature. Each time its magical barrier vanished, he charged in, unleashing powerful punches with his smash fists. With every strike, more and more cracks spread across the golem's body. Finally, as Jake landed one last punch, the golem began to shudder, with bright light pouring from the fissures, intensifying by the second. Anticipating an explosion, Jake quickly darted away from the creature. Moments later, the golem blew up, showering the area with thousands of sparkling fragments scattering in every direction. Enemy killed. Plus 20,500 XP. With the golem defeated, Jake scanned the area for any treasures. Against one wall, he spotted a quality chest. Sure enough, it was trapped. He triggered the magical trap and then lifted the lid. Inside, he discovered an uncommon short sword which he didn't bother to take out along with several lesser mana consumables and another shard of the demon blood charm. First, he siphoned mana from the consumables, replenishing his reserves. Then, he extracted the charm shard from the chest. With a simple mental command, he summoned the other two shards of the same charm from his inventory. Holding all three shards in the palm of his left hand, Jake maneuvered them with the fingers of his right hand, carefully piecing them together to form a complete charm. However, despite having all three shards in the correct position, the charm didn't magically repair itself. That was fine, though. Jake was sure that he would eventually discover a way to make the shards unify, restoring the charm. After stashing the three shards back in his inventory, Jake stood up from his crouching position. Turning around, he took in the remains of the crystal golem, its shattered pieces strewn about and shimmering under the light of the luminescent mushrooms. This opponent had proven significantly tougher than the usual spiders he encountered on this floor. He couldn't help but think that the rewards for defeating such a formidable foe should have been a little better. While making his way across the cavern to the exit, Jake's eyes caught sight of the golem's head resting on the floor nearby. Surprisingly intact, the head had managed to survive the explosion of its body, and the pointed helmet was still affixed to the crystalline features. The rest of the body, however, lay in fragments, reduced to countless tiny splinters scattered across the ground. After one final look at the Gillem's remains, Jake stepped out of the cavern. Jake continued to explore the dungeon, slaying all the spiders in his path and searching for any treasures that might be hidden along the way. Over time, he leveled up several times, advancing from 92 to 95. He allocated all the skill points he earned to magic, raising it from 103 to 118. At one point, Jake entered a cavern that stood out from the others he had visited. This space was large and unusually free of spiders. Stalactites dangled from the ceiling, and unlike the other caverns, this area lacked the spider webs typically found throughout this floor of the dungeon. Moreover, the absence of luminescent mushrooms plunged the cavern into near-complete darkness. Not that it posed any kind of problem for his nearly perfect night vision. The walls were smooth and flat, and even in the darkness, Jake immediately noticed drawings etched into them. In the middle of the cavern rose a pedestal, about 6 feet in diameter and 3 feet tall. Before approaching it to see what it was, Jake decided to examine the wall drawings first. Jake slowly walked around the room, examining the crude drawings on each wall. They all shared a common theme, a giant clad in armor from head to toe battling various creatures. The shoulder plates were adorned with spikes, and the helmet was long and pointed, reminding Jake of the helmet worn by the crystal golem he had recently defeated. The resemblance between the helmets struck him as more than just a coincidence. In every battle scene, the mysterious warrior emerged victorious. After examining all the drawings, Jake pondered their possible meanings and then made his way back to the pedestal in the center of the cavern. He slowly walked around it, studying it from every angle. The front surface, oriented toward the entrance, featured an intriguing indentation. Jake kneeled down for a closer inspection. The indentation was oval-shaped, about the size of his palm. He realized that some kind of key needed to be inserted into it to activate the pedestal. Currently, he didn't know what activating the pedestal might entail, but once he found the key to fit into the indentation, he would find out. Standing up, he took another look around the cavern. Finding nothing else of interest, he turned and left. He pressed on through the dungeon, defeating every enemy in his path. Eventually, he stumbled across an enormous cavern. He paused at the entrance to take in the sight. Clusters of stalactites hung from the ceiling, and stalagmites rose from the floor. Luminescent mushrooms covered the walls and ceiling, casting a vibrant array of colors throughout the space. Patches of spider webs covered the interior, and silky threads ranging from an inch to nearly a foot in diameter dangled from above. And, of course, spiders swarmed the area where there were too many to count. Some of them were cat-sized, while others were as large as dogs. They scuttled across the floor, climbed the walls, and hung from the ceiling. However, Jake's attention was fixed on the 4 enormous spiders occupying the center of the cavern. Each was easily the size of a horse, and their large, sphere-shaped abdomens were transparent, revealing the magical activity taking place inside. He gazed intently into the abdomens of the 4 huge spiders, captivated by the spectacle. Inside, magical energy swirled in vibrant hues. The energy inside each spider had its own distinct color. The first shimmered with fiery red, the second radiated lush green, the third glowed a deep, tranquil blue, and the fourth sparkled in cheerful yellow. The magical energy inside each of the 4 spiders twisted and twirled like a miniature whirlpool, casting an ethereal light that flickered and pulsed through the abdomen's delicate, translucent walls. Jake summoned the description of one of the 4 spiders. Flame-orbed crawler A level 135, elite. Special abilities, elemental connection. If there are other spiders with elemental powers in the vicinity, the orbed crawler can forge a connection with them to unleash a powerful elemental attack. The more there are, the more powerful the attack. Flurry of stabs. The orbed crawler can enter a frenzied state, launching a rapid series of piercing attacks with its legs. Firestorm. The orbed crawler can conjure a powerful firestorm at a specific location. One by one, he checked the descriptions of the other 3 spiders. They all share the same name, which only varied in the first word. There were a flame-orbed crawler, an acid-orbed crawler, a shock-orbed crawler, and a frost-orbed crawler. Obviously, each of these 4 spiders harnessed a different elemental power. Additionally, Their third abilities were different. The acid-orbed crawler could create an acid cloud, the frost-orbed crawler could unleash icy projectiles, and the shock-orbed crawler was capable of launching lightning bolts. None of the spiders had shown any signs of aggression toward him. He was aware that to trigger their hostile behavior, he would have to step into the cavern. However, he was in no hurry to do so just yet. He continued to stay at the entrance, watching the four motionless orbed crawlers. From experience, he knew that magic-wielding enemies were among the most dangerous. While they were usually not physically tough and could be killed fairly easily, their magical abilities could be extremely powerful. Jake had come to hate dealing with magic-wielding foes. Even a single encounter could be quite challenging, and here, in this cavern, there were not 1, 2, or 3 but 4 magical spiders. And sure enough, he would have to deal with all of them at once. The fight was going to be tough and dangerous. This was why Jake hesitated to enter the cavern and start the battle just yet. He decided to check his current resistances first. Closing his eyes, he summoned the necessary menu with a thought. Elemental resistances: fire, 10%, frost, 10%, shock, 10%, explosive, 10%, corrosive, 30%. Plus 25% from the acid protective amulet. Radiation, 10%. Other resistances: pierce, minus 30%, affected by the fragile body curse. Poison, 30%. Mana bleeding, 31%. Mind control, 0%. Stun, 0%. Chaos, 0%. Ethereal, 0%. His corrosive and poison resistances were at 30%. While all the other elemental resistances stood at 10%. However, the amulet hanging around his neck provided an additional 25% protection against acid attacks. He recalled seeing a protective amulet that offered 25% protection against fire, but he didn't bother replacing his current amulet with that. There were plenty of acid giant spiders around, making his current amulet much more useful. He also knew that wearing both amulets would be ineffective, as they would simply cancel each other out, leaving him with no benefits from either. He had learned this some time ago while experimenting with amulets, trying to discover how many he could wear at once and still gain their effects. As it turned out, only one. After giving the matter some thought, Jake decided to return to the chest containing the fire protective amulet and swap it with his current one. This change would grant him an additional 25% protection against fire, while his corrosive resistance would remain at 30%. As a result, he would be adequately protected against attacks from both the acid-orbed crawler and the flame-orbed crawler. It took him a few minutes to retrace his steps to where he had found the fire protective amulet. Once he hung it around his neck, he stashed the acid protective amulet in the last slot of his inventory. With everything sorted, he made his way back to the cavern with the 4 orbed crawlers. He took one last look at the 4 huge spiders. They remained in the center of the room, maintaining a distance of about a dozen feet from one another. As for the smaller types of spiders, they continued to aimlessly hang from the webs or scuttle across the floor and ceiling. Jake had a gut feeling that the upcoming fight would be anything but easy, but he wasn't going to back down. With his gaze fixed on the 4 elite spiders, he stepped into the cavern, and the battle began. The swarm of smaller spiders rushed at him from every direction. As for the 4 orb crawlers, they remained at their respective positions, their numerous bulbous eyes staring at him emotionally. Jake stomped on one of the cat-sized spiders, its segmented legs sticking out from below his feet, twitching convulsively. Another spider jumped at him from the webbing covering the ceiling. Jake snatched the disgusting creature with his hand and crushed it in his smash fist. Feral instincts warned him of some danger on his left, and he quickly glanced in that direction. He saw a large spider open its mouth in preparation to launch an acid glob at him. In the next instant, the projectile shot out of its mouth. Jake easily dodged it and immediately retaliated by launching an acid glob of his own. Unlike him, the spider had no chance to evade, and his shot struck squarely in the center of its face. Though capable of spewing acid, the creature was not immune to this kind of elemental damage. The acid ate through its flesh, and within seconds, the creature was dead. Jake continued to fight the smaller spiders, killing them in droves. Before giving his full attention to the 4 orb crawlers, He wanted to reduce the number of the smaller spiders so that they didn't get in his way. While the regular-sized ones didn't pose much of a threat to him, when there were too many of them, they could become quite a nuisance. He used many of his abilities to dispatch the spiders. He crushed them with his smash fists and sliced through them with his swords. He sprouted bladed tentacles to stab and slash at several creatures at once. Every now and then, he launched acid projectiles and occasionally thrust numerous spikes from his body, only to immediately send them flying in all directions, killing and severely wounding multiple creatures at once. The number of regular spiders decreased almost by the second. He deftly dodged the globs of acid and sticky substance they occasionally launched at him. A couple of times, when several creatures simultaneously launched the latter at him, he wasn't able to avoid being hit. The adhesive substance they shot from their spinnerets was extremely sticky, but as long as it was fresh, he could easily tear it away from his body. The real problem arose when it dried in mere seconds. It would harden into an unyielding substance as tough as cement. So when Jake got hit by a glob of sticky webbing, he swiftly tore it from his skin without a moment's hesitation. Jake continued to fight the spiders, constantly moving around the area. Within just a few minutes of battle, he managed to cut the number of spiders in the cavern down by more than half. If there were only regular spiders around, he would have no trouble dealing with the remaining creatures. However, when the four-orbed crawlers finally decided to join the fray, everything turned upside down. Jake spotted the shock-orbed crawler arch its abdomen above its body, the magical energy swirling violently within and glowing brighter by the second. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot from the spider toward him. He leapt aside just in time, and the bolt struck a dog-sized spider instead, instantly reducing it to a pile of ash. The four-orbed crawlers began to move toward him while maintaining their rhombus-shaped formation. Leading the charge was the flame-orbed crawler, flanked by the acid and frost-orbed crawlers on either side, while the shock-orbed crawler brought up the rear. While they moved much slower than regular spiders, their movement speed was still impressive. While his attention was on the four crawlers, some dog-sized creatures seized the opportunity to surround him from every direction. With a sudden lunge, they attacked in unison, and one managed to latch onto his leg. He felt the sharp fangs puncture his armor, cutting deep enough for his mana to leak out. He hammered his smash fist into the skull of the audacious creature, killing it with one blow. At that moment, the frost-orbed crawler launched a barrage of icy projectiles at him. Jake ducked, and most of them whizzed harmlessly over his head, while several others drilled into the bodies of the spiders surrounding him. With a powerful yank, he wrenched the fangs of the dead spider out of his leg. Mana was pouring out freely now. Had he not been afflicted with the fragile body curse, even the larger spiders wouldn't have been able to pierce his hardened armor. But he knew that having the curse on him meant he was gradually gaining essence points, which he could spend in the Void Temple later on. He only hoped that whatever powers he could acquire in exchange for EP would be worth all the trouble the curse was causing him. The four-orbed crawlers were quickly gaining on him. The flame one opened its maw, releasing a surge of liquid fire aimed straight at him. Any spider caught in its fiery path was obliterated in an instant. As for Jake, he executed a mana-infused jump, covering more than a dozen yards in a single leap. The torrent of fire scorched the ground where he had just been, incinerating the dog-sized spiders that had surrounded him moments before. The four-orbed crawlers turned and continued to advance toward him. Jake knew he needed to move within striking range in order to be able to attack them, but he hesitated to do so. If they attacked him all at once, he would be screwed. He wanted to come up with a plan to attack them without running the risk of taking huge amounts of damage from them. At that moment, his feral instincts alerted him to several impending threats at once. Jake tried to do his best to avoid all of them, even though he was fairly certain he wouldn't succeed. He jumped to the side as a spider lunged from behind at the spot he had just occupied. Several acid globs flew through the air past him. Then he felt something hit him in the legs, nearly throwing him off balance. He glanced down and saw a white substance covering his feet and ankles, gluing him to the spot. He tried to lift one foot, but it was stuck fast. Exercising all his might, he yanked one of his feet off the ground, tearing the sticky substance to shreds. However, the remnants of the webbing clung to his leg, hanging like tattered ribbons. He set his foot back down and worked to free himself from the adhesive trap holding his other foot in place. The shock-orbed crawler chose that exact moment to attack, and this time Jake had no chance to dodge. He felt a lightning bolt strike him in the chest, creating a sizable hole in his sturdy body and propelling him backward. He collapsed to the floor but immediately sprang back up. Noticing a flurry of icy projectiles whizzing toward him, he dashed to the side. He continued to sprint across the cavern, but his movements were sluggish due to the webbing still clinging to his feet. Each time he placed a foot down, the remnants of the adhesive substance stuck stubbornly to the ground, forcing him to exert effort to unstick himself. This greatly slowed his movement speed. Suddenly, a dog-sized spider crashed into him from behind, sending him crashing to the floor again. Rolling onto his back, he saw the spider looming over him, its two massive fangs poised to strike. Acting quickly, he extended a blade from his left wrist and thrust it into the spider's gaping mouth, driving the point deep into the creature's brain. By the time he shoved the dead spider off himself, the four-orbed crawlers had reached him. One of them stabbed him through the shoulder with one of its front legs. It immediately proceeded to drive another pointed leg through his other shoulder, effectively pinning him to the ground. Another orbed crawler approached him from the side. It was the flame one, and it was already opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of fire. Jake jerked and twisted his body, but he couldn't escape. The two legs of the other spider held him firmly in place. Completely trapped, he knew he was royally screwed now. He knew he had mere seconds before the flame-orbed crawler spewed a torrent of fire at him. Just moments earlier, he had seen regular spiders disintegrated to nothing in an instant by that stream of liquid fire. Sure, he was definitely much tougher than those spiders, but a direct hit from the flame-orbed crawler's magical attack could still do a number on him. He needed to act fast, but his options were limited. With the other spider pinning him to the floor, a quick escape was impossible. He was well aware he wouldn't be able to get out of this predicament completely unharmed, but he could at the very least try to minimize the damage he was about to take. He grabbed the spider's leg that pierced his left shoulder and lifted, exerting all his inhuman strength. The spider was incredibly strong, but Jake's effort gradually raised the creature's leg. Unconsciously, he sprouted several tendrils from each side of his body, coiling them around the creature's leg and pulling with every ounce of his strength. The spider struggled, pushing its leg downward, but no matter how hard it fought, Jake could feel the leg gradually retreating from his body. At last, the pointed tip of its leg slipped free from his shoulder. Mana immediately began to freely pour out, but at that moment, he had bigger problems to worry about. He pushed the spider's leg to the side and released it. It instantly plunged into the floor next to his head. The spider's other leg was still embedded in his right shoulder, but he had no time to remove it. The flame-orbed crawler had already prepared its spell and was about to unleash fire upon him. Jake rolled onto his right side, curling into a fetal position. In the next instant, the flame-orbed crawler released a torrent of fire at the spot where he had just been. While he managed to dodge a direct hit, the fire scorched the floor just behind him, causing the armor on his back to melt. He was suffering significant damage, but it wasn't as catastrophic as it would have been if the flames had engulfed him fully. Also, he was glad he had thought ahead to swap the acid protective amulet for the fire one. Without that adjustment, the damage to his body could have been much more severe. Suddenly, the stream of fire stopped. Jake glanced up just in time to see the flame-orbed crawler adjust its head slightly, aiming its open mouth directly at him. Just before the creature unleashed another blast of flames, Jake rolled onto his back and pushed himself as far from the expected point of impact as possible. The stream of fire enveloped his right arm and shoulder, melting them. His right side was also taking some damage, but not as serious. The spider leg embedded in his shoulder seemed entirely unharmed by the flames blazing around it, though the flame-orbed crawler kept pouring fire at the same spot, and Jake could feel his right arm and shoulder liquefying, transforming into a viscous, waxy substance. He pulled, feeling his right shoulder stretch out like chewing gum. As he wriggled away, the remnants of his melted right arm finally tore free from his shoulder. He had lost an arm. but at least he was no longer trapped. He immediately jumped to his feet and wheeled around. Still spewing fire from its mouth, the flame-orbed crawler lifted its head to direct the torrent of flames toward him. However, Jake was already running away, putting distance between himself and the searing flames. The loss of his right arm ignited his anger, even though he knew it would eventually regenerate. All things considered, he was fortunate to escape with his life. A thought crossed his mind: he could flee for now and return for a rematch once his arm grew back. When he was a human being, he had been right-handed, but now that he was a mutant, that no longer mattered. He could operate equally well with both hands, which was why the loss of his right arm wasn't a significant setback. Besides, he could grow powerful bladed tentacles to use in battle, so he decided to stay and fight. It was time to finally deal with the orb crawlers. By that point, the number of regular spiders had greatly diminished, allowing him to focus entirely on the 4 elite enemies. He slowed his pace and glanced in their direction, surprised to see they weren't pursuing him. Instead, they returned to the center of the cavern, maintaining a rhombus-shaped formation. Sensing something was on their minds, Jake chose not to charge at them. Instead, he watched them intently, waiting to see their next move. All 4 orbed crawlers arched their abdomens upward, magical energies swirling and twisting inside. It was obvious they were gearing up for a combined magical assault, which meant they were about to use their first special ability. This ability would link their powers together, allowing them to unleash extremely powerful magical strikes. Since this was the first time they demonstrated this ability, he had no idea what to expect, so he decided to stay as far away as possible from the 4 orb crawlers. The remaining regular spiders jumped at him from various directions, but Jake had no trouble dealing with them while keeping an eye on the 4 orbed crawlers as they powered up, charging their abilities. Then a wave of energy surged between them, linking them together. Above the area between them, a thundercloud began to take shape. It hovered ominously, swirling and shimmering with a dazzling array of colors. The cloud expanded rapidly, consuming all the space between the 4 orb crawlers. And then all hell broke loose. Lightning bolts crackled violently from within the magical cloud. Jake managed to avoid being hit by any of them, but several smaller spiders were caught and instantly reduced to piles of ash. From the cloud, fire twisters erupted, racing in different directions and obliterating any unfortunate spiders caught in their path, leaving behind only heaps of dust and charred ground. Flurries of ice projectiles shot out in every direction at arrow-like speed. Acidic clouds surged from the magical cloud, sweeping through the area, rapidly spreading outward and annihilating the remaining smaller spiders in droves. All Jake could do was dart from one spot to another, dodging lightning bolts, ice projectiles, and any other chaotic elemental attacks unleashed by the 4 orb crawlers. He remained completely focused on avoiding being hit, refusing to let himself be distracted by anything else. His keen danger instinct, combined with inhuman reflexes, kept him just one step ahead, allowing him to evade the chaotic and unpredictable onslaught of elemental powers. And then, it was suddenly all over. Jake allowed himself to slow down as he glanced toward the 4 elite spiders. The magical cloud was quickly dissipating, no longer unleashing attacks. The 4 orbed crawlers lowered their abdomens back to their original positions. After a few moments, the cloud completely vanished, and the energies swirling within the spiders settled as well. Jake stopped running and turned toward the elite spiders. He was determined to finally put an end to this exhausting battle once and for all. Morphing his left hand into claws, he burst into the run toward the 4 orb crawlers. Since the 4 elite spiders had just used their first special ability, it would be a little while before they could use it again. This was his chance to launch a counterattack. Still, he knew he shouldn't forget about the other 2 abilities each of them possessed. As he drew nearer to one of the elite spiders, the acid and knew it employed its second ability, the flurry of stabs. Jake dodged one of its front legs as it speared through the air toward him. He evaded another piercing blow and then jumped up at a slight angle toward the spider, using gravity leap to climb higher in the air. The 4 spiders just stared up at him, unable to reach him even with their long legs. He activated one of the ability's upgrades, dropping down with greatly increased speed. As he approached the acid orb crawler, he aimed for the creature and pierced it with his claws, leaving 4 long gashes across its abdomen as he fell. He landed on his feet, bending his knees to cushion the impact. The elite spider, with 4 long cuts across its abdomen, shuddered violently. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, Jake turned and darted away from the convulsing creature. In the next instant, its abdomen blew up, sending pulpy pieces of flesh flying every which way. The dead creature's body crumpled to the floor, its legs still twitching. 1 elite spider down, 3 more to go. The death of one of them seemed to aggravate the other orb crawlers. They lurched at him all at once, stabbing with their front legs. He ducked and weaved, darting from one spot to another as the pointed legs sliced through the air all around him, barely missing his body. There weren't many smaller spiders left by that point, but some were still alive and itching for a fight. One of them shot a glob of webbing from its spinneret. Since Jake was too busy dodging the stabbing strikes, he failed to evade the projectile, and the sticky substance hit him in the legs, gluing him to the floor. Not again, he thought as he pulled his feet frantically and with all his strength. This time, he tore through the webbing almost immediately. The 3 orbed crawlers were still using their flurry of stabs ability, so Jake decided to use gravity leap again. Just as he soared up through the air, the shock-orbed crawler chose that exact moment to launch a bolt of lightning at him. While airborne, he couldn't dodge it. Instead, he employed the upgrade to drop down again, but it worked a split second too late. The lightning struck him directly in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air until he crashed against the cave wall. When he looked up, he was dismayed to see that the 3 remaining orbed crawlers were linked by a wave of energy once again, gearing up to unleash another elemental storm. He hadn't expected them to use this ability so soon after the last time. Just as he leapt to his feet, the orbed crawlers began to unleash their elemental powers. However, with only 3 of them instead of 4, the elemental storm wasn't as powerful as it had been before. Jake dashed around the cavern, doing his best to avoid being struck by any of the elemental attacks. As soon as the storm calmed down, he executed a mana-infused leap toward the 3 orbed crawlers. He dug his claws into the abdomen of one of the crawlers and pressed his feet against its body. However, as it turned out, adhesive secretion wasn't able to make him stick to this creature, so he had to cling on with just his claws. Since his right arm hadn't grown back yet, Jake sprouted 3 bladed tentacles to assist him. He lashed out with them, stabbing and slicing the creature's abdomen. When it began to shudder, Jake quickly detached from the spider and darted away. A moment later, the creature exploded. 2 down, 2 to go. The remaining 2 orbed crawlers of the Shock and Frost Onizu employed the first ability again, linking to each other with a wave of energy. However, with only 2 of them remaining, the elemental storm wasn't nearly as powerful as the original one, and it was also very short-lived. As soon as it ended, Jake charged at the 2 orbed crawlers. By this point, there were no more smaller spiders left, so he fully focused on battling the 2 elite ones. He employed the successful tactics he had used to take down the previous 2 elite creatures, killing the shock-orbed crawler first before turning his attention to the frost one. Finally, the battle was over. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 85,750 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 95 to 96. You have gained 5 SP. Right after that, another system message appeared in his mind. As a reward for defeating a secret mini-boss, you may increase 3 of your resistances by 25%. Jake did a double take at the message. He hadn't realized that the elite spiders he had just defeated were considered a single secret mini-boss. He had simply stumbled upon them while casually exploring the dungeon. Now it was obvious that defeating the 4 orbed crawlers hadn't been mandatory for completing this floor and getting access to the next one. He was glad he had taken them down, though, as he was rewarded with a fantastic bonus. So he could select 3 of his resistances to increase each by 25%, which was a significant improvement. Since his pierce resistance was affected by the fragile body curse, making his body much more vulnerable to this type of damage, he decided to choose this one. However, when he attempted to do so, A system message appeared in his mind. You cannot improve your pierce resistance at this time because it is currently affected by the fragile body curse. That sucked. Well, he needed to select something else then. Remembering that many members of Los Demonios used explosive ammunition in their guns, he decided to boost his resistance to this type of damage. After all, he planned to take on the gang as soon as he cleared the dungeon. After finishing it, he would be much more powerful than he had been before venturing in, so he was confident he would be ready to start a full-blown war against Los Demonios. And reducing damage from their explosive weapons would be immensely helpful. When dealing with the gang, he was allowed to select 2 additional resistances to enhance. He gave the list of his resistances a thoughtful look. Some of them, like Ethereal, Chaos, Stun, and Mind Control, were currently at 0%. On the previous floors, he had encountered enemies that could deal either ethereal or chaos damage. While he hadn't seen such foes on this floor yet, he still might. Plus, there was one more floor, the 4th, he needed to clear, where there could be more enemies capable of dealing both types of damage. So he decided to increase each of these 2 resistances by 25%. Once that was done, he took a moment to review his current stats. Elemental resistances: Fire, 10%, plus 25% from Fire Protective Amulet. Frost, 10%. Shock, 10%. Explosive, 35%. Corrosive, 30%. Radiation, 10%. Other resistances: Pierce, minus 30%, affected by the fragile body curse. Poison, 30%. Mana bleeding, 31%. Mind control, 0%. Stun, 0%. Chaos, 25%. Ethereal, 25%. After that, Jake turned his attention to his attributes. This time, he decided to invest all 5 of his skill points into body instead of magic, aiming to boost his physical damage resilience. Body, 90/95. Mind, 85. Magic, 118. He then searched the cavern for any treasures. Against one of the walls sat a quality chest. Inside, he found a few mana items and several various gemstones. He first siphoned the mana from the consumables. He then wanted to stash the gems in his inventory, but there were no more available slots. So he spent 25,000 MP to unlock 5 additional slots. He now had a total of 20 slots in his inventory. After that, the price of unlocking 5 additional slots increased to 50,000 mana points. Once he had stored the gemstones in his inventory, Jake retrieved the final item from the chest, an oval stone covered in arcane symbols. He immediately recognized it as the key meant for the indentation on the pedestal in the cavern adorned with wall drawings. Gripping the key in his hand, Jake rose to his feet and made his way toward the exit. It was time to find out what would happen when he activated the pedestal. It didn't take him long to return to the cavern that contained the round pedestal and was adorned with wall drawings. He approached the center of the area where the pedestal was situated. Lowering to one knee, he reached out with one hand and inserted the oval-shaped key into the indentation. It set into place with a gentle click. Immediately after that, the pedestal began emitting a soft hum, and a white beam of magical light shot from its top. Rising to his feet, Jake took a step backward. The beam of light was as wide as the pedestal and tall enough to touch the high ceiling. The pedestal hummed quietly now, filling the air with a faint electric charge. He watched it for a few moments, but nothing more occurred. The magical pedestal was ready for use. But what was its purpose? Jake glanced at the ancient murals once again. They depicted various battle scenes in which the mysterious warrior took down different kinds of monsters with equal ease. In one of them, he even single-handedly defeated a dragon. Undoubtedly, their warrior was incredibly strong. Jake paused to think. The helmet atop the warrior's head bore a striking resemblance to the one fused with the head of the crystal golem he had recently defeated. It surely had to have some significance. He decided to bring the helmet to the shaft of light and see what would happen. He navigated through the web-covered tunnels and caverns, dispatching any spiders that crossed his path until he finally reached the room where he had defeated the crystal golem. The remnants of the creature lay scattered across the floor, but the golem's head, fused with the helmet, was intact. Crossing the room, Jake picked it up with both hands. His right arm had regrown by that time. He then made his way back to the cavern adorned with the wall drawings. Since he was retracing his steps, he encountered no enemies on the way back. Once he arrived, he approached the pedestal and extended the golem's head toward it. Nothing happened at first. However, when he stepped so close to the pedestal that the golem's head entered the shaft of light, he felt an invisible force tugging at his hands. He released the golem's head, and it began to drift slowly several feet upward. Taking a few steps back, Jake watched as the head was lifted by the stream of magical energy coursing through the shaft of light. The golem's head gradually disappeared as if dissolving into the magical light until it was completely gone. Then, the upward motion ceased, and the helmet, now entirely free of the golem's crystalline flesh, came to a motionless hover a few feet above the surface of the pedestal. Jake stared at the helmet for a moment. The warrior depicted in the drawings was clad in armor from head to toe, covering every inch of its body. So far, Jake had only found the helmet. Initially, after defeating the crystal golem, he hadn't thought much of it. However, witnessing the shaft of light take the helmet from his hands made him realize he needed to find the rest of the armor set and bring all the pieces here. Although he hadn't discovered any additional pieces yet, he still hadn't explored the deeper sections of this floor. Perhaps the remaining armor was hidden away in various chests, or maybe there were more crystal golems lurking in the deeper parts of the floor, each one wearing a different piece of the armor set. He didn't know what would happen after he collected the entire armor set and brought it to the magical pedestal. Perhaps, as a reward, he would be granted the strength of the warrior depicted in the wall drawings. Or maybe he would need to wear the armor to gain the power of the warrior and be able to piece the destroyed portal back together. He wasn't sure what would happen once he collected the armor set, but there was no point in guessing. He turned and left the chamber, determined to find the remaining pieces of armor. He ventured into the unexplored sections of the floor, slaying all the spiders he encountered. Eventually, he entered a cavern with another crystal golem inside. It looked exactly like the previous one he had defeated, with only one different detail. Instead of a helmet, the creature had spiked shoulder plates that seemed fused with its body. The two shoulder armor plates looked exactly like those worn by the warrior in the murals. Jake attacked the crystal golem, using the successful tactic he had previously employed in battle against the first golem. He circled the golem, punching it with his smash fists while evading its powerful strikes. Every strike he delivered caused a network of cracks to ripple across the golem's surface. Finally, he dealt the last strike to the golem, delivering a blow that reverberated throughout the cavern. The creature erupted into a dazzling explosion of shards, scattering its crystalline form all around. When the dust of crystal particles settled, Jake saw that the two shoulder plates remained unscathed, glinting in the dim light of the mushrooms, with remnants of crystalline flesh still attached. Jake carried the shoulder plates back to the cavern adorned with the ancient wall drawings and placed them into the radiant shaft of light. Instantly, the plates began to ascend, their crystalline remnants slowly dissolving into shimmering particles. They adjusted their position, settling gracefully on either side of the helmet and slightly below it. As he pulled his attention away from the three floating pieces of armor, Jake looked at one of the intricate wall murals. Their warrior was clad in armor from head to toe, indicating that he still needed to find quite a few pieces. Without lingering, Jake left the cavern and continued his search. One by one, he encountered several more crystal golems. Each one had a different piece of armor embedded in its body. One had gloves, a second one had boots, yet another wore bracelets, and so on. Jake meticulously dealt with every crystal golem and brought the recovered pieces of armor back to the cavern adorned with the wall drawings. Eventually, he assembled the complete armor set. All the pieces floated motionlessly inside the shaft of light in their respective places. However, something was still missing. There were gaps between the pieces in numerous places. The bracelets weren't connected to the shoulder plates, the boots weren't linked to the leg armor, the helmet wasn't joined to the chest armor, and so on. Their warrior depicted in the murals, however, was completely encased in armor with not a trace of skin visible anywhere on his body. Some parts were still missing, so Jake needed to locate them. He left the cavern and proceeded to explore the sections of the floor that he hadn't yet visited. At one point, After clearing another cavern of spiders and inspecting a chest against one wall, he discovered several items that resembled metal gears. He appraised them with a thought, and a single line of text surfaced in his mind. Mechanical parts. Jake wasn't entirely sure what the gears were for, but it was clear they had something to do with the armor set he had been collecting. He stashed the items in his inventory to bring them later to the shaft of light. After that, he continued to navigate through the dungeon. Eventually, he explored every nook and cranny on the third floor and eliminated every spider he encountered. From various chests, he gathered several dozens of mechanical parts, stashing them away in his inventory. Fortunately, they only occupied a single slot. After that, he returned to the cavern with the wall murals. Retrieving the mechanical parts from his inventory, he placed them inside the shaft of light. As he did, he noticed something fascinating happening within. Every mechanical part he inserted melted into a liquid form, flowing into the gaps between the pieces of armor. They then reshaped, taking the necessary forms to connect the various parts of the armor set. Some parts melted into a faceplate, which seamlessly integrated with the helmet. The entire process took less than a minute, and soon the fully encased armor set floated within the shaft of light. The moment the process concluded, the armor descended gracefully until the soles of its feet made contact with the pedestal's top surface. Then it suddenly came alive. The armored figure stepped out from the shaft of light, jumping down from the pedestal and landing on the ground with a resounding thud. Turning to face Jake, the animated armor began to stride toward him with remarkable vigor. At first, Jake thought the strange creature was another enemy he needed to defeat. If that were the case, the battle wouldn't be easy. Perhaps it was the final foe on this floor, and upon defeating it, he would be granted the strength of the warrior, allowing him to piece the portal back together and get access to the next, and final, floor of the dungeon. However, when he summoned the warrior's description, he was surprised to see only a single line materializing in his mind. Construct a automaton. No additional information was provided. The creature certainly didn't look like an enemy, yet it continued to stride directly toward him. The automaton stood as tall as a crystal golem, perhaps even a tad taller. If it came down to a fight, Jake would only be able to strike the lower half of its armored torso. However, he wasn't sure if he actually needed to fight it. So instead of attacking, he decided to leap to the side, out of its path. The automaton continued to walk in the same direction, and Jake soon realized it was actually heading for the exit of the cavern. Jake watched the automaton tramp its way through the opening into a short tunnel that led to a four-way junction. He followed the armored creature closely behind. Upon reaching the intersection, it immediately turned right without even slowing down. It strode with purpose, obviously having a destination in mind and a clear sense of direction. Jake kept close behind as the armored figure navigated through various tunnels and caverns. Before long, it became obvious that it was headed for the cavern containing the ruined arch of the portal. It made sense. The automaton was likely going to fix the destroyed portal. After all, it was almost as tall as the arch was supposed to be, so it could easily reach the top with its hands if it extended them above its head. In contrast, Jake was much smaller compared to the armored figure. Even if he was granted the automaton's strength, repairing the portal would have been impossible for him due to the height difference. So it made sense that he was going to need the automaton's help to piece the shattered portal back together. The automaton continued through the intricate network of caves, with Jake trailing just a few yards behind. The armored figure paid him no mind at all. At first, nothing exciting happened, but as they covered about halfway to the cavern with the portal, spiders began to crawl out from the shadows and attack them. Jake was sure he had exterminated all the creatures previously, so there shouldn't have been any left. This meant that the ones attacking them must be materializing out of thin air, somewhere beyond his line of sight. Jake quickly realized that the spider's main target was the automaton, though. While some of them attacked him, most focused their full attention on the armored figure instead. They scuttled across the ceiling and walls, launching globs of webbing and acid at the towering entity. As for the automaton, it paid them little mind. It moved with deliberate purpose through the dark dungeon, not slowing down even for a second. Occasionally, the automaton stomped on the spiders unfortunate enough to get in its way. Every now and then, Some of the most brazen spiders leapt onto the armored figure, only to be grabbed and crushed in its fists. However, aside from that, his armored companion made no effort to attack the spiders. It had one sole purpose in mind: to navigate through the tunnels to reach the portal. The spiders attacked the automaton with globs of acid and webbing. Some of the creatures tried to sink their fangs into the metal figure but failed to penetrate its armor. However, the acid some of the spiders spat at the automaton was far more effective. The corrosive substance set through its armor with relative ease. Occasionally, the globs of webbing launched from their spinnerets struck the automaton's feet. While the webbing didn't glue the armored figure in place, it did slow it down, making it easier for the other spiders to hit its tough exterior with their acid projectiles. Since the automaton didn't attempt to protect itself or fight back, it was taking serious damage. Jake could see several holes forming in its armor where the globs of acid had struck. He didn't know what would happen if the spiders managed to bring down his armored companion. Likely, he would be forced to start from scratch, crystal golems would be revived, and he would need to collect the armor set all over again to summon another automaton. Jake wasn't eager to start the whole process from scratch, so he did his best to protect his metal companion from the spiders attacking it from every direction. Luckily, they were just regular dog-sized spiders without any special abilities other than spitting acid and launching globs of webbing. Although there were many spiders, it didn't take him much effort to deal with them. He concentrated fully on dispatching the spiders in droves, refusing to let himself get distracted by anything else. He was vaguely aware that they were getting closer to the portal, but he refused to pause even for a second to gather his bearings. At that moment, all that mattered was ensuring the automaton didn't get destroyed. The dungeon offered no XP reward for defeating the spiders targeting his companion, which only intensified his resolve to reach the portal on their first attempt. At some point, Jake noticed that his metal companion was favoring one of its armored legs. When he glanced over, he saw it was heavily damaged, with acid eating away at it in several spots. A few more hits, and the armored leg would be severed in half. Doubting the automaton could hop the rest of the way on just one leg, he intensified his assault on the spiders, ensuring he dispatched a fresh wave of the disgusting creatures as soon as they appeared. The automaton continued to limp along while Jake took down spiders in droves around his metal companion. He was so absorbed in fighting that he didn't even notice. When they finally arrived at the portal, the automaton reached the end of the tunnel and stepped inside the cavern. Jake lingered for a moment to finish off the remaining spiders, expecting a new swarm to materialize nearby. To his surprise, nothing happened. When he turned and entered the cavern, where his metal companion had just vanished, the reason became clear: they had arrived at their destination. His armored friend was already hard at work reassembling the shattered arch of the portal. Jake looked around, still having a hard time believing that no more spiders were going to attack them. As it turned out, now that they had reached the portal, the dungeon simply stopped spawning spiders. He finally allowed himself to relax. He turned his attention back to the automaton, which was diligently working to reassemble the destroyed portal. It lifted massive concrete pieces from the floor, stacking them carefully to form the arch. Jake noticed that the pieces magically fused together upon contact, becoming one solid structure. When the automaton placed the final piece atop the arch, arcane symbols flashed to life across its surface. In the next instant, a swirling portal appeared within the arch. The automaton stepped through, disappearing from view, which made Jake wonder whether he would meet it again on the next floor. With nothing else to do on this level, Jake wasted no time following the automaton into the portal. As usual, darkness enveloped him, and a review of his achievements flashed in his mind. Completion status: time taken, 10 hours. 24 minutes. Enemies killed, 100%. Mini-bosses defeated, 1 out of 1. Attempts to guide the automaton to the portal, 1. Floor completion rate, 100%. Reward for completing the 3rd floor, grappling Hakam, an epic ability. Choose your reward for 100% completion, 250,000 XP, 100,000 MP, 150,000 EP. He gained another epic ability, called Grappling Hakam. He was really excited about that one. Additionally, He was offered an extra reward for achieving 100% completion of the floor. He noted that the system kept track of how many attempts it had taken him to guide the automaton to the portal. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. If the spiders had managed to destroy the automaton, he would have had to start the process of summoning the automaton and guiding it to the portal from scratch. He was glad he had done everything in his power to bring the automaton to the portal on his first try, as it seemed that failing to do so would have prevented him from achieving 100% completion of the floor and getting the additional reward. After finishing reviewing the information, Jake chose to take EP again. As soon as he did so, he was teleported to the fourth and final floor of the dungeon. Jake stood in the same spot, looking around in awe. He had emerged from the portal just a minute earlier, yet he couldn't bring himself to move, still captivated by the strange sights around him. Enormous islands rose from a tumultuous sea of molten magma that ebbed and flowed like a living thing. Each island showcased a strange, mostly empty landscape. Wherever he looked, he saw islands all around him, differing in both size and height. Some loomed high above, at least a dozen meters tall, while others were almost submerged, sitting flush with the fiery ocean that enveloped them. Some islands measured just 30 meters in diameter, while others spanned at least a kilometer across. The array of islands stretched to the horizon as far as he could see. Jake stood in the middle of one of the smaller islands, measuring about 20 to 25 meters across. He spotted odd creatures roaming around some of the neighboring islands, but the one he was on appeared devoid of enemies. The ground was covered by a thick layer of ash dust that swirled in a light breeze. He could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. The ash-covered islands definitely appeared to float precariously over the ever-moving sea of molten magma. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingling with the warmth radiating from the magma ocean and the lava rivers that snaked across the landscape of the larger islands. Those rivers glistened like molten gold, sending flickering tongues of flame into the air that illuminated the area and cast dancing shadows on the ash-laden terrain. The sound of bubbling magma filled the air with a low, ominous rumble, occasionally interrupted by the violent eruption of geysers that shot plumes of fiery rock and ash high into the sky. Jake found the spectacle both beautiful and terrifying. While the landscapes of the islands felt empty, they were not devoid of features. Rugged rock outcroppings emerged like jagged teeth from the earth. Here and there, colossal bones or remnants of eldritch creatures protruded from the ground. The only means of crossing the islands were the grotesque bridges formed from the skeletal remains of massive ancient dragons, their once majestic forms now twisted into monstrous arches over the rivers of lava. The islands floated precariously, swaying slightly atop the waves of magma, causing the bone bridges to shift with loud, ominous groans. It definitely felt like the final floor of the dungeon. If each level lay beneath the one before it, then this was the very bottom. There was no place lower to go. Sure, there was one more level, the fifth near, but from what he had learned while reading the dungeon's description, it was merely an arena for battling the final boss. The arena was likely hidden somewhere on this floor, and all he had to do was locate a portal to take him there. At least, that was his assumption, but he was confident that it would prove true. Anyway, it was time to get moving. He took one last look around and picked a direction. Several bridges connected his island to the neighboring ones. Some were devoid of enemies, while others contained some. Jake chose a path toward one of the latter. He approached the bridge linking the two islands. It was made from the titanic spine of a dragon, with the ribs arching upwards to form a tunnel he needed to traverse. The floor of this bone bridge, crafted from the enormous creature's spinal cord, was uneven but wide enough to walk on comfortably. It creaked ominously with every step but held firm. Beneath him, a river of magma pulsated with life, and geysers erupted without warning on either side. Finally, he reached the other end of the bridge and stepped onto the island. This one was somewhat larger than the previous one and had a number of creatures milling around in the center of the barren landscape. They resembled Komodo dragons or monitor lizards but were 2 or even 3 times larger. As Jake approached, he appraised one of the overgrown lizards with the thought. Dragon spawn A level 105. Every creature turned its head toward Jake, their small red eyes fixed on him as he approached. They regarded him for a moment, but as he closed the distance to about 10 yards, They scuttled forward with surprising speed. One of the lizards suddenly halted and gaped its jaws wide. In the next moment, a torrent of fire shot from its mouth. Jake swiftly darted to the side, managing to evade the fiery assault just in time. One of the dragon's spawn managed to get within biting range, tearing into his leg with its teeth. The armor broke under the fierce force, but the creature's teeth didn't penetrate deeply enough to let any mana flow out. Jake attempted to strike the brazen lizard, but did manage to jerk its head aside just in time. To his surprise, these creatures turned out to be incredibly agile. He struck again, and this time his blow found its mark. He slammed his smash fist into the lizard's head, cracking its skull and killing the creature with just one powerful blow. Feral instincts alerted him to another dragon spawn gearing up to unleash a stream of fire. Just as he was about to jump out of the way, a second lizard barreled into him from behind, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the hard, unyielding ground, a cloud of ash erupting around him. He wasted no time rolling to the side as the other lizard unleashed a torrent of fire at him. The flames brushed against his side, melting some of his armor, but the damage wasn't too severe. While the dragon spawn was strong and agile, their fire wasn't nearly as powerful as that unleashed by the flame-orbed crawler he had fought on the previous floor. The fire protective amulet still hanging around his neck reduced some of the damage he took from the flames. Jumping to his feet, he resumed fighting the dragon spawn. There were only a few lizards left, so it didn't take him long to take care of them. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 15,250 XP. Jake scanned the area to confirm there were no more foes on this island. There were none left. On the other side of the island near a bone bridge that arched over a river of lava, he noticed a small chest. Upon approaching it, he carefully examined the chest for any mechanical or magical traps. Finding none, he lifted the lid and peered inside. At the bottom of the chest lay several lesser mana items and a few gemstones of the same types he already possessed. He siphoned the magical energy from the consumables, replenishing some of his mana reserves. After that, he stored the gemstones in his inventory and got back on his feet. He crossed the bone bridge leading to the next island and continued exploring this level of the dungeon. Over the next several hours, Jake delved deeper into this floor, traveling from one island floating over the sea of magma to another. He gained a few more levels, rising from 96 to 103. While some of his skills were close to hitting the 100% mark, they still needed a bit more time, so he decided to allocate all the skill points he earned to boost his attributes. Body, 95A 105. Mind, 85A 100. Magic, 118A 128. The majority of the enemies he encountered were dragon spawn. However, at one point, he came across two additional types of monsters, charred fiends and ash imps. A charred fiend resembled the skeleton of a four-legged creature, roughly the size of a German shepherd or a bit larger. Its bones were blackened as if they had been scorched, and the inside of its ribcage was filled with a blaze of flames, tongues of fire dancing and licking between its ribs. A charred fiend was a relatively weak monster to deal with. Usually, all it took to kill one was a single punch to its skull. Because of its physical weakness, a charred fiend usually kept its distance from Jake, attacking from afar by launching fireballs from its mouth. Ash imps were small, winged humanoid creatures, standing about 5 feet tall. Much like charred fiends, they were fairly weak, but their ability to fly allowed them to hover above the ground. This didn't pose much of a problem for Jake. Thanks to Gravity Leap, he could jump quite high, and with Acid Spit, he was able to hit enemies from a distance. Unlike charred fiends, ash imps couldn't cast fireballs, but they had a different range ability. Utilizing a chaos-based power, they could create globs of darkness that they threw like grenades. Upon impact, these globs detonated, spreading a cloud of impenetrable darkness. If Jake found himself trapped in such a cloud, the ash imps would swoop down to strike while he was disoriented and unable to see. Jake continued his journey from one island to the next, eliminating every group of monsters that crossed his path. After defeating another group of dragon spawn, he made his way onto a bone bridge that arched perilously over a river of bubbling lava, leading to another island. Once he reached the far end and stepped onto the hard, ash-covered ground. He paused to survey his surroundings. The island he had just arrived on was over 300 meters wide, bustling with various monsters. Among them were the three known types of enemies: the massive, fire-breathing lizards known as dragon spawn, the undead charred fiends, and the small ash imps. Despite belonging to different species of the dragon spawn being beasts, the charred fiends undead, and the ash imps demons, and none of them attacked one another. Instead, they moved about as if sharing the territory. As Jake's eyes adjusted to the eerie landscape, he noted the heat rising from the ocean of lava that surrounded the island, causing ripples in the air. The dragon spawn occasionally let out deep roars, their eyes fixed on the lava, seemingly immune to the heat that emanated from it. The charred fiends shuffled along, while the ash imps flitted overhead, keeping a watchful eye on everything from above. Jake knew he had to stay alert. Each of these creatures posed a unique threat, and since they didn't attack each other, it was clear they would eagerly team up against an intruder. He took a moment to prepare his move. Would he confront the dragon spawn first, taking on the strongest foe, or would he focus on the numerous, more agile ash imps that could harry him from above? He considered his tactics carefully. He knew that while he could handle each type of foe with relative ease, he needed to devise a clever approach and a solid strategy to maximize his chances of survival against the diverse array of monsters that would surely attack him all at once. It was time to engage and free the island from its monstrous inhabitants. He started across the ground, closing in on the cluster of monsters and preparing to fight. Some of the creatures had already noticed him but refused to launch an attack just yet. He continued to weave his way through the rugged landscape. The island he was on was quite tall, rising above the ocean of lava by over 24 meters. Rock outcroppings jutted from the ground, some smooth and round, while others were jagged and rough. The ground was dotted with holes of various sizes. Some were just a few inches across, while others stretched as wide as a few meters. Since the island was very tall, all the holes were deeper, over 24 meters. Inside these holes, glowing pools of lava bubbled and churned, casting a bright orange and red light that contrasted sharply with the dark rock around them. Jake realized that fighting on this island was going to be extremely dangerous. One wrong step, and he could easily fall into one of those huge holes. He needed to watch where he leapt while dodging enemy attacks. The ash imps worried him the most. The projectiles they launched created large clouds of darkness upon impact, greatly reducing visibility for those caught within them. Even with his enhanced sight, he couldn't see well when surrounded by those clouds of supernatural darkness. Because of that, he would have to make sure to take out the ash imps before turning his attention to the other monsters. Suddenly, two events unfolded almost simultaneously. First, feral instincts kicked in, warning him of impending danger to his right. Yet in his broad peripheral vision, he could clearly see that no enemies were there. All the threats lay directly in front of him. Instead, in the next instant, a tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. To his right, he glimpsed another gaping hole, feeling an ominous power rising from its depths. Wasting no time, he leapt to the other side. Just as he cleared the area, a powerful geyser of magma erupted violently from the hole, shooting skyward like a raging rocket. The magma shot up, spraying glowing, red-hot rock in every direction. As the geyser exploded above him, a deafening roar resonated through the ground, drowning out all other sounds. Moments later, the molten lava cascaded back into the hole, creating a spray of fiery debris that illuminated the grim surroundings. Jake felt a wave of heat wash over him, once again reminding him of how dangerous the landscape he was navigating through was. Damn, Jake thought. This level of the dungeon was proving to be far more perilous than the earlier ones. Here, it wasn't just the various monsters he had to worry about. The very environment seemed intent on killing him. As he pondered his situation, a low rumble echoed through the air, prompting him to glance in the sound's direction. To his alarm, he witnessed another geyser erupt from a hole approximately 30 meters away, hurling waves of lava crashing down to the ground and scattering fiery fragments of red-hot, molten rock in every direction. Jake slowed his pace, scanning his surroundings as the last geyser finally settled. Eruptions seemed to be commonplace on this island. The ground was littered with small pebbles and fragments of cooled lava, evidence of previous explosions, and the ever-shifting landscape. Heat radiated from the pools and geysers, creating a shimmering haze that distorted his view and made everything appear to ripple. Walking here was a precarious endeavor. He had to carefully navigate around the edges of the holes, feeling the oppressive heat and hearing the ominous bubbling of lava below. But his challenges didn't stop there. He needed to not only traverse this hazardous terrain but also fight with the various monsters that roamed the island. Unlike him, they seemed completely unfazed by the geysers that occasionally erupted around them, oblivious to the danger that lurked beneath the surface. Jake came to a complete halt, turning his gaze from the last geyser to the monsters looming in front of him. He had battled plenty of creatures on this level over the past several hours, but this would be the first time he fought while geysers of lava erupted all around him. He would need to triple his concentration, being much more careful than he usually was. In this fiery landscape, even a split second of distraction could spell a certain death, whether it came from the relentless assault of the monsters or the ever-present danger of the lava down below. Sneaking past that group of monsters wasn't an option. He wanted to receive an extra reward for achieving a 100% completion of this floor, and to do that, he had to kill every single creature around this place. Most of the monsters had noticed him by now, their evil gazes fixed upon him. While he was close to them, they still hadn't charged yet. To trigger their aggressive behavior, he needed to get a little closer. He scanned the area, mentally calculating the most effective and quickest way to deal with his foes. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his weapons in an offensive stance and steadily advanced toward the gathering of creatures. At that moment, a flurry of movement erupted. The ash imps flapped their delicate wings and soared high into the air, their eyes gleaming with hatred. The larger dragon spawn, overgrown lizards built for speed, scuttled toward him with alarming agility, their scales glistening ominously in the orange light. Meanwhile, the charred fiends opened their massive jaws wide, preparing to unleash a barrage of fireballs. Keeping his guard up, Jake steeled himself for the tough battle ahead. The fight began. Several charred fiends launched fireballs all at once. Jake darted to the left into an open area free of holes and other obstacles. The fireballs crashed behind him, exploding upon impact and unleashing flames that danced wildly around him. One projectile detonated alarmingly close, the shockwave knocking him off balance and sending him sprawling onto the hard ground. He hit the earth face first but was back on his feet in an instant. A brief glance over his shoulder showed that several dragon spawn were closing in fast. 3 massive lizards lunged toward Jake all at once. Jake jumped to the side a fraction of a second before the jaws of one of them snapped shut in the empty space where he had just been. Another lizard opened its mouth wide, and an instant later, a torrent of fire erupted from within. He dashed aside, barely avoiding the blaze. The third lizard rammed into Jake from the side, trying to knock him off his feet. He managed to keep his balance, though. Sprouting 3-bladed tentacles from his back, he lashed out at the nearest lizard, stabbing and slashing at its body, but the tough scales covering most of its frame deflected the majority of his attacks. The most effective way to kill a dragon spawn was to deliver a powerful blow with his smash fist to its head. Before he could attack, though, one of the 3 lizards spewed a stream of fire at him. Jake dashed aside but wasn't able to completely avoid the fiery attack. He felt the flames brush against his side, but his resistance to this type of damage, as well as the fire protective amulet he still wore, bore the brunt of the elemental attack. Jake dodged another lizard's snapping bite and immediately prepared to deliver a crushing blow to its skull. However, just as he swung his smash fist downward, feral instincts alerted him to a danger. In his peripheral vision, he saw a fireball zipping through the air toward him. Trapped in the motion of his attack, he was unable to evade the projectile, which struck his chest and sent him hurtling backward. He flew several feet through the air before crashing onto the unyielding ground. This battle definitely wasn't unfolding as he had envisioned. He had known it wouldn't be easy, but the beating he was taking was worse than he had imagined. Rising to his feet, he looked down at his chest, where the fireball had impacted. When it exploded, The magical projectile had created a large gash in his armor. Mana was freely pouring out of the wound, and while he knew enhanced regeneration would patch him up soon enough, he would lose a significant portion of his magical energy before the wound sealed shut. The fire protective amulet around his neck had been obliterated by the blast, reduced to nothing. Without it, he'd have no extra defense against the fire attacks from the monsters. The dragon spawn were scuttling toward him with surprising speed and agility, having already closed half the distance. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath his feet, which could mean only one thing. Jake glanced over his shoulder and discovered a sizable hole just a couple of feet behind him. He hadn't even realized it was there until now. Had the fireball struck him with a little more force, he would have ended up at the bottom of that lava pit. The ground continued to shake beneath his feet with ever-increasing intensity. While Jake knew what it meant, he held his ground, watching intently as the dragon spawn raced toward him. The two lizards in the lead were nearly upon him, showing no signs of slowing down as if they intended to crash into him. Jake waited a moment longer, letting them get a little closer, and then suddenly dashed to the side. Due to the momentum they had gained, the two lizards couldn't immediately arrest their movement. Realizing there was a large hole in the ground a short distance ahead, they desperately tried to dig their front claws into the earth in an attempt to stop. One of the leading lizards wasn't lucky enough to stop in time and tumbled into the hole, vanishing from sight to meet its grim fate in the bubbling lava below. The second lizard, however, skidded to a halt at the very edge. Ignoring the violent tremors beneath it, it leaned forward to peer into the chasm. In the next moment, a powerful geyser of magma burst forth from the hole. The stream of lava struck the lizard's head with enough force to snap the creature's neck with a resounding crack. Molten rock and waves of lava sprayed everywhere. At that moment, the deafening roar of the geyser drowned out everything else as Jake raced away. Finally, the tumult subsided, and the magma crashed back into the hole. The rest of the dragon spawn rushed toward him from several directions, completely ignorant of the deaths of the two of them. Jake quickly surveyed his surroundings and darted for an open area free of any holes. After reaching the safe spot, he took a moment to look around, committing the locations of the nearest lava pits to memory. He then turned toward a group of lizards that were almost on top of him. The one in the lead halted a short distance away, opening its mouth wide, ready to unleash a torrent of fire. But Jake wasn't about to let that happen. In a single, powerful leap, he closed the distance and brought his smash fist down onto its head with such tremendous force it burst apart like an overripe melon. Another creature lunged at him, jaws wide open for a bite. Dodging its teeth, Jake delivered a smash fist punch to either side of its head, reducing it to a squishy mass. Meanwhile, a charred fiend lingering at a distance launched a fireball his way, but he managed to evade it. Those skeletal creatures were rather annoying, but before turning his attention to them, Jake decided to eliminate the remaining dragon spawn first. A swarm of ash imps hovered over the chaotic battle scene. Jake could see some of them summoning globes of darkness that gradually took shape in their hands. He activated Gravity Leap, soaring upward. As soon as he reached one of the ash imps flapping its wings fiercely to hover in place, he punched it with his smash fist, ending the diminutive creature's life with a single blow. The broken body dropped to the ground. With a mental command, Jake directed himself to dive sharply toward the ground, landing squarely on top of another lizard. He hit it with such force multiple bones shattered inside its body. Another monster was dead, but there were still plenty of them around him. Jake continued to battle the cluster of various creatures, killing them one after another while doing his best to avoid their attacks. For a brief moment, it seemed that luck was on his side, making him think the battle wouldn't be as difficult as he had anticipated. Then, in an instant, everything spiraled out of control. He leapt up to kill another ash imp and then dropped onto another lizard. At that moment, one of the charred fiends launched a fireball at him. Jake felt it hit him on the side, spinning him around and knocking him to the ground. One of the remaining ash imps finally conjured a sphere of darkness, clutching it in one hand before hurling it down just as Jake leapt to his feet. The magical projectile hit the ground and erupted, enveloping a vast area of the island in thick darkness. Jake was suddenly surrounded by an impenetrable blackness, through which even his enhanced sight struggled to see. Anything beyond a few inches was swallowed by the deep shadows. Jake remained routed to the spot, attempting to regain his bearings. He had memorized the positions of the holes in the ground, but the supernatural darkness made him feel utterly disoriented. He trod carefully through the darkness, yearning to break free from the thick cloud enveloping him. Jake could hear the growls and roars of the creatures surrounding him, but he couldn't make out their positions yet. He pressed on, moving carefully and watching where he stepped. Suddenly, a lizard lunged through the darkness, colliding with him and sending him sprawling to the ground. He hit the ground on his back, with the creature landing squarely on top of him. He brought his left arm up just as the dragon spawn leaned in for a bite, its sharp teeth clamping down on his lower arm. Jake hammered the lizard in the head with his right smash fist a 1, 2, 3 timers until he finally killed the creature. He pushed the lifeless body off him and rose to his feet. He looked around but couldn't remember which way he had been going before the lizard attacked. Choosing a direction at random, he pressed on. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flapping wings overhead, and before he knew it, an ash imp pounced down on him. Jake grabbed the brazen creature and hurled it to the ground, immediately stomping on its head, causing it to burst apart. Feral instincts warned him of another lizard approaching. Without knowing where the lava pits were, Jake couldn't risk jumping out of the way blindly, unsure of where he might land. So, he decided to wait for the creature to reveal itself. He barely had to wait. The lizard came into view, appearing from the darkness and rushing toward him before suddenly halting and opening its mouth wide. In the next moment, a torrent of fire erupted toward him. Although he knew jumping into the unknown wasn't a wise choice, standing directly in the path of the flames wasn't a good idea either. He leapt to the side, barely evading the blaze. Just then, feral instincts warned him of another projectile hurtling toward him. This time, he couldn't avoid the shot, and the magical orb slammed into his chest, exploding upon impact. The resulting shockwave sent him hurtling backward through the air. Suddenly, he was no longer surrounded by darkness, having flown out of the cloud. Only he didn't hit the ground. Instead, he continued to fall as walls surrounded him. Jake realized he had just plunged into one of the deep holes, rapidly plummeting toward the pool of bubbling lava far below. The well he was falling into was too wide for him to reach its walls. They seemed impossibly far away. As he flailed his arms, his fingers grasped nothing but empty air. Below, the lava pool surged up toward him way too fast. Desperate, he sprouted 3-bladed tentacles from his back and lashed out at the rocky walls racing past him. The sharp tip of one of the tentacles scraped against the hard surface, sending bits of rock spraying in every direction. The blade of another tentacle snapped in half. The third one, however, managed to slip into a crack, anchoring Jake securely in place. His chaotic descent was abruptly halted, and he slammed into the wall with enough force to knock the wind out of his lungs, figuratively, of course, since he had no lungs at all. He dangled from his tentacle, the blade at its tip firmly lodged in the narrow crack above him. Jake looked down at the pool of bubbling lava below to see that he had plunged more than halfway to the bottom of the pit. Jake couldn't help but wonder how long he could have survived if he hadn't broken his fall and plunged into the bubbling lava below. Definitely longer than an ordinary human being would. Probably even long enough to reach one of the walls and climb out of the lava. Not that he was eager to put that theory to the test. Suddenly, a rumble came from below. The walls began to tremble, and the lava bubbled with increased intensity. There was no doubt about it, another geyser was on the way. He needed to get the hell out of the pit ASAP. While still hanging from his tentacle, Jake twisted to face the wall. He pressed the tips of his fingers and feet against the rough surface and activated adhesive secretion. He clung to the rocky wall without a hitch. No longer needing his tentacles, he detached them and began to climb upward. The rumble from below grew louder with each passing second, and the walls of the well shook more violently. The lava was on the verge of erupting. Jake scrambled upward as quickly as he could, but it was painfully obvious that he wouldn't make it to the surface before the geyser erupted. Suddenly, he heard a familiar squeaking sound from above. He looked up to see the remaining ash imps hovering above the lava pit, their leathery wings flapping vigorously. Staring down at him, The demonic creatures squealed and squeaked, as if giggling at his predicament. Globs of darkness formed in their hands. Unlike him, these creatures seemed unaware of the destructive force that was about to erupt from the depths of the lava pit. Jake was about to reach the surface when the geyser erupted. He could have employed gravity leap to quickly get out of the pit, covering the rest of the way, but that would still place him directly in the path of the surging geyser. So he instead pressed his body against the rocky wall, hoping to minimize the damage he was about to take. In the next moment, a torrent of lava shot up from the depths of the pit. Jake felt the geyser surge behind him, searing his back and bombarding him with bits of molten rock. Fortunately, the geyser wasn't as wide at the well, otherwise, he would have fared much worse. The winged demonic creatures tried to get out of the way, but they were too slow. The powerful torrent of lava struck the diminutive beings with enough force to reduce them to mangled masses of broken bones and ruptured flesh. They didn't even have time to scream before their lives ended. Finally, the geyser quieted, and the lava cascaded back to the bottom of the well. Jake wasted no time climbing the rest of the way to the edge and pulling himself out of the pit. Once he reached the surface and got to his feet, he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were no ash imps left, which was definitely a relief. Those devious little creatures had been quite annoying and troublesome. The remaining dragon spawn closed in on him from multiple angles. Behind them, several charred fiends gaped their jaws wide, ready to launch fireballs. Jake was determined to put an end to this grueling fight. The dragon spawn took him in a tight circle, but before dealing with them, he knew he needed to take care of the charred fiends first. Jake executed a mana-infused leap, soaring over the overgrown lizards as they watched him with disappointment in their eyes. He landed next to one of the charred fiends and immediately drove his smash fist into its skull, shattering it like a delicate porcelain vase. After dealing with the first bone creature, he immediately focused on the second one. He burst into the run toward the charred fiend just as it launched a fireball at him. Without slowing down, he dodged, feeling the fiery projectile zip past his shoulder, leaving a blazing trail behind. Jake dispatched the second charred fiend as quickly as he had the first. He shifted his gaze to another bony creature, but before he could attack this one, it decided to flee, wheeling around instead of launching a fireball at him. It didn't get far, though. Jake grabbed the bone creature by its skeletal tail and yanked, causing the creature to lose its footing and flop to the ground. Pulling the unfortunate creature closer, Jake stomped on its spinal cord, snapping it in half and breaking several ribs in the process. Surprisingly, the creature made entirely of bones was still alive. It couldn't get on its feet anymore, though. Jake lifted his foot again and brought it down on the creature's skull, shattering it to pieces. He then turned his attention to the remaining charred fiends, chasing them down one by one and slaying them. Once they were all taken care of, he shifted his focus to the dragon spawn. It didn't take long for him to kill the overgrown lizards as well. With that, this prolonged battle finally came to an end. Multiple enemies killed, plus 45,550 XP. Despite having killed quite a lot of monsters in this fight, he hadn't gathered enough XP to level up yet. That was fine, though. There were still plenty of enemies to kill on this floor. He was sure he would have leveled up several more times by the time he completed this level of the dungeon. After the battle concluded, he looked around the island and spotted the chest near a bone bridge that spanned a river of lava, leading to a neighboring island. He approached the chest and assessed it with a thought. As it turned out, it was a quality chest, and like many such chests, it was protected by magical wards. He still didn't know how to disarm magical traps, so he simply triggered them by lifting the lid from a distance with one of his bladed tentacles. Once the chest was safe to approach, he swung the lid all the way open and took a look inside. As usual, there were several relics and pieces of various charms. While he still had no use for them, he was sure he would eventually find out how to make them work, so he stashed them all in his inventory. The chest also contained a couple of greater mana consumables, which he immediately used to replenish the energy he had lost during the recent battle. Another item resting inside the chest was an oval-shaped rock with a mysterious symbol etched into its surface. It appeared to be a key for unlocking something, most likely, He would need to solve a puzzle to gain access to the final level of the dungeon, just as he had done on the previous floors. He was certain he would need the runestone later, so he stored it in his inventory as well. One final item lay at the bottom of the chest, a small vial with a familiar shape. Jake retrieved the vial and appraised it with a thought. It contained ethereal ointment, which would allow him to deal damage to ghost-like creatures. The presence of the ointment suggested that ghosts or similar creatures awaited him on this floor. However, there was no weapon in the chest to apply the ointment to. Jake wondered if it could be used on his natural weapons, like his claws or swords. He couldn't see why it wouldn't work. He resolved to test it out when he came across a ghost-like enemy. After stashing the vial in his inventory, he rose to his feet and took one more careful look around the island to make sure he hadn't missed anything useful. Just then, on the other side of the island, another geyser erupted, hurling sprays of lava and shards of red-hot rock everywhere. Wheeling away from the destructive spectacle, Jake stepped onto the bone bridge that stretched toward a more tranquil island. Jake continued to explore the dungeon, moving from one island to another and slaying all the monsters in his path. He hadn't encountered any new types of enemies, so most were either dragon spawn or charred fiends. Occasionally, he ran into ash imps, but those annoying winged creatures were less common than the other two types of monsters, so he didn't come across them too often. In the last few hours, he leveled up multiple times, raising his level from 103 to 108. None of his skills had reached the 100% milestone, so he allocated all his skill points to his attributes, increasing body from 105 to 115, mind from 100 to 105, and magic from 128 to 148. Those of his skills that were at rank 3 were progressing slowly, but he noticed that the ones he used the most, like claws and smash fists, were nearing 100%. By the time he leveled up again, they might even reach that mark. However, before he could raise them to the next rank, he would probably need to evolve to the next stage first. He also couldn't help but wonder about the highest rank a skill could achieve, as none of his skills or abilities had maxed out yet. He continued to explore the dungeon. After defeating another group of monsters, he surveyed his surroundings for any treasures. His eyes landed on a chest, and he approached it. Its simple design suggested it was a primitive chest. Such chests usually weren't trapped, and this one was no exception. Inside, he discovered a few lesser mana items and a couple of gemstones. After siphoning the magical energy from the consumables, he stored the gemstones in his inventory. With nothing left in the chest, he stood up and checked his mental map of the dungeon. Setting his sights on an unvisited island, he resumed his journey. After crossing the bone bridge to the island, Jake paused to look around. There were no enemies in sight, but something interesting caught his eye in the distance. It appeared to be a man-made structure, towering over the islands, but he couldn't make out any details from his current location. Intrigued by his discovery, he decided to check it out. For the next several minutes, he traversed from one island to another, heading toward the building. He dealt with every group of monsters he encountered, earning some XP in the process. As he drew closer to the strange structure, more details sprang into view. Eventually, he realized it was some kind of temple. With his curiosity piqued, he continued to head toward the edifice. At last, Jake crossed the bone bridge that arched over a shimmering river of mana, reaching the island that housed the temple. Once his feet touched the solid ground, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The temple was relatively small, and the island itself was not much bigger. Seeing no enemies to kill, he headed straight for the temple. The building had no door, only an open entrance at the front. Jake stepped through it and found himself in a small anteroom. Flaming torches were mounted on the walls, casting flickering shadows. The space was completely empty, so after a quick glance around, Jake crossed the room to the opposite side, where a passage leading deeper into the temple awaited. As Jake moved, the flames of the torches swayed gently, their flickering light causing the shadows to dance across the walls. He stepped through the entrance into what seemed to be the temple's main chamber and took a moment to survey his surroundings. Round columns lined the left and right walls of the expansive room. However, It was the object in the center that truly captured his attention. It was a towering arch of the dormant portal. From where he stood, he could see a huge five-pointed star etched into the floor, with the portal positioned right at its center. From the tip of each point of the star rose a cylindrical pedestal, approximately a foot in diameter and 5 feet in length. Jake averted his gaze from the portal to examine his surroundings more closely. However, there was nothing else of interest. Torches mounted on the columns provided enough light to illuminate the entire area. After making sure there were no hidden secrets in the expansive chamber, Jake made his way to the center of the area. He paused at one of the cylinders and inspected it more closely. An oval indentation marked its vertical surface, with an arcane symbol engraved inside. Jake leaned in for a better look. The symbol bore a resemblance to that of the runestone he had recently discovered, though it was not quite the same. Straightening up, he moved to another cylinder and examined it as well. Like the previous one, it featured an oval indentation on its front. One by one, Jake examined each cylinder in turn until he came across the one that had a symbol identical to that of his recently found runestone. He retrieved the runestone from his inventory, and it instantly materialized in his hand. He inserted it into the indentation, which locked into place with a soft click. Immediately afterward, the cylinder began to soundlessly retract into the floor until it was completely submerged, its top flat surface now flush with the ground. Jake waited for a moment, but nothing else happened. He figured he needed to find 4 more runestones and insert them into their matching cylinders before anything of note would occur. What that might be, he didn't know yet. Perhaps finding and using the remaining runestones would trigger the activation of the portal. However, Jake doubted it would be that simple. The puzzles he had needed to solve on the previous floors of the dungeon had been more complicated than merely finding the keys and using them. Likely, after finding the runestones and inserting them into the cylinders, he would have to perform additional actions to activate the portal. There was nothing else to do in the temple, so he decided to leave. The only island connected to this one by a bone bridge was the one he had come from earlier. He traversed the bridge, returning to the previous island, and looked around, choosing a direction he hadn't yet explored. He pressed on. At some point, he stumbled across something interesting. He entered an island with several bridges connecting it to a few others. However, on one side, there was nothing but an ocean of bubbling lava. Standing at the edge, he spotted a column of rock rising from the fiery sea at a distance from the island's edge. It towered about 3 meters above the lava, with a flat, broad top suitable for standing. Behind that pillar, he could see another one, which was somewhat taller than the first. Further back, Jake noticed a third pillar that was even taller than the previous 2. A series of additional pillars rose behind them, each one somewhat taller than the last, leading to a very tall island looming in the distance. The island stood alone, surrounded by nothing but the ocean of lava. It was too tall and too far away for Jake to see what was on its summit. It definitely felt like a hidden area waiting to be discovered. Despite the risks involved in jumping from one pillar to another, he knew he couldn't leave this secret area unexplored. He slightly adjusted his stance, flexed his knees, and jumped. Soaring through the air for a moment, he landed perfectly in the center of the first pillar that rose about 3 meters above the lava. Just as he aimed himself at the next pillar, he felt the ground beneath his feet shake. Glancing down, he noticed cracks spreading across the surface of the rocky pillar he stood on. It was clear that it was about to fall apart. Jake didn't have much time to make precise adjustments to his stance, so he leapt across the gap to the next pillar instantly. Because of his haste, this jump wasn't as flawless as the previous one. Instead of landing in the center, he touched down on the edge. It was good enough, though. Jake glanced over his shoulder just in time to see the pillar he had just jumped from crumble into countless fragments that plunged into the lava below. Like the previous one, the pillar he stood on began to tremble and disintegrate as well. Without hesitation, he leapt to the next one, which was even taller. He kept leaping from pillar to pillar. It was a dangerous endeavor, but thanks to his incredible agility, perfect reflexes, and body coordination, he reached each new pillar with relative ease, sticking every landing. Each time he landed, the pillar would begin to give way, grumbling and disintegrating, so he wasted no time in jumping to the next one. Jake continued to leap from one pillar to another, climbing higher and higher. With each jump, he inched closer to the distant island, curiosity stirring within him about what awaited him at its summit. Having finally reached the towering island, Jake turned to look back. The final pillar he had jumped from was quickly breaking apart, crumbling into numerous fragments that plunged into the lava below. All the other pillars had already been reduced to nothing. Jake scanned the horizon behind him, noting that the other islands lay more than 300 meters away. With the pillars now destroyed, returning to them safely was impossible. Shifting his focus ahead, he studied the island, at the edge of which he stood. The island towered about 100 meters above the ocean of lava and stretched approximately 300 meters in width. Aside from some rock outcroppings protruding from the ground here and there, the island was devoid of anything else. Yet the surface was flat enough to offer a solid footing. As he made his way across the island, Jake couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled an arena for a boss fight. Yet there were no enemies in sight. What purpose did this island serve? Just as he thought this, a roar erupted from above as if to answer his mental question. Jake looked up to see a winged creature soaring toward the island. It was enormous and resembled a dragon, but it was entirely made of bones. Such a creature shouldn't have been able to fly, so it likely harnessed some form of magic that defied the laws of physics. As the winged creature approached the island, it emitted another deafening roar. Since the bone dragon had no visible organs, it shouldn't have been able to produce any sound either, yet it managed to do so. The dragon landed in the center of the island with a resounding thud that reverberated through the ground. The enormous creature turned to face Jake but did not charge at him. Instead, it merely stared, as if waiting for him to make the first move. However, before launching an attack, Jake wanted to learn more about his opponent. With a thought, he summoned the bone dragon's description. Dragon Lish, Tormentor of the Dead, level 145, elite. Special abilities, buffeting wings. The dragon Lish beats its wings with intense ferocity, summoning a fierce storm that rages all around it. Ghost summoning. The dragon Lish possesses the ability to call upon the souls of valiant warriors it has killed in the past, summoning them to fight by its side. Freezing breath. The dragon Lish releases a frigid wave of cold air, inflicting frost damage on those caught within it and slowing their movements. If they take enough damage, they can even be frozen solid. The dragon Lish was 37 levels higher than him, while Jake knew from experience that this didn't mean he couldn't defeat this enemy. Based on his past encounters with elite monsters that had outmatched him by many levels, he knew that the fight against the dragon Lish would be anything but easy. He also made use of his enemy appraisal perk to assess the dragon Lish's attributes and identify its weaknesses. Body, 225. Mind, 75. Magic, 250. Elemental weaknesses, explosive, shock. Unfortunately, he still couldn't deal any elemental damage other than acid, so he would have to rely solely on his natural weapons in the impending battle against the dragon Lish. Preparing his weapons, Jake charged at the elite enemy, and the battle began. Just as he reached the dragon Lish, it let out a thunderous snarl, showing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It lunged forward at him, jaws snapping with incredible speed. Jake dodged to the side just in time, feeling the rush of air as the dragon's maw missed him by inches. Regaining his footing, he turned to face the dragon Lish again and charged, positioning one hand, morphed into claws, for an attack. With a swift motion, he lashed out at the dragon Lish, aiming for its enormous head. His talons made contact but glanced off the tough skull of the creature, sending out a shower of sparks. The dragon hissed, pivoting with remarkable speed and lashing out with its skeletal tail like a whip. Jake narrowly evaded the attack, feeling the rush of wind as it sliced through the air, whirling past him. Since his claws were ineffective against the dragon Lish's tough exterior, Jake morphed both his hands into large smash fists. Suddenly, the dragon Lish took to the air, rising high above him. Jake stared up at the creature as its shadow enveloped him. Instinctively, he raised his smash fists to shield himself as the enormous skeletal creature began its dive. He swiftly darted to the side just as the dragon Lish landed nearby, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. The creature lashed out at him with its front claws. Jake narrowly avoided the attack, dashing aside and sensing the earth shake as the dragonlish advanced on him with powerful strides. The monster lunged at him once more, its jaws snapping loudly shut with a clack, just missing him as he skillfully darted aside. After evading the creature's bite, Jake swiftly countered with a punch to the side of its head using his smash fist. The dragonlish staggered back, shaking its head and hissing in outrage. Jake noticed a web of cracks forming on the side of the creature's skull where his punch had landed. Once again, his smash fists proved to be one of the most formidable weapons at his disposal. But he refused to let his mind wander. Instead, he concentrated on the creature's movements, calculating his next move. Just as Jake prepared to strike, the dragonlish lunged again, this time opening its jaws wider in an attempt to predict his next move. Reacting quickly, Jake sidestepped, and the massive jaws snapped shut on the empty space he had just vacated. Without hesitation, he followed up with another devastating blow to the creature's skull. The dragonlish roared in frustration, its tail slicing through the air again, but Jake was ready. He ducked low, rolling under the tail and coming up behind the bone beast. He unleashed 3 rapid and forceful strikes against its skeletal frame, shattering several bones, just before the dragonlish pivoted to face him once more. Despite the damage it had sustained, the massive skeletal beast was brimming with energy. It lunged at Jake, but he quickly dodged its jaws and retaliated. His smash fist slammed into the side of the creature's skull, creating additional cracks at the point of impact. The beast's roar turned into a horrific croak as it stumbled and swayed, retreating from Jake and shaking its head in frustration. However, Jake wasn't willing to let it go. He dashed after the dragonlish, which recoiled as though expecting another punch. But Jake had something else in mind. He grabbed the enormous creature by the nape of its skeletal neck and launched himself upward. Twisting in midair, he landed squarely on the neck of the dragonlish, straddling it like a rider. The creature clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. As it bucked to throw him off, Jake anchored himself securely with his left hand, employing adhesive secretion to cling tightly to its form. Jake unleashed a barrage of strikes against the skull with his right smash fist, delivering one powerful punch right after another. Each blow sent a series of cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Jake kept punching the creature's head, determined to end this fight sooner rather than later. The dragonlish was not pleased by the situation. It thrashed violently, trying to rid itself of Jake, but he clung on. While the bone creature continued to twist and turn in desperate attempts to throw him off, Jake relentlessly hammered its head again and again. Just a few more punches, and the dragonlish's skull would shatter into numerous fragments so he could feel it. The creature must have realized it too, as it suddenly changed its tactic. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it took to the air. Jake watched as the ground receded at an alarming pace, but just as he was about to leap, the creature made a sharp turn. In the blink of an eye, the solid ground beneath him was transformed into a bubbling sea of lava. Jake ceased his assault on the creature and turned to glance over his shoulder. The towering 100-meter island was shrinking into the distance as the dragonlish soared away. Jake quickly glanced around, but wherever he looked, all he could see was an endless expanse of bubbling lava. Just a few more punches to the dragonlish's head, and the skeletal creature would be done for. However, attacking it while flying over the ocean of lava beneath him wasn't a wise choice. While Jake was confident he wouldn't die instantly if he found himself engulfed in lava, he doubted he could hold on long enough to return to the islands he had left behind. He couldn't help but wonder where the dragonlish might be taking him. There was nothing but emptiness ahead. As it turned out, the creature's intentions were entirely different. It suddenly swerved to one side, attempting to throw him off. Jake gripped the creature tightly with both hands, holding on for dear life. The dragonlish suddenly swerved again, and Jake tightened his grip. It was obvious that the creature was trying to fling him into the churning lava below. Determined not to let that happen, Jake fought to maintain his hold, even as unease washed over him. For several tense seconds, the winged creature bucked and swerved, but Jake maintained his grip, frantically trying to devise a way out of his dire situation. However, Nothing came to mind. It seemed all he could do was hold on for dear life and hope that the dragon-lice would eventually get tired of trying to shake him off. The dragon-lice was relentless, however. After realizing it couldn't easily dislodge him, it decided to try another tactic. It started to fly vertically upward, climbing higher and higher. Then, without warning, it twisted in midair, angling toward the bubbling lava below and folding its wings. Gravity took hold, and the dragon-lice plummeted downward like a stone, quickly picking up speed. It seemed the beast was genuinely going to dive into the roiling sea of bubbling lava, and there was nothing Jake could do to prevent it. At first, Jake thought the dragon-lice was merely bluffing, attempting to intimidate him into releasing his grip. But it didn't take long for him to realize that it was no empty threat. The creature was genuinely intent on diving into the bubbling lava below. Jake thought fast. What could he do? One possibility was to execute a gravity leap, propelling himself upward. At the peak of his jump, he could briefly hover in midair, momentarily defying gravity itself. But then what? Ultimately, he would only end up plunging into the lava below for all his trouble, which was exactly what the dragon-lice wanted for him to happen. His enhanced intelligence allowed him to discern the intentions of nearby humans, but it failed against ex-humans, who were devoid of thought. The dragon-lice, however, was an entirely different matter. Far more intelligent than the mindless ex-humans, it possessed its own will. So Jake could sense that although the dragon-lice was actually going to plunge into the bubbling lava, it was not acting out of suicidal intent. No, the dragon-lice's primary intention was to scare him into letting go. Only he wasn't going to give his opponent that satisfaction. The bone beast had to be powerful enough to survive in lava for a brief moment, and it had to be aware of that. However, it wasn't invulnerable, and Jake was confident it would try to surface from the sea of lava as soon as it submerged. Jake knew that as long as he clung to his opponent, he had a chance to get out of this predicament. But if he let go, it would all be over for him. So Jake held on tightly. The dragon-lice continued to move down toward the bubbling lava below, which was rushing up at them with breathtaking speed. It drew closer and closer, and before Jake knew it, he was surrounded by lava. Although he felt no pain, he could feel that the damage his body was taking was significant. His armor was disintegrating at an alarming speed. Thankfully, the dragon-lice already shifted its direction and began to rise upward. Moments later, they broke through the surface of the lava, sending droplets flying in all directions. The beast climbed higher and higher. Jake noticed that the damage it had sustained was far worse than his own, its bones appearing half-melted. He checked his HP and realized he had lost around 15% of his health. Fortunately, enhanced regeneration was already working to heal his body. The dragon-lice was furious at Jake for refusing to let go of its bony frame. It unleashed a thunderous roar, tinged with rage and frustration. "You can't shake me off so easily," Jake thought. For several moments, the beast thrashed and twisted violently to try to throw him off. Jake clung on for dear life. When it realized it couldn't shake him free, the creature veered sharply and sped up. Jake wondered what was on its mind this time. It was obvious that it wouldn't plunge back into the lava again, given the severe damage it had already taken. Then he realized the dragon-lice was making its way back to the island they had departed from just moments ago. The beast touched down in the center of the island with a thunderous thud, folding its wings tightly against its body. Jake immediately sprang back into action, unleashing a flurry of blows with his smash fist aimed at its head. He landed several hits before the creature let out an unusual growl he had never heard before. Jake wondered what it meant, and a moment later, he realized the dragon-lice had just used one of its special abilities. Strange whispers filled the air, growing louder and more frantic. Just as Jake looked up, ghostly figures began to materialize around the dragon-lice, their transparent forms twisting and writhing. Some were clad in tattered remnants of armor and wielding spectral swords, while others were draped in robes, clutching shimmering staffs. Multiple ghostly figures raised their staffs toward the dragon-lice, releasing brilliant blue beams that struck the creature. To Jake's displeasure, the beast began to heal at an incredible pace. Its bones, once half melted by lava, reformed, and the fissures in its skull, which he had caused, knitted together seamlessly. Jake slammed his fist into the Dragonlish's skull once again, leaving a network of cracks where he had struck. Yet several of the ghostly figures fired healing beams at the creature once more, and the injuries he had just caused vanished in an instant. Two of the mages sent bolts of lightning flying toward him. He dodged one but was struck in the chest by the other, suffering ethereal damage. Fortunately, having recently increased his resistance to such attacks by 25%, he didn't take as much damage as he had before. Still, he realized he needed to deal with the ghosts before turning his attention back to the Dragonlish. Jumping off the creature to the ground, he retrieved the ointment he had recently found from his inventory. He pulled the cork free, and after extending a blade from his right wrist, smeared the ointment over the blade. Now he could inflict damage on ghosts. The Dragonlish attempted to grab him with its jaws, but he darted away just in time. He quickly glanced around and realized the ghosts had already surrounded him. The first ghost lunged at him, swinging its wraith-like sword. Jake deftly sidestepped, swinging his own blade in a wide arc. When their weapons met, a surge of energy rippled through the air. With a swift counter, he thrust his blade forward, piercing the specter in the chest. In a blinding flash of light, the ghost evaporated into shimmering particles, leaving only air behind. But there was no time to savor his victory. More of them surged forward, undeterred by the loss of their ally. Jake spun to face two warrior ghosts simultaneously. One of them attacked, forcing him to raise his blade. The ghost's ethereal sword clashed violently against his. He ducked low to avoid a sweeping arc from the other phantom, then retaliated with a precise downward slash. His blade struck the ghostly figure's midsection, and once again, a brilliant flash erupted, disintegrating the specter. But the fight against the ghosts was far from over. A trio of sorcerers joined the fray, their staves glowing ominously as they conjured swirling energy in the air. Jake sensed a crackle in the air as dark magic surged toward him like a bolt of lightning. He dodged to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding a blast that left a scorch mark on a nearby rock outcropping. Jake charged toward the first sorcerer, skillfully dodging the incoming energy blasts. Closing the distance quickly, he swung his blade and severed the spectral hand that clutched the staff. The ghost let out a pained howl, its form flickering like a dying ember. He struck again, his blade finding its mark, and the sorcerer vanished in an eruption of light. The remaining spectral sorcerers joined forces, their magic intertwining to create a powerful surge aimed directly at him. Jake zeroed in on their movements, anticipating the impending strike. When the moment came, he leapt aside, successfully dodging the explosive wave of energy that followed. He immediately repositioned himself, thrusting his sword toward one of the remaining sorcerers. The blade sliced through the spectral form, and once more, a blinding light consumed the area as the ghost vanished from sight. Only one sorcerer remained, visibly shaken. Desperation etched across its face. It raised its staff, attempting to summon more power. But Jake was already charging at it with astonishing speed. Closing the gap, he feigned an attack before delivering a swift swing of his sword. The blade found its mark, and with a brilliant flash of light, the last sorcerer vanished from existence. After that, Jake turned his attention to the remaining warrior ghosts. It didn't take him much time or effort to deal with them. Just as he focused on the Dragonlish, the creature unfurled its colossal wings and took to the air. As it hovered a dozen meters above the ground, it began to flap its massive wings with tremendous vigor, creating a thunderous gust that sent ash and dust spiraling around like a whirlwind. The first rush of wind slammed into him with great force, nearly knocking him off his feet. He managed to keep his balance, but it was clear this was just the beginning. The beast continued to flap its wings, causing the wind to gain speed and intensity. The Dragonlish was clearly using another of its special abilities. Jake instinctively steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the beast hovering above. As the wind grew stronger, its force threatened to knock him off balance. The beast's intention was clear. It wanted to create a powerful, raging wind to blow him off the island. Jake dug his feet into the earth, trying to anchor himself against the tempest unleashed by the dragon's unfurling wings. The wind swirled around him, growing stronger by the moment. Jake knew that he couldn't hold his ground for much longer. Suddenly, the The dragon-lice let out a primal roar that echoed through the air, as if it were already celebrating its impending victory. A fresh wave of wind crashed into Jake, pulling him dangerously close to the edge of the cliff behind him. With every mighty beat of the dragon-lice's wings, the wind howled around him, transforming the surroundings into a wild storm that stirred up swirling clouds of ash and dust. He knew he needed to act fast. As his grip began to falter, he dropped low, crouching to minimize his form against the relentless gusts. He pressed his hands firmly into the ground and activated adhesive secretion. Perched on his haunches, he glanced up at the dragon-lice looming several meters over the ground. The beast continued to flap its wings, battering him with wave after wave of wind, but now that Jake was securely anchored to the ground, his body refused to budge an inch. The tempest appeared to reach the peak of its fury, yet the storm's pull couldn't dislodge him from his position. The force of the gusts was relentless, slamming against him, but adhesive secretion oozed a greater amount of sticky substance from his pores, making sure he remained firmly anchored in place. The dragon-lice let out a roar filled with frustration, realizing its attempts to push Jake toward the edge of the island had yielded no results at all. Then the beast stopped flapping its wings and, without warning, swooped down, its jaws opening wide to reveal rows of sharp teeth. Jake knew he had to make a choice: remain rooted to the ground or take a chance against the raging winds. Choice made, he sprang into action, releasing his grip and using the force of the wind to propel himself forward. In an explosive moment, he rolled into a crouch, smash fists raised. The dragon-lice lunged with terrifying speed, teeth aimed to rend. Jake dashed aside just in time, evading the dragon-lice's attack. The force of the wind nearly threw him off balance, but he regained his footing and pivoted back to face the bone creature. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he launched himself upward, using the wind to carry him in an arc toward the dragon's exposed skull. He swung his smash fist with all his might, but just before the blow could land, the dragon-lice beat its wings once again, unleashing a gust that knocked him off balance. As the storm raged on, the bone dragon shifted its immense form to lock its gaze on him once more, its bellow echoing through the chaos. Jake swayed under the force of the winds but quickly steadied himself, refusing to be thrown off balance. With the creature no longer beating its wings, the storm's grip was finally starting to weaken. Jake dug his feet into the ground, steadying himself as he carefully watched the dragon, waiting for its next move. The wind swirled menacingly around him. While it was losing its power, it remained quite potent. The beast raised its head and let out another roar, as if challenging him to attack. Jake braced himself, waiting for the right moment to strike. The wind howled fiercely around them. He knew he had to use the storm to his advantage instead of letting it overpower him. He stared at the dragon-lice for a moment, then, when the right moment arrived, he leapt forward, letting the wind propel him toward his opponent. The dragon-lice lurched toward him, opening its jaws wide. Twisting in midair to avoid the beast's maw, Jake delivered a crushing punch to the dragon-lice's head. The powerful blow sent the creature reeling backward, shaking its head as a web of cracks radiated from where he had just struck. The strike also appeared to shatter the spell the beast had cast, causing the storm to dissipate into a gentle breeze almost instantly. Jake knew he needed to follow up his successful strike with another while the beast was still shaken. However, the dragon-lice recovered more quickly than he expected. Just as he prepared to lunge at his foe, the bone beast tilted its head back, opening its jaws wide. An eerie bluish light shimmered within its mouth, casting an otherworldly glow. Realizing it was about to employ its third special ability, called freezing breath, Jake darted to the side. In the next heartbeat, the beast unleashed a gust of icy breath that billowed forth, twirling and swirling with great power. Tendrils of frost snaked across the ground, leaving a trail of crystalline ice in their wake. Jake kept running around the bone beast as it tracked him. The air crackled with cold as the dragon-lice's breath swept past, forming a frozen sheet over the ground. He could hear the eerie sound of frost creeping closer, which threatened to engulf him. He knew he needed to find cover, otherwise, the gust of freezing breath would eventually catch up to him, turning him into ice or, at the very least, slowing him down and making him an easy target for the dragon-lice. He continued to sprint in a semicircle as the beast unleashed another wave of frigid breath that surged forth like a blizzard, freezing everything in its path. The earth beneath him cracked and splintered, encasing the ground in a thick layer of ice. He could see the sharp glint of frost creeping closer, threatening to consume him whole. Moments before the freezing gust could engulf him, Jake dove behind a nearby rock outcropping, pressing his back against its cold surface. As the dragonlish's breath hissed and whirled around him, he could feel the stone gradually yielding to the onslaught of frost, its surface chilling beneath the relentless assault. He continued to press himself against the rocky outcropping, acutely aware that the icy winds could freeze him into a lifeless statue of ice. As the biting cold enveloped the landscape, the ground on either side of him stiffened, a thick layer of frost spreading across the earth and turning it into a sheet of ice. When the dragonlish's freezing breath encased the rock outcropping in a thick layer of ice, Jake took a step back from it. He could hear the haunting sound of ice forming all around him, trapping the world in a crystal prison. The ground behind the rock outcropping seemed to be the only place not yet touched by ice. Suddenly, the dragonlish, sensing its prey's moment of vulnerability, charged forward with a thunderous roar. With a monstrous impact, it collided with the frozen rock, the force sending glittering shards of ice and stone flying through the air, scattering them across the frozen terrain. The crash felt like a violent earthquake, nearly knocking Jake off his feet as the frigid bite of cold air rushed against him. Dodging to the side, he narrowly escaped being struck by the shattered pieces of the outcropping, which rained down around him like a deadly shower of crystals. With a burst of agility, he leapt aside, dashing just out of reach of the explosive destruction and narrowly avoiding the debris shooting through the air in all directions like arrows. Just as he glanced back at the shattered remnants of his cover, now reduced to thousands of icy fragments littering the frozen landscape, he spotted the bone beast rear its head once more, preparing another freezing attack. It unleashed another blast of cold energy at Jake, but he was ready, darting aside just in time. This attack was much shorter than the previous one, ending almost instantly. Jake stopped running and turned to face the dragonlish, and for a moment, they just locked eyes without making any movements. The storm was nearing its end, though the winds continued to howl through the air. Ice shards from the shattered outcropping littered the ground, and much of the island had been transformed into a frozen wasteland. Jake stood firm, locking eyes with the dragon before him, waiting for its next move. Yet it did nothing. With all three of its abilities spent, it needed to recharge. This was Jake's opportunity for a counterattack. Determined to end the battle before the bone dragon could use any of its abilities again, Jake charged at his enemy. He drove his smash fist into the side of its skull, stunning the beast for a brief moment. Before his opponent could recover, he followed up with another powerful strike aimed at its head. The dragonlish lunged at him, its jaws snapping fiercely, but Jake deftly sidestepped the attack and immediately continued his onslaught. He was determined to slay the dragonlish as quickly as possible, making sure it wouldn't have the chance to unleash its special abilities again. Having retracted his sword into his arm earlier, Jake was unsure if the ointment he had applied would still work once he extended the blade again. If it didn't, he would be powerless to harm the ghosts the dragon was likely to summon. This was another reason to defeat the dragonlish before its special abilities recharged. At some point, the beast spread its skeletal wings, preparing to take to the air. This time, Jake didn't bother clinging to it, as there was no point. The dragonlish was severely wounded, but Jake could sense it wasn't about to flee. His opponent was intent on fighting to the very end, whatever that end might be. The dragonlish flapped its wings, rising several feet into the air. Then, it suddenly swooped down on Jake, seemingly intent on landing on him to crush him. He darted aside just in time to avoid being flattened. The ground beneath his feet trembled as the massive beast landed behind him. Wheeling around, Jake charged back at his foe. He kept throwing punch after punch at the bone beast while dodging its snapping jaws when it lunged at him. After evading its attack, he resumed his assault, delivering a powerful right hook to the side of the dragonlish's head, quickly following up with a punch from his left. At some point, the bone beast's skull became completely covered in a web of cracks. Sensing its impending defeat, the dragonlish tried to back away. However, Jake wasn't about to let it slip away. He lunged forward once more, throwing a devastating punch to the beast's head that would seal its fate once and for all. As his smash fist connected with the beast's skull, it exploded into thousands of shards. The now headless dragon-lish remained upright for a brief moment before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. This exhausting battle had finally come to an end. He expected to receive XP and perhaps some additional rewards for defeating the dragon-lish, which was obviously a secret mini-boss. But to his surprise, something different happened. A group of ghosts materialized before him, consisting of several mages and warriors. They stood in a semicircle before the dead body of the dragon-lish, their eyes fixed on him. Jake immediately recognized them. They were the same ghosts he had defeated after the dragon-lish summoned them. This time, however, they didn't attack him. Instead, they stood motionlessly, all looking at him without any signs of aggression. A wizard ghost clad in a long robe took a step forward from the center of the group and bowed at Jake. "Brave warrior," he heard the ghost wizard say, "you fought valiantly and defeated the fearsome dragon that enslaved our souls millennia ago. Even after it perished and rose as an undead, we remained linked to that creature, unable to leave this place or resist any mental commands it gave us. The bond that once tied us to that creature has been broken. We have regained our free will and are finally free to embark on the journey into the afterlife that lies ahead of us. For this, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Thank you, brave warrior." The wizard ghost looked at him for a moment, showing no reaction to Jake's terrifying, non-human appearance. Then, with a brief flash of light, the ghost vanished. One by one, the remaining ghosts bowed their heads to Jake in gratitude before disappearing from sight. He wasn't sure if he had actually liberated these souls from the dragon-lish's captivity or if it was just an element of the dungeon's fictional narrative. But he figured that in the end, it didn't really matter. It was only after the last of the ghosts had vanished that several system messages popped up in his mind. At the same time, just behind the spot where the ghosts had stood just a moment before, a shimmering portal appeared. Jake figured it would take him back to the cluster of islands from which he had come, since the pillars he had traversed had shattered to pieces, making it impossible to use them again. However, before stepping into the portal, he wanted to review the system messages that had just appeared in his mind. Enemy killed plus 75,000 XP for defeating the secret mini-boss Dragon Lich, the tormentor of the dead, and freeing the souls of wizards and warriors it held captive. You receive the following rewards: 125,000 XP, 150,000 MP, 200,000 DP, 3 points to increase any of your resistances by 25%, 3 points to increase any of your resistances by 10%, 3 points to increase any of your resistances by 5%. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 108 to 110. You have gained 10 SP. He had received even more rewards than he expected, which was incredible. A second later, a shimmering cloud of mana materialized before him. It dawned on him that it was the left-over portion of the 150,000 MP he had earned. His body could currently hold only 248,000 MP. At the same time, when he checked his current mana level, he found it matched that exact amount. His body was brimming with mana, unable to absorb any more of the 150,000 MP. His body had taken some, reaching its limit, while the excess mana that couldn't be stored took shape as the cloud hovering before him. It was really a shame. He could absorb as much XP and EP as he wanted, but that wasn't the same with MP. There was always a limit to how much mana his body could hold at any given moment. He kept staring at the mana cloud hovering before him, expecting it to dissipate, but something else happened instead. Right before his eyes, the cloud appeared to split into multiple smaller clouds that began to coagulate. In just a few seconds, each of them solidified, taking the shape of a large, long crystal before gently falling to the ground, producing a soft, clinking sound. There were now over 24 mana crystals scattered on the ground, each containing 5,000 MP. It was really amazing that the leftover mana hadn't simply vanished but had transformed into mana consumables that he could use later on. One by one, Jake collected the mana crystals and placed them in his inventory, glad that they occupied just a single slot. After defeating the Dragon Lich, he had also leveled up 2 times, earning 10 skill points. However, instead of allocating them immediately, he decided to allocate the points he had received to increase his resistances. He took a moment to think. He had 3 points that could increase some of his resistances by 25%, 3 points that provided 10% boosts, and 3 that offered a 5% increase. Which of his resistances should he increase? Since there were plenty of enemies dealing fire elemental damage on this floor of the dungeon, he wanted to maximize his resistance to that type of damage. Additionally, once he completed the dungeon and returned to the surface, he planned to immediately start waging war against Los Demonios. Many of those bandits used explosive ammunition in their weapons, so it would be wise to enhance his resistance to this type of damage as well. He had recently raised it to 35%, but that didn't mean he couldn't boost it even further. However, some of his resistances like stun and mind control were currently at 0%. He didn't think he had ever encountered an enemy that tried to use a mind control spell against him, but if that situation arose, having 0% resistance to such an attack could land him in serious trouble. He also remembered an encounter with a bandit who had attacked him with a revolver that dealt frost damage. So it was safe to assume that the members of Los Demonios possessed a wide array of weapons capable of delivering various types of elemental damage. After giving the matter a little more thought, he decided to use his rewarded points more wisely than simply allocating them to the same resistances. It was impossible to predict when he would get more opportunities to boost his resistances, so he concluded that it would be smarter to distribute his points evenly rather than solely prioritizing a select few while neglecting the others. After examining the resistances menu, he allocated all 9 of his points. Once that was done, he took a moment to review the information one last time. Elemental resistances: fire, 35%, frost, 25%, shock, 25%, explosive, 35%, corrosive, 30%, radiation, 25%, other resistances. Pierce, -30%, affected by the fragile body curse. Poison, 30%, mana bleeding, 33%, mind control, 25%, stun, 25%, chaos, 25%, ethereal, 25%. It looked pretty good now. He was well protected against all types of damage and was really pleased with the results. As for the fragile body curse, he decided he would remove it after completing the dungeon. After all, it wouldn't be wise to launch an attack on the bandit bases while being vulnerable to piercing damage. After that, Jake paused to gather his thoughts. He had explored roughly 70% of the 4th floor of the dungeon by that time. Once he finished exploring this floor, all that would remain to do was defeat the final boss. He had no idea what to expect, but it was safe to assume it would be a difficult fight to the toughest challenge of this dungeon. For sure, he really needed to get stronger. He already had a couple of close calls in this dungeon. For instance, the battle against 4 orbed crawlers on the 3rd floor had almost ended in his death. He lost an arm and barely managed to escape with his life. The encounter with the Dragon Lich had also proven to be quite challenging. As for the final boss he had yet to confront, it was bound to be much more dangerous than any of the previous mini-bosses he had encountered in this dungeon. So Jake decided to evolve into his next form. He knew this would grant him a significant boost to each of his attributes, making him notably more powerful. Additionally, a new section would become available in the genetic development interface. He was sure that the skills and abilities found there would have high attribute requirements, but since he had leveled many times while in the dungeon, allocating all the earned skill points to his attributes, he might actually be able to purchase some of them right away. Initially, he had planned to evolve after completing the dungeon, but he figured it didn't really make much difference whether he evolved right now or a little later. After all, he had already made up his mind about which subclass to choose. He closed his eyes and summoned the class selection menu, which had 3 different classes to choose from: Ravager, Corruptor, and Devastator. He focused on one of the three classes that appealed to him most and made his selection. The subclass he liked the most was Corruptor. His only doubt about this form was that it appeared to lack any abilities of its own. Instead, this class focused on developing various creatures. While it was amazing to develop his own creatures, he felt conflicted about not being able to learn new abilities for himself if he chose this evolutionary path. For that reason, Jake hadn't evolved yet and decided to take some time to consider the matter. However, he soon learned that he could gain new abilities by completing dungeons, which compensated for the downside of the Corruptor class. So that was the class he decided to choose. As soon as he did, he sensed subtle changes occurring in his body. He recalled that the last evolution had taken a while, resulting in significant alterations to his body. He had become taller, his arms grew longer, and his face elongated into a snout, forming a mouth filled with jagged teeth. This time, however, the transformation was complete almost instantly. The transformation into Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor is now finished. Jake opened his eyes and examined himself but didn't notice any visible changes. He must have received an increase in his body attribute, as he felt more robust, but that was it. Closing his eyes again, he summoned his stats. As soon as he did, a series of system notifications appeared in his mind. You have successfully evolved into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor. You will continue to receive 5 SP with each level up. Each of your attributes has received 20 points. Body has gone up from 115 to 135. Mind has gone up from 105 to 125. Magic has gone up from 148 to 168. The following of your abilities have been elevated from uncommon to epic, unlocking one new upgrade. None. The following of your skills have been elevated from uncommon to epic, unlocking one new upgrade. None. The Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor section has been unlocked in the Genetic Development interface. You have received 350,000 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 110 to 112. You have gained 10 SP. He remembered that after evolving from Stage 1 to Stage 2, claws as well as some of his skills had automatically progressed from common to uncommon because they had reached rank 3 by that point. This time, however, none of his skills and abilities had advanced to the next rarity level, epic. Jake figured there could be two possible explanations for this. Either he needed to upgrade their ranks before he could manually raise their rarity level, or perhaps uncommon skills and abilities couldn't progress in rarity at all, remaining in their current rarity level permanently. He figured he would find out which was the case when he increased them to the next ranks. By killing the Dragon Lich and evolving into the next stage, he had earned a total of 20 skill points. However, before allocating them, he first wanted to check out the newly unlocked third section of the Genetic Development interface to learn what new powers were now available to him as the Corruptor. Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor. Abilities, 0 of 6. Skills, 0 of 4. Ability, Mana Core, Corruptor ability. Requirements, Body 130. Mind 145, Magic 220. Cost, 125,000 MP. Ability, Morph Disguise. Requirements, Body 125, Mind 135, Magic 140, Mind Reader, Rank 4. Cost, 125,000 MP. Ability, Ground Strike. Requirements, Body 250, Mind 160, Magic 265, Enhanced Strength, Rank V, Enhanced Durability, Rank V. Cost, 170,000 MP. Ability, Chainsaw Arms. Requirements, Body 125, Mind 110, Magic 150. Cost, 50,000 MP. Ability, Drill Gauntlets. Requirements, Body 130, Mind 115. Magic 160. Cost, 55,000 MP. Ability, Grappling Hook Arm. Requirements, Body 135, Mind 125, Magic 165. Cost, 65,000 MP, skill, rigging, requirements, body 140, mind 230, magic 215, enhanced intelligence, rank V. Cost, 90,000 MP, skill, restoration, requirements, body 250, mind 180, magic 300, enhanced regeneration, rank V, mana absorption, rank 3. Cost, 125,000 MP, skill, foresight, requirements, body 265, mind 235, magic 310, enhanced intelligence, rank V, feral instincts, rank V. Cost, 140,000 MP, skill, psychic, requirements, body 290, mind 350, magic 325, enhanced intelligence, rank V, mind reader, rank V. Cost, 175,000 MP. All the skills and abilities listed in this section of the genetic development interface were epic. At the moment, he had 6 abilities and 4 skills to choose from. He had received chainsaw arms, drill gauntlets, and grappling hook arm for completing the first 3 floors of the dungeon. As for morph disguise and ground strike, he had earned these abilities by completing quests some time ago. It meant that Mana Core was actually the only native ability for the Corruptor class. So he was right when he thought that this class have no native abilities aside from the one allowing him to develop his own creatures. However, as he was already aware, he could obtain new abilities by undertaking mutation research quests and clearing dungeons, which was definitely a good thing. Anyway, Mana Core was the Corruptor's primal ability. Even though Jake couldn't acquire it at the moment, he was really curious about how it worked. So he focused on the ability and summoned its description. Mana Core, it is the main component of the Corruptor's lair. It allows the Corruptor to create new structures, develop various living beings, evolve them, and spread corruption. To begin creating a lair, the Corruptor must first erect the Mana Core, which is built around a mana orb. If the Mana Core is destroyed, everything within the Corruptor's lair dies as well. Rarity, epic. Upgrades, none. Requirements, body 130, mind 145, magic 220. Cost, 125,000 MP. After reading the ability's description, Jake took a moment to think. To develop various creatures, he first needed to establish a lair. To do that, he had to construct something called a Mana Core. Obviously, he would be able to do this once he learned the ability that shared the same name. Sure enough, there was no point in creating a lair in the dungeon. He needed to finish it first and return to the surface before learning how to create his lair and figuring out how everything operated within it. He couldn't help but notice that to create a Mana Core, he needed a mana orb. This made him think. It was clearly another type of mana consumable, but he had never encountered this particular kind. So far, the most advanced mana item he had ever come across was a mana crystal, which was of epic rarity and contained 5,000 MP. It was safe to assume that a mana orb was even more potent and rare than a mana crystal. But where could he possibly find one? Now that the city had been upgraded to the next danger level, could mana orbs finally be surfacing? Even so, he suspected they were still incredibly rare. If a mana crystal was classified as epic rarity, it stood to reason that a mana orb would be of legendary rarity. These types of items weren't just lying around every corner. Instead, they were really hard to come by. Perhaps he would receive a mana orb as one of the rewards for completing the dungeon. He certainly hoped so. Then another thought occurred to him. He remembered that one of the machines inside the bandit base he had infiltrated to steal the skeleton key could combine several mana consumables of the same type to create a mana item of a higher rarity. He recalled that the machine was called the Mana Constructor. Could that machine create a mana orb by combining several mana crystals? Jake wasn't sure. He remembered that the final product it produced seemed to be a mana crystal. At least, the bandits at the base never attempted to combine several mana crystals to create a more powerful mana item. It seemed the Mana Constructor might not be capable of producing mana orbs after all, or the bandits might have never tried to forge a higher tier mana consumable like a mana orb simply because there was no real point. After all, The machines in the base only accepted crystal-shaped mana consumables. Another possible explanation was that the mana constructor needed to be upgraded before it could combine mana crystals to create mana orbs. He also couldn't help but notice that the mana core ability didn't have any upgrades, unlike the other abilities and skills he had encountered so far. This likely meant that the mana core couldn't progress either. This ability simply allowed him to create a mana core. Once completed, he could construct a layer around it, serving as a hub for the creation and evolution of various living beings. Anyway, it was definitely worth checking out the mana constructor after infiltrating the bandit base and slaying all the bandits within. If it turned out that the mana constructor could actually produce a mana orb, he would definitely put the machine to good use. If not, he would need to search for a mana orb somewhere else. Giving the matter no more thought, Jake shifted his attention back to the third section of the genetic development interface and examined it once more. He couldn't obtain mana core at the moment, but there were several abilities he could actually acquire right now, so he decided to examine them more closely. His attributes stood at body 140, mind 130, and magic 175. This meant the only abilities he could learn at the moment were chainsaw arms, drill gauntlets, and grappling hook armor, the three abilities he had acquired after completing the first 3 floors of the dungeon. He took a closer look at each of them, one by one. Chainsaw arms. You can morph your arms into chainsaws to deal devastating melee attacks to your enemies and cut through various obstacles. Rarity, epic. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, body 125, mind 110. Magic 150. Cost, 50,000 MP. Drill gauntlets. You can transform your hands into powerful drill gauntlets that can pierce through various obstacles and enemy armor with equal ease. Rarity, epic. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, body 130, mind 115, magic 160. Cost, 55,000 MP. Grappling hook arm. You can morph one of your arms into a grappling hook. This allows you to swing across gaps, climb to higher areas, or pull objects from a distance. The grappling hook can also be used in combat to ensnare foes and pull them closer, setting them up for powerful melee strikes. Rarity, epic. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, body 135, mind 125, magic 165. Cost, 65,000 MP. He had almost 268,000 MP at his disposal. The total cost for these 3 abilities was 170,000 MP. If he purchased all these abilities right away, he would be left with a little less than 98,000 MP. However, he had over 24 mana crystals stashed in his inventory, each containing 5,000 MP. After checking the exact number of mana crystals he had, he learned that by siphoning mana from all of them, he could raise his mana reserves to over 220,000 MP, which wasn't bad. So he decided to purchase all these 3 abilities. He did so one by one and then took a moment to think. After defeating the Dragon Lich and evolving into the Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor, he gained 20 skill points. He decided to use some of them to unlock available upgrades for his newly acquired abilities and allocate the rest of the skill points to his attributes. Chainsaw arms, rank I, 0%, upgrades, 0 of 5, epic. Quick charge, decreases the time needed to morph your arms into chainsaws. Cost, 1 SP. Drill gauntlets, rank I, 0%, upgrades, 0 of 5, epic. Enhanced reach, extends the reach of your drill gauntlets. Cost, 1 SP. Grappling hook arm, rank I, 0%, upgrades, 0 of 5, epic. Extended range, increases the length of your grappling hook. Cost, 1 SP. Only one upgrade was available for each of these 3 abilities. He figured that as he progressed them to higher ranks, new upgrades would become available for unlocking a 1 upgrade per rank. It was definitely a change from his previous abilities and skills. Previously, he didn't need to progress his abilities and skills to unlock new upgrades. He suspected that the reason for this was that the chainsaw arms, drill gauntlets, and grappling hook arm were of epic rarity. It appeared that epic abilities and skills followed a different set of rules than the common and uncommon ones. Another thought occurred to him. He couldn't help but notice that most of the skills and abilities in the third section of the genetic development interface required not only his attributes to be at specific levels but also various skills to be at rank V. While in the dungeon, he mostly relied on his favorite abilities. However, to acquire new skills and abilities from the third section, he needed to advance many of his existing skills to rank V. He decided to give his full attention to this once he completed the dungeon and returned to the surface. After spending 3 skill points to upgrade each of his 3 newly acquired abilities, he was left with 17 skill points remaining. He decided to allocate them to his attributes. All the skills and abilities in the third section of the skill store were quite demanding in terms of attributes, so he was going to have to put many of his future skill points into his attributes to be able to purchase new skills and abilities. Body, 135A 140. Mind, 125A 130. Magic, 168A 175. All his skill points had been spent, so it was time to check out his newly acquired abilities. Before doing so, however, he took a few minutes to retrieve the mana crystals from his inventory and absorb magical energy from them. He did this one by one, dropping the empty cracked crystals at his feet, creating a growing pile on the ground. Once he was finished, he held his arms out in front of him and mentally commanded them to morph into chainsaws. Before his eyes, each of his lower arms transformed into a completely different shape. His fingers disappeared, and his lower arms reshaped into chainsaw blades with large, jagged teeth. The entire transformation process took about 3 seconds, longer than Jake had hoped. Hopefully, future upgrades to the ability would reduce that time. With both of his lower arms now transformed into chainsaw blades, the jagged teeth sprang to life, whirring into action. He fully expected to hear the mechanical growl of the chainsaws, but it didn't happen, which wasn't all that surprising. After all, unlike standard chainsaws that were powered by robust engines, his unique versions seemed to operate on an entirely different principle, having no engines at all. However, he felt vibrations coursing through the chainsaws and into his upper arms. The process was quite fascinating. Each of the triangular teeth formed on one side of his chainsaw blade-shaped arm, starting at the elbow and traveling all the way to the end of the blade, over the rounded top, and then down the other side back to his elbow, where it merged back into his flesh. Then Jake realized his chainsaws were idling and that he could ramp them up to full power. He did so with a thought, and the chainsaw blades exploded to life, the jagged teeth spinning at a much more drastic speed. The vibrations intensified greatly as well, as if the blades were hungry to shred some human or monster flesh. Jake then morphed one of his arms back into a normal human-like arm. He realized he could have either both arms transformed into chainsaw blades or just one. It would depend on the situation whether he needed one or both arms as chainsaws. After that, he morphed his other chainsaw blade into a human arm as well. Now, he was ready to test out another of his exciting new abilities. With a thought, he activated drill gauntlets. This time, his lower arms remained unchanged while his fingers fused together, each hand morphing into a formidable drill-like bit. Just like chainsaw arms, he could switch the drills to full power, causing them to spin with incredible force. Sure enough, at full power, these abilities consumed mana at an accelerated rate. He then activated the final of his newly acquired abilities, grappling hook arm, giving the command for one of his arms to transform. It began to reshape, and a couple of seconds later, his hand vanished, taking the form of a long, pointed spike resembling a harpoon. Jake aimed it at an empty spot ahead and launched the grappling hook with a mental command. The spike shot forward, morphing his lower arm into a long cable that trailed behind it. After traveling several meters, the grappling hook hit its limit, causing the line to go taut. From the tip of the hook, 3 smaller hooks shot out. However, since Jake had aimed the grappling hook at nothing but open air, it had nothing to latch onto and simply fell to the ground. With a thought, Jake retracted the grappling hook, the line quickly pulling back and merging with his arm once again. The process was quick, and within a moment, the grappling hook jutted out from his wrist once more. In contrast to chainsaw arms and drill gauntlets, grappling hook arms served more as a tool than a weapon, though it still had its uses in combat. Jake transformed his grappling hook back into a human hand. It was time to continue exploring the dungeon. He felt a surge of excitement at the thought of testing his newly acquired abilities on some dungeon monsters. A nightmarish grin spread across his face. It was time to put these abilities to good use. He stepped into the portal and was teleported back to the cluster of islands from which he had come. With his right hand, Jake gripped the head of the dragon spawn before him, while he angled the spinning blade of his left chainsaw arm against the creature's sturdy, muscular neck. He sent a mental command, and the weapon erupted to full power like a wild beast awakening. The jagged teeth of the chainsaw whirled with mechanical ferocity as they lunged into the monster's flesh. The sharp scent of blood filled the air as the blade bit deeper, gnawing through the flesh with ferocious abandon. Blood sprayed every which way as bits of flesh and scales flew in all directions like confetti. They slammed into Jake's body, with some dropping to the ground while others clung to his textured, pitch-black skin. With every rotation of the teeth, the sound transformed, first the splash of flesh being torn apart, then rising to a piercing shriek as the chainsaw cut deeper into the giant lizard's body, biting into the bone. With one final push of the chainsaw, the blade emerged from the other side of the monster's neck. Jake straightened up, holding the creature's severed head in his right hand like a war trophy. The headless body of the lizard remained on its feet for a moment, blood gushing from the stump of its neck like a fountain. Then the dragon spawn collapsed to the ground. Jake dropped the creature's head and turned to face another giant lizard that had just lunged at him. Jake darted to the side, narrowly avoiding its jaws as he revved his chainsaw. Just as the lizard lunged at him again, he delivered a solid hook to the side of its head with his right smash fist, momentarily stunning the creature. Before it could regain its senses, he brought his left chainsaw arm crashing down, cutting into the monster's scaled body. Over the past 30 minutes, Jake had engaged in several battles with dungeon monsters and learned that transforming both his hands into chainsaws or drills wasn't really his preferred choice. He appreciated having one hand free, as it allowed him to grab a monster and pull it closer for a decisive strike or hold it in place while he cut it to pieces with a chainsaw. Or he could transform his free hand into another weapon, like claws or a smash fist. Having one hand as a chainsaw and the other as something different gave him a broader range of options in combat. Multiple enemies killed, plus 12,750 XP. Another fight was over. Jake looked around. Several bodies of the dead dragon spawn he had just killed lay on the ground, blood still pouring from the nasty wounds he had inflicted on them. There were no more enemies on the island he was on, so he switched his chainsaw to idle mode to conserve mana. Jake was covered from head to toe in monster blood from the previous battles. Using his chainsaws was quite messy, but it was also quite exciting. Jake was surprised by how enjoyable he found wielding his chainsaws in combat. However, the drawback was its heavy energy usage. When used at full power, his chainsaws drained a significant amount of his mana. Before pressing on, Jake took a moment to reflect. In the past half hour, he had tested all three of his newly acquired abilities in combat. Chainsaw arms were ideal for engaging tight groups of monsters, where quick, slashing motions maximized damage and overwhelmed his foes. The spinning blades could strike multiple enemies in a single sweep, making them quite effective for crowd control. The noisy, aggressive nature of regular chainsaws could psychologically intimidate enemies, causing them to hesitate or panic. However, his chainsaw arms were silent unlike their conventional counterparts. Aside from a gentle swishing sound, they emitted no noise. Since his chainsaw arms remained mostly silent, they lacked any intimidation factor. Still, this ability proved highly effective when dealing with multiple enemies at once. Over the last half an hour, he had also made use of drill gauntlets. He learned that this ability was perfect for delivering strong, penetrating blows. His drills cut through the tough, scaled skin of the dragon spawn without any trouble, leading Jake to believe they could pierce armor just as easily. Drill gauntlets excelled in taking down single, well-armored targets, focusing on punch strength and penetration rather than area damage. In contrast to chainsaws, this ability was not as effective for engaging multiple enemies at once, making it less suitable for large-scale battles. Although chainsaw arms and drill gauntlets shared similarities, the choice between the two ultimately depended on the combat scenario and the type of enemies he encountered. Each offered unique advantages that could be utilized effectively in various situations. Chainsaw arms excelled in aggressive, close-range combat with a focus on crowd control. On the other hand, drill gauntlets were better suited for focusing on a single well-protected target to deal powerful, penetrating strikes to it. Jake continued to explore the islands floating over the sea of lava, dispatching one group of monsters after another. After evolving into Stage 3, he experienced a 20-point increase in each of his attributes. The difference was significant. When he leveled up and allocated skill points to his attributes, his growth was gradual and subtle, making it less noticeable. However, this sudden increase was hard to miss. His body felt more robust and damage-resistant, and he was able to harness mana with greater efficiency. At some point, he encountered a group of ash imps flying idly in circles over the center of the island he had just entered. None of them noticed him yet. Jake decided to change tactics for this fight. He morphed his left chainsaw arm back into a human hand and then activated the grappling hook arm ability. A couple of seconds later, his left hand transformed into a harpoon-like weapon. He made his way toward the center of the island. Upon noticing him, the winged creatures emitted shrill noises as if trying to intimidate him. Jake wasn't impressed. He aimed his harpoon at one of the nearest ash imps and launched it. The spike shot through the air, trailing a fleshy cord behind it. The harpoon zipped toward the ash imp, hovering several feet above the ground with impressive speed, and before the creature could get away, it struck the ash imp in the middle of its torso. The harpoon pierced the winged creature's diminutive body, bursting through its back in a spray of gore. Multiple hooks jutted out from the tip of the harpoon. As Jake pulled back the cord, the hooks dug into the ash imp's back, ensuring that the harpoon remained securely lodged and didn't slip free. The ash imp flapped its wings furiously, attempting to resist the downward pull, but it was no match for the incredible force drawing it toward Jake. As soon as the imp was within reach, Jake swung the blade that jutted from his right wrist at the creature, slicing the ash imp diagonally in two. The two halves fell to the earth with a dull thud. With a mental command, Jake retracted the hooks at the top of the harpoon and pulled it from the upper half of the ash imp's body. It snapped back and resettled at his left wrist. So yeah, grappling hook arm could be very useful in combat situations like this. Snagging winged creatures and yanking them down was far more efficient than attempting to leap up and kill them in the air. Jake then turned his attention to the rest of the ash imps. It didn't take him long to deal with them. Multiple enemies killed, plus 10,250 XP. At some point, Jake came across an island that towered at least a dozen meters high. Since it was so much taller than the one he was on, there was no bridge connecting the two. He stood at the edge, gazing up at the rocky island looming before him. A river of lava separated the two islands. Jake knew he could easily jump across and use adhesive secretion to cling to the rocky surface. However, he opted to deploy his grappling hook arm instead. He launched the grappling hook, which resembled a harpoon, into the air. The tip dug deep into the rock, deploying hooks that anchored securely. Jake began to pull the cord back, feeling the line go taut. He swung across the river of lava and bumped into the vertical wall of the tall island. Continuing to pull himself upward, he advanced along the rough surface, each step carefully placed as he navigated the rocky wall. After reaching the point where the harpoon was anchored to the wall, he grabbed a protruding ledge with his free hand and disengaged the harpoon, pulling it free from the rock. Dangling from the ledge with one hand, he aimed the harpoon at a higher spot near the top of the island and launched it once more. The hook soared through the air, embedding itself firmly in the rock. Jake began to retract the line, pulling himself upward while the wind rushed against his face. He was nearly there, the edge of the island within sight. As he reached the top of the island, he gripped the coarse surface and utilized the combination of his strength and the tension from the hook to pull himself up. After swinging his body over the side, he stood up. He disengaged the hook and retracted it into his wrist. No longer needing the tool, he transformed the harpoon back into a human hand. A group of dragon spawn was milling around in the center of the island. Taking care of them posed little trouble for Jake. After the fight, he looked around again and noticed a nearby chest. Inside, he found some lesser mana consumables and another familiar Rightma, a rune stone with an arcane symbol etched into its surface. After siphoning the mana from the consumables, Jake stashed the rune stone in his inventory and continued to explore the dungeon. He traveled from one island to another, slaying all the monsters in his path. Eventually, he explored every island and eliminated all the monsters. He also collected 3 more rune stones, each featuring a different arcane symbol. He knew he needed to use them in the temple he had found earlier. With nothing else left to do, it was finally time to return to the temple and open the portal to the 5th and final level of the dungeon, where a boss fight awaited. Since evolving into Stage 3, Jake had leveled up multiple times but hadn't allocated the earned skill points just yet. He planned to do that after solving the puzzle at the temple. Consulting his mental map to get his bearings, he set off for the temple. It didn't take him long to make his way back to the small island that held the temple. Nothing had changed during his absence. After entering the temple, he passed through the anteroom and moved into the expansive main chamber. Jake looked up at the towering, dormant portal, noting the 5-pointed star etched into the floor. The portal stood at its center, while 4 cylinders emerged from the tips of the star. The 5th one had retracted into the floor, becoming flush with its surface. After Jake inserted the rune stone, which bore the symbol that matched the one inscribed on the cylinder, during his first visit to the temple. One by one, Jake walked to each of the remaining cylinders. After examining the symbols etched into their surfaces, he retrieved all the rune stones with the matching symbols from his inventory and inserted them into the indentations of the cylinders. He repeated this process for each cylinder, causing them to retract into the floor. Once all the rune stones were inserted into the cylinders and they retracted into the floor, something happened. At each of the 5 points of the star where the cylinders had just been, flared to life a magical sigil. Jake took a moment to examine each of the 5 newly materialized symbols. Each sigil measured roughly 3 feet in diameter and displayed a different color: orange, blue, red, green, and yellow. Each of the 5 sigils depicted a unique image. The orange one resembled a flame, the blue one looked like a shard of ice, the red one symbolized an explosion, the green one appeared as a splatter of liquid with steam rising from it, and the yellow one took the shape of a bolt of lightning. Just as Jake finished examining the glowing sigils, a swirling rift gate ripped open in the air several feet above the floor. One by one, 5 ash imps emerged from it. It took Jake only a moment to connect the dots. To open the portal, he needed to activate the symbols inscribed on its surface, and to do that, he likely had to defeat the newly spawned ash imps, each with a different elemental power. He decided to test his theory. Morphing his left hand into a grappling hook, he launched it toward one of the winged creatures. Once he snagged the ash imp, he pulled it toward himself and grabbed it with his right hand, holding it by the nape of its neck. The weak, diminutive creature writhed and squirmed but was unable to break free from Jake's strong grip. As he drew the ash imp closer to his face, he opened his mouth wide, revealing his large, jagged teeth. The creature let out a terrifying squeak, likely thinking he was about to take a bite out of it. However, Jake had other intentions in mind. At his mental command, a glob of acid formed in his mind. He opened his jaws wider and, in the next instant, hurled the projectile straight at the demon's face. The acidic liquid stuck to its flesh and immediately began to eat through it. The dying creature thrashed in his hand, squealing in agony for a few seconds until it finally stopped moving. Jake glanced at the sigil depicting an image of a smoking splatter. It was still glowing green on the floor, showing no signs of change. He turned his gaze to the towering arc of the dormant portal, where the arcane symbols carved into its surface had yet to activate. Jake was confident that his theory was correct, though. Perhaps he just needed to kill an ash imp with acid while standing right on the glowing sigil representing the same elemental power. He was still holding the lifeless body of the ash imp he had just killed. He dropped the dead creature to the floor and glanced up at the 4 other winged beings flying in circles over the dormant portal. Just as he looked at them, a swirling gateway ripped open in the air, and another ash imp emerged. Once again, 5 winged creatures circled above him, which confirmed his theory that he needed to kill each of them using a different type of the 5 elemental powers. One of the ash imps suddenly swooped down at him, intent on slashing its claws across his face. He easily dodged the blow and caught the brash creature with his right hand, squeezing his fingers tightly around its thin neck. Ignoring the creature's futile attempts to break free, he strode toward the glowing green sigil and positioned himself squarely on it. He prepared another acid projectile. Once it took shape in his mouth, he launched it at the creature's face. The acid ate through the flesh of its face in mere seconds, exposing the bare skull within. As soon as the creature died, the sigil beneath him faded, vanishing completely. At the same time, one of the 5 symbols on the portal's arch activated, flaring to life. So his theory had proven true. To activate the other 4 symbols, all he needed to do was simply eliminate the remaining ash imps, dealing each one a different type of elemental damage while standing on a sigil that matched that elemental power. He looked up at the 4 ash imps spiraling above the chamber. No gateway opened to release another winged creature, as that was unnecessary. With one symbol activated, he only had to do the same with the remaining 4. And the 4 ash imps present were enough to achieve that goal. However, if he made a mistake and killed one or more ash imps in vain, he was certain the rift gate would rip open again to release the necessary number of ash imps needed to solve the puzzle. Also, there didn't seem to be a specific order for killing the ash imps, or perhaps there was, and he had just been fortunate enough to figure out which elemental power to use first. Still, he believed it was the former. While there might not be a specific order for using elemental powers against the winged creatures, this puzzle might still be time-sensitive. The symbol on the arch of the portal still glowed, but if he didn't eliminate another ash imp with a different elemental power soon, it could go out, and he would have to begin all over again. The only problem was that acid was the only elemental power he currently possessed. Fortunately, he could fix this problem quite simply by retrieving something and bringing it back to the temple. One of the remaining ash imps pounced on him, but he easily dodged the attack. Instead of retaliating, he pivoted toward the exit and moved across the chamber. Though he could hear the fluttering of wings behind him, none of the winged creatures pursued him out of the temple. Taking a moment to gather his bearings, he set off. During his exploration of the 4th floor, Jake occasionally came across various weapons stashed away in chests. He never bothered to pick them up, though, as his natural weapons were much more powerful. Some of the weapons he stumbled upon had indented slots for gemstones. Over his time in the dungeon, he had gathered a diverse collection of gemstones, stashing them all away in his inventory. He had never inserted them into the weapons he found, as he saw no point in doing so. However, he had a feeling he might find a more interesting use for them later, so he kept all the gemstones he found in his inventory. Now came the moment to put some of those gemstones to use. It was not the use he had hoped to find for them, though. He knew that once he inserted a gemstone into a weapon, it would be impossible to remove. Fortunately, he only needed 4 weapons, leaving him with plenty of gemstones for future use, whatever that might be. One by one, he retrieved 4 different weapons: a mace, a battle-axe, a short sword, and a hammer. The mace had a ruby-shaped slot. The battle-axe had a topaz-shaped one. The short sword had a slot for an amber, and the hammer had one for a sapphire. Jake retrieved the necessary gemstones from his inventory and inserted them into the weapon slots. Now, the mace could deal fire damage, the battle-axe delivered frost damage, the short sword unleashed explosive damage, and the hammer produced shock damage. As for acid, since he had the acidic spit ability at his disposal, he didn't need to insert a gemstone that granted this type of damage into another weapon. Grabbing the enhanced weapons, Jake made his way back to the temple. Upon entering and crossing the ante-room, he found himself in the main chamber. He immediately noticed that the symbol he had previously activated on the arch of the portal had faded. As he had suspected, the puzzle was time-sensitive, meaning he had to kill the 5 ash imps, who were still circling the chamber, within a certain time frame. For the next several minutes, Jake was busy slaying the ash imps using various types of elemental damage. Unfortunately, while his weapons could deal elemental damage, they didn't do so with every strike. Each weapon had a certain chance of inflicting elemental damage, and since the ash imps were quite weak, often dying from the first or second hit, this task dragged on longer than expected. He would snag an ash imp with his grappling hook while grabbing one of the 4 weapons with his other hand. Then, he would rush toward a magical symbol representing the corresponding elemental damage. He would strike the creature repeatedly with the weapon until he either dealt elemental damage or the creature succumbed to regular damage. If the latter occurred, a rift gate would open in the air, allowing a new ash imp to emerge. It was quite a tiresome task, but eventually, he managed to kill each ash imp with elemental damage, activating 5 arcane symbols on the arch. The portal's shimmering surface filled the inside of the structure. The puzzle was solved, so no more ash imps materialized. The 4th floor was now fully complete, and the way to the final one lay open before him. However, before entering the portal to be teleported to the final level, where a dungeon boss awaited his arrival, he needed to do one last thing. After evolving into stage 3, Jake had leveled up several times but hadn't allocated the earned skill points yet. It was time to do it. He had leveled up 6 times from 112 to 118, earning a total of 30 skill points. Checking his stats, he noticed that many of his skills and abilities had reached 100% and were ready to evolve into the next ranks. Claws, rank 3, 100%. Swords, rank 3, 100%. Bladed tentacles, rank 3, 100%. Smash fists, rank 3, 100%. Gravity leap, rank 2, 100%. Acidic spit, rank 2, 100%. Spikes, rank I, 100%. Serpentine form, rank I, 100%. Enhanced senses, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced agility, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced intelligence, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced reflexes, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced strength, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced regeneration, rank 3, 100%. Feral instincts, rank 3, 100%. Enhanced durability, rank 3, 100%. Adaptive armor, rank I, 100%. Chainsaw arms, rank I, 100%. Drill gauntlets, rank I, 100%. Grappling hook arm, rank I, 100%. He allocated a skill point to each of these skills and abilities, advancing them to the next ranks. Since chainsaw arms, drill gauntlets, and grappling hook arm reached rank 2, new upgrades were unlocked for each. He checked them out. Chainsaw arms, rank 2, 0%, upgrades, 1 of 5, epic. Quick charge, already owned longer reach, extends the reach of your chains or blades. Cost, 1 SP. Drill gauntlets, rank 2, 0%, upgrades, 1 of 5, epic. Enhanced reach, already owned quick charge, decreases the time needed to morph your hands into drills. Cost, 1 SP. Grappling hook arm, rank 2, 0%, upgrades, 1 of 5, epic. Extended range, already owned quick charge, decreases the time needed to morph your arm into a grappling hook. Cost, 1 SP. He spent 3 more skill points to purchase these upgrades and allocated the rest of his skill points to his attributes. Body, 140A 141. Mind, 130A 131. Magic, 175A 180. He approached the portal. As soon as he got closer, a system message appeared in his mind. Congratulations on finishing the 4 floors. All that remains is the fight with the dungeon boss on the 5th, arena-like floor. The fight will be the hardest challenge you've dealt with so far. Once you enter the portal to the final floor, The only way out of the dungeon will be by defeating the boss. If you are not feeling up to it, you can leave the dungeon now, keeping all the rewards you've earned so far, including those for completing this floor. What would you like to do? Proceed, leave dungeon. Jake was aware that after finishing a floor, he could choose to leave the dungeon while keeping all the rewards he had earned up to that point. However, the thought of leaving the dungeon without fully completing it never occurred to him, as he was determined to collect every reward the dungeon had to offer. It was the very first time the dungeon explicitly asked him if he wanted to leave. This clearly indicated that the fight with the final boss would be extremely difficult. He wasn't going to back down, though. Choosing the preceding option, he stepped into the portal. A review of his recent achievements flashed through his mind. Completion status: time taken, 12 hours 39 minutes. Enemies killed, 100%. Mini-bosses defeated, 1 out of 1. Floor completion rate, 100%. Reward for completing the 4th floor, rotary blade launcher, an epic ability. Choose your reward for 100% completion: 500,000 XP, 150,000 MP, 200,000 DP. He gained another epic ability called rotary blade launcher. However, he wasn't sure if he would have the opportunity to purchase the ability during the boss fight. He figured he would likely have to wait until after leaving the dungeon to check it out. He also recalled that all the rewards for the previous floors were epic abilities. For completing the final floor, however, he would be rewarded with a legendary ability, which filled him with excitement. After finishing reviewing the information, Jake opted to take the EP reward once more. Immediately afterward, he was teleported to the final floor of the dungeon, where the boss fight awaited him. As soon as she rode into Base Rider, one of the guards approached her. "Boss wants to see you," he said. "What's this about?" she asked as she dismounted her bike. "I dunno," he said, "to get you as soon as you're back." This made her a little nervous. Had Ryder figured her out? Had he somehow learned of her intention to rebel against Los Demonios? It seemed highly unlikely. After all, while she planned to fight the gang eventually, she hadn't taken any actual steps toward that goal yet. Her plans remained just plans, and she hadn't done a single thing to start realizing them. Still, as she crossed the base, she couldn't shake the unpleasant feeling that she might have been made. As she continued toward HQ, a plan to fight her way back to her bike and escape began to form in her mind. While she was fairly certain she had nothing to worry about, it was better to be prepared for the worst. A minute later, she approached the door leading to HQ's security room. The guard stepped aside to let her in. As she got into the small room, she heard the soft hiss of the door sliding shut behind her. She paused to quickly assess the situation and determine if she was in any kind of trouble. Ryder stood on the opposite side of the room, a bank of monitors behind him. On one screen was the tattooed visage of Skullface. Both men stared grimly at her. She didn't like their expressions. Something was definitely wrong. "Took you long enough," Ryder grumbled. "I just got back and came as soon as I heard you wanted to see me," she replied, barely able to keep her anger out of her voice. "Sure, whatever," he replied, waving her nearer. "Boss has something to tell you." Still not quite sure what this was all about and whether she should be worried, Catalina approached the bank of monitors. She focused on the screen displaying Skullface, staring back at her. "Something's gone down," he said without preamble. At Base Miller, she was finally able to relax. She wasn't in trouble after all. "What happened?" she asked. From Skullface's expression alone, it was clear that something really bad and unexpected had happened at Base Miller, something they obviously hadn't been prepared for. Had it been attacked? Of course, she couldn't care less about it. If anything, it would make her day. Few things make her happier than hearing news of gang members getting killed. However, she knew they saw her as one of them, so she kept a concerned look on her face. Instead of answering her question directly, Skullface did something different. He adjusted the angle of his PDA, which he used for the video call. Catalina hadn't noticed his surroundings earlier, but now saw he was in a basement. He turned the PDA, held in one hand, away from his face to reveal something on the other side of the room. Catalina gasped as she saw what Skullface pointed the PDA's camera at. There were two male bodies. Both were naked. Both were dead. The dreadful state of the bodies made it clear they had been killed slowly and brutally. She had seen these two men a couple of times. Their names were Patrick and Dominic. Patrick's body was tied to a metal chair, and what was left of Dominic lay on the floor. To her horror, she then noticed that Dominic moved ever so slightly. He had been cut into 5 separate pieces, but he was still clinging to life. Catalina doubted he would be able to hold on much longer, though. She turned her head to look at Ryder and realized he had turned away from the monitor, clearly unwilling to witness the horror again. He had seen it before and didn't want to set his eyes on the horrifying scene again. Skullface turned the PDA's camera at his face once more, so she shifted her attention back to the monitor. "Why did you kill them?" she asked. "What did they do?" "Actually, they did nothing wrong," Skullface replied. "And by the way, I wasn't the one who did this to them." "Who did, then?" "Miller." "Yep." "But why?" In response to her question, Skullface recounted the events that had recently taken place at Base Miller. He told her that Miller initiated a mission to obtain a skeleton key. Once the mission was successfully completed, Miller ordered Dominic to secure the key before leaving the base. After he returned, he discovered that all the guards within HQ were dead and the skeleton key was missing. His main suspects were his 3 closest subordinates, so he commanded that they be captured. Min was able to escape before anyone realized what was going on. Thus, Miller concluded that Min was the one who killed all the guards within HQ and stole the skeleton key. He also concluded that Min had an accomplice, one of HQ's guards, since it would have been impossible to eliminate all the guards alone. After they were all dead, Min killed his accomplice to leave no witnesses. Miller tortured Dominic and Patrick to death but learned nothing new. They clearly had nothing to do with it. Afterward, he called Skullface to inform him about the situation, and Skullface immediately arrived at Base Miller. Min was still at large. This situation arose right after the mission to acquire the skeleton key, where Miller lost several men. Thus, he couldn't assign many of his remaining people to search for Min, fearing it would leave his base vulnerable. "However, I ordered him to cease the search for Min," Skullface added. "Why?" "Because I don't think it was him," he replied. "What makes you think so?" Skullface told her that while at first glance, it did seem like Min was the one who killed all the guards at HQ and stole the skeleton key, it wasn't actually him who did all that. After reviewing the recorded footage from the turrets, Skullface discovered that after Miller left the base, Dominic, Patrick, and Min entered HQ to secure skeleton key in the safe and initiate the repair procedures for the structures that sustained damage during the attack on the base. Right after that, a guard named Klaus stepped onto the roof for a short smoke before coming back inside. Afterward, no one entered or exited HQ until Miller returned. So Min couldn't be the culprit, since the guards at HQ were still alive after Min left the building. Nobody could have entered HQ without being detected by the turrets, Skullface said. Unless the culprit was completely invisible. When the trio entered HQ, Klaus was on the roof, smoking. "He really smokes too." Muka well, smoked. "Anyway, he left the door to the roof wide open behind him. So that's how I believe the invisible intruder managed to slip in right under Klaus's nose." Catalina wasn't sure where Skullface was going with it. She had never come across any spells that could render you invisible. Then it struck her. "You think a mutant did that?" she asked. "Not just any mutant," Skullface replied. "It was the Morphus." Catalina struggled to keep her emotions from showing on her face. If Skullface was right, it meant the Morphus had already declared war on Los Demonios. If that was the case, siding with Itahima wouldn't be difficult. "Let me explain why I believe that," Skullface continued. "The Morphus is far more intelligent than other ex-humans. Some even believe it was a human survivor once, which I tend to agree with. That would account for his sharp intellect." He went to great lengths to make the situation look like a human intruder had taken out the guards, killing them with a bladed weapon, like a knife, instead of tearing them apart as he usually does with his victims. Catalina couldn't help but wonder why the Morphus decided to kill only the guards at HQ. Why didn't it eliminate all of them? Why not completely destroy Base Miller? Perhaps it simply couldn't. Maybe it wasn't as powerful as she had believed. If that were the case, Itahia might consider teaming up with her. Together, they would have a much better chance against Los Demonios. Each city has only one dungeon, Skullface continued, his voice pulling her back from her musings. After learning what happened here at Base Miller, I quickly checked the dungeon. It was open. Whoever stole the key used it to gain access to the dungeon. This means it wasn't Min. He wouldn't be stupid enough to enter the dungeon, especially right after stealing the skeleton key, knowing it would be the first place we'd check for him. Skullface fell silent as his device chimed with a notification. After reading it, he turned his attention back to her. "I just got a message here. My men have apprehended Min," he said. "I thought you told Miller to stop searching for him," Catalina replied. "I did, partly because he didn't have many men left. But more importantly, my men are far better suited for such a task. So I sent some of my own to find him. They already located him and searched him, but he didn't have the skeleton key on him. This confirms he didn't steal it. Someone else must have entered the dungeon, and I believe it was the Morphus. He could still be inside." Catalina felt a hint of worry. If Skullface knew the Morphus's whereabouts, it could pose serious problems for her possible ally. "Do you want me to go after the Morphus then?" she asked, hoping this was why Skullface wanted to see her in the first place. This way, she could help the Morphus eliminate the other men Skullface sent with her and then make contact with him at last. "No," Skullface said. "Sending you after the Morphus would almost certainly lead to your death. You're too valuable an asset to our organization to just let you die like that." "No, the real reason I summoned you is that I demoted Miller. He really messed up. He mishandled the mission to acquire the skeleton key, resulting in the deaths of many of his men. He allowed the Morphus to infiltrate his base. While that creature possesses some impressive abilities, it doesn't excuse Miller's failures. He also tortured his two most loyal men to death. If he'd looked into the matter more closely, he would have discovered they had nothing to do with what happened. So Miller is no longer in charge of his base." Skullface made a pause. Catalina kept silently looking at him, not sure where this was going. "So I want to put you in charge of Miller's base," Skullface said. Catalina couldn't believe what she had just heard. She hated the gang with every fiber of her being, always dreaming of burning it to the ground. And now Skullface wanted to put her in charge of the whole base. On the other hand, he remained blissfully unaware of her true intentions. To him, she was merely a devoted member of the gang. While she had secret plans to destroy Los Demonios from within, Skullface didn't know that. If he had the slightest suspicions of her, he would likely have killed her a long time ago. So yeah, from his point of view, she had shifted from the angry woman who lost all her friends at the hands of the gang to a loyal member of the gang. She had secured her spot in Los Demonios quite some time ago. She received a fantastic bike that gave her the freedom to travel wherever she wanted. So it seemed reasonable to think that even Skullface, the gang leader, had let go of any mistrust he once had toward her. Skullface flashed a grin on the screen. "Surprised, are you? Didn't anticipate such a quick rise in ranks, did you? But you've earned it. You've shown your value to Los Demonios, and I'm confident you'll lead the base better than Miller ever did." Catalina stared into his eyes, trying to read him. Unfortunately, she couldn't discern anything, which was why she was still uncertain if Skullface was serious or if it was just a ploy. Was this a loyalty test? Was his decision to put her in charge of a base a way to validate her loyalty? Did he hope to see if she'd use this chance to betray the gang? One thing was certain, she had to remain on high alert. She wasn't going to turn down such an offer, though. Being placed in charge of an entire base would surely open a world of opportunities for her in her quest to destroy Los Demonios. She knew that legitimate members of the gang, those who wore red to indicate their affiliation, had to prove their loyalty before being accepted. This usually involved brutally killing other survivors or even members of a potential recruit's former team. So anyone wearing red or scarf, bandana, or a piece of fabric prominently sticking out of a pocket was her enemy. She wouldn't try to recruit someone who had killed their previous teammates or friends, as she could never trust such a person. All she could feel for them was anger. As for those forced to labor for the gang, they were an entirely different matter. Even though they were captured by Los Demonios, they were brave and noble enough to refuse to kill someone close to them for gang membership. Such individuals were definitely worth recruiting. After taking charge of the base previously run by Miller, she could easily eliminate all the guards and free the captured survivors. Then, she could recruit those willing to join her fight against Los Demonios. Sure enough, she would allow anyone not interested to leave. However, she wouldn't act right away. Caution was essential. "I appreciate your trust in me," she finally replied. "Like I said, you deserve this position," Skullface said. "By the way, I informed the leaders of all the other bases about what happened at Base Miller. I ordered them to upgrade their bases immediately to prevent any silent infiltrations. Since the city has recently upgraded, various rare resources are now more common, so gathering the necessary materials for our upgrades shouldn't take long. You'll need to do the same as soon as you arrive at Base Catalina, as we'll be calling it from now on. Once at your base, instruct your team to start gathering resources right away to upgrade HQ and beef up the defenses." Things looked grim. If the Morphus tried to silently infiltrate another base, it would now be impossible for him to do so without being detected. A direct attack on any of the bases would likely be quite challenging as well. However, if he joined forces with her, they would be much more prepared to launch a full-scale war on Los Demonios. "What about Miller, though?" Catalina asked. "What is going to happen to him?" "I've already instructed him to deal with the Morphus," Skullface declared. "He's equipped with his power suit and brought some of his men. They're already at the dungeon entrance. As soon as the Morphus leaves, a nasty surprise will be waiting for the freak just outside." Catalina didn't like what she was hearing. She didn't like it at all. If Miller managed to kill the Morphus, she would be left without a powerful ally. The fact that Miller was allowed to wear his power suit made her worry even more. She was well aware of how powerful those suits were. Despite her concern, Catalina forced herself to maintain a neutral expression, hiding her thoughts deep within. If Miller kills the Morphus, the entire issue with that freak will finally be put to rest, Skullface concluded. "If the Morphus kills Miller, I'll view that as a fitting punishment for all the mistakes he's made. Ultimately, either outcome suits me just fine." As he was teleported to another place, Jake felt a brief, disorienting tug, the world around him warping and twisting. Emerging on the other side, he staggered slightly, adjusting to the swirling heat that enveloped him. From the cool atmosphere of the temple, he was sent back to a searing, lava-surrounded landscape that resembled the depths of hell. Before him stretched a vast island, surrounded by an ocean of lava, over which it floated. The ground beneath his feet was rough and warm. The island spanned about 300 meters, rising about 3 feet above the molten sea. The island's surface was mostly flat, punctuated by jagged rock outcroppings that jutted upward here and there. Jake looked around, but he couldn't see any other pieces of land anywhere. The island he stood on was the only one, surrounded by a seemingly endless ocean of lava that bubbled and cracked. The air shimmered with heat waves, distorting the horizon. Bright orange and crimson hues danced over the molten surface, sending ripples of glowing light splashing against the base of the island. Jake trod carefully, his feet crunching on the rocky terrain. As he climbed one rock outcropping, smoke began to curl upward from the lava at the island's edge. He tensed as he felt the ground vibrating beneath him. He kept staring at the spot as a deep rumble echoed through the island, the lava roiling and sending tendrils of smoke upward. He gazed at the bubbling sea, feeling that something was about to breach the surface of the lava. Just then, from the ocean of magma, a creature emerged, a colossal figure of rock and fire. The sudden movement sent splashes of lava spilling over the rocky surface, illuminating the surroundings with fiery brilliance. Jake stared in awe at the massive creature that had just revealed itself. He saw that it had a humanoid body, looking like a golem. The lower half was submerged beneath the viscous lava while the upper half rose above it, towering high into the air. Jake assumed the creature stood on the floor of the lava ocean, and judging by how high it towered over the island, He estimated it to be about 75 feet tall. Its humanoid form was muscular and robust, with limbs thicker than tree trunks, showcasing immense strength. The skin had a dark, rock-like texture, glowing faintly with red and orange hues that shifted and pulsed like the surface of magma itself. The heat radiating from the colossal creature distorted the air around it. Its eyes burned with fiery intensity, two glowing orbs that gave it a fierce and intimidating glare. The creature's eyes locked onto Jake, who stood firmly on the rock outcropping, a small figure against the monster's massive form. He kept staring up at the towering creature. Its rugged skin resembled hardened magma, glistening with rivulets of glowing lava that dripped and cascaded down its body. Taking down that monstrous entity wouldn't be easy, that was for damn sure. With a thought, he summoned its description. The Magma Titan, level 200, elite. Special abilities: Boulder Tosser. The Titan picks up immense rocks from the floor of the lava ocean and hurls them with tremendous force and great speed, causing destructive impacts that can shatter barriers and crush enemies. Maw of Lava. The Titan can open its belly, revealing a massive maw that spews a devastating fountain of lava. Minion Summoner. The Titan can summon smaller magma golems. These tough beings, formed from the very essence of magma, obey the Titan's commands and serve as formidable foot soldiers, engaging anyone who dares to challenge their master. Jake also used his enemy appraisal perk on the Magma Titan to learn its attributes and identify its weaknesses. Body, 315. Mind, 145. Magic, 340. Elemental weaknesses: Frost, Shock. For a moment, Jake and the Magma Titan just stared at each other. The roar of the bubbling lava ocean echoed around them, amplifying the anticipation of the fight to come. Jake was trying to figure out the best way to take down such an enormous monster. His opponent didn't wait for him to form a plan and was the first one to make a move. The Magma Titan bent low, plunging its hands deep into the lava. When it straightened up, Jake saw it held a glowing, molted boulder in each of its massive hands. Those boulders were huge, heat radiating from them, causing the air to shimmer ominously. Suddenly, it cocked one of its arms and hurled the boulder at Jake, sending it soaring through the air and leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Jake jumped from the rock outcropping and dashed aside. Just as he did, the boulder collided with the rock with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that the outcropping exploded into thousands of sharp pieces, zipping through the air like shrapnel. It was impossible to dodge all of them, and Jake felt some pelting his back, embedding themselves in his armor. The Magma Titan hurled another boulder, sending it hurtling through the air like a comet. Jake managed to dash out of harm's way just in time. The boulder struck the ground with a tremendous crash, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Undeterred by two misses in a row, the Magma Titan scooped up two more molten boulders from the floor of the lava ocean, both dripping and sizzling. One after another, the monster hurled the two new projectiles, aiming directly at Jake. Reacting with quick reflexes, he launched himself to the right, dashing aside just in time as the first boulder zipped past him. The second one collided with the ground, creating a catastrophic explosion of blazing molten fragments that scattered all around him. For the next several minutes, Jake continued to dart from side to side, dodging the projectiles that the Magma Titan kept launching at him. It scooped them up from the ocean of bubbling lava and hurled the collected rocks toward Jake, each one glowing and radiating intense heat as it soared through the air, impacting the ground with tremendous force. The boulders created deep craters and loud thuds that resonated across the island's surface. Upon hitting rock outcroppings, the massive boulders caused them to explode, sending shockwaves rippling through the area and scattering sharp fragments everywhere. Each explosion sent bits of rock and molten debris shooting into the sky like deadly shrapnel, cutting through the air with hissing sounds. The Magma Titan hurled projectiles with tremendous force, causing them to burrow deep into the ground and shatter rock outcroppings protruding from the earth. Jake knew that if he were hit by such a boulder even once, the fight might be over for him. Therefore, he focused entirely on avoiding being hit, fully concentrating on dodging the deadly projectiles. Jake skillfully weaved through the chaos, expertly maneuvering through the rain of debris. Occasionally, sharp shards embedded themselves in his armor, but they caused little to no actual damage. However, he was sure that a direct hit from a boulder thrown with immense force by the magma titan could easily kill him. The ground quaked beneath him, the heat intensifying as nearby explosions illuminated the surroundings with vibrant bursts of orange and red. He was well aware that while the magma titan used its special abilities, all he could do was focus on defense. From his many past encounters with elite monsters, he learned that the best opportunity to counterattack arose when the opponent exhausted all three of its special abilities, entering a recharging state. Thus, he continued to dart around the area, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, the magma titan ceased hurling boulders at him. Jake stood at the center of the island, gazing across the landscape at the colossal monster towering high above the ocean of lava. For a moment, their eyes locked, intently staring at each other. Jake knew that elite monsters usually employed their special abilities one after the other, so he waited. A moment later, the magma titan unleashed its second special ability. The magma titan's massive form shifted, its belly opening wide like the gaping maw of a fiery beast. With a deep rumble, it unleashed an overwhelming torrent of lava, a molten river surging directly at Jake. His instincts kicked in, and he dashed away, zigzagging across the uneven terrain punctuated by rock outcroppings. The magma titan, fueled by its primal fury, tracked Jake's every move with eerie precision. A fierce growl echoed through the air as the lava streamed closer, painting the ground in vivid orange and red hues. Spotting a nearby rock outcropping, Jake leapt behind it just in time, the torrent splashing against the stone surface with a thunderous crash. Lava splattered everywhere, a sizzling torrent of fire droplets showering all around him, leaving the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke. As he crouched behind the outcropping, Jake felt an unsettling warmth emanating from the rock. To his dismay, he realized that the stone was beginning to melt, dripping like wax on a candle. The magma titan's torrent of lava must be magically enhanced, significantly increasing its potency. The steam from the fiery lava kept hitting the outcropping, devouring the rock and rapidly reducing its size, with hot splashes flying every which way. It wouldn't be long before the rock was significantly diminished, no longer able to provide adequate cover to protect him. Jake took a moment to gather his wits. He couldn't stay there much longer. The safety the rocker offered was fleeting. He quickly looked around, searching for another rock. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he sprang out from behind the crumbling cover and raced toward another rock formation further along. The ground trembled beneath him as the magma titan bellowed in fury, tracking his movements with a torrent of lava. The stream of fiery lava closely followed Jake, lagging just a hair's breadth behind him. He barely reached the next outcropping, diving behind it just as the torrent splattered violently against the surface, sending molten droplets cascading in every direction. He paused for a brief moment, fully aware that time was running out, and he had to find another cover before the magical inferno consumed his current refuge whole. For the next several moments, Jake dashed from cover to cover while the magma titan tracked him with its torrent of fire. As soon as one rock outcropping was reduced to a size too small to provide adequate protection, Jake leapt from cover and sprinted to another. At last, his opponent's ability was finally exhausted. Jake ceased running and turned to face the magma titan, waiting for its next move. For a moment, they locked eyes. The monster's featureless face couldn't express any emotions, but it seemed highly displeased that Jake was still alive. He didn't have to wait long. The magma titan plunged its massive hands into the bubbling, molten lava, retrieving two enormous boulders. However, instead of hurling them directly at Jake like before, it smashed them down forcefully onto the island. Instantly, the boulders began to smolder and crack, shifting as they morphed into humanoid forms. Jake noticed that the creatures bore a striking resemblance to the towering magma titan but stood only about 6.5 feet tall. Their limbs were thick and muscular, with hands clenched into powerful fists. Still, they were no match for his own huge smash fists. The newly formed beings were made of hardened volcanic rock, their bodies glowing red-hot in some areas, shimmering with the essence of molten magma beneath their stony exteriors. As they straightened and rose to their feet, Jake noticed the fierce determination etched into their features, mirroring that of their creator. Glowing red orbs that served as their eyes gazed at him with fury. Magma Golem, level 150. With synchronized movements, the summoned golems advanced toward him from different directions, the ground trembling slightly under their heavy steps. The air around Jake grew hotter, infused with the smell of scorched earth and smoke. Each magma golem assumed a threatening stance, flames flickering around their tightly clenched fists. Jake squared off for a fight against the two imposing golems that were the first to reach him. One lunged forward, its granite fist swinging in a deadly arc. Jake ducked just in time, feeling the rush of displaced air as the punch whistled above him. He instantly countered, delivering a powerful uppercut to the golem's chin, sending bits of molten stone flying, but it barely staggered. The second golem, as large and menacing as the first, charged at him with surprising speed. Jake pivoted, narrowly avoiding another crushing blow while countering with a hard strike to the side of its granite head. The golem grunted, but the impact barely halted its advance. Jake felt the heat emanating from the two magma golems, warping and distorting the air around them. As the two foes closed in, Jake dodged a punch thrown by one of them and immediately countered. He unleashed a powerful strike, staggering the golem back. Seizing the moment, Jake launched himself forward, delivering a lightning-fast series of jabs that cracked its rocky exterior. Each punch sent tremors through the golem, and soon his opponent could take no more, shattering into numerous blazing pieces and glowing embers. A few more magma golems approached him. While they didn't move very fast, their punches were lightning fast. He dodged a blow from one and ducked as a second swung at him. However, a third golem caught him with a sweeping arm. The punch was surprisingly powerful, sending him crashing sideways into another golem. The golem seized the opportunity, wrapping its powerful granite arms around Jake's torso. Before he could react, another golem charged from the front, its fists ablaze with fiery energy. He lifted both feet off the ground, and the golem behind him had no trouble holding his full weight at all. With tremendous force, Jake kicked the golem before him in the chest, sending it hurling backward and crashing to the ground. Jake planted his feet firmly on the ground and, with a sudden burst of power, cracked the back of his head into the face of the golem gripping him from behind. Stunned by the blow, the golem's grip on Jake loosened momentarily, giving him the chance to break free. Spinning around, he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, shattering the golem into several pieces of granite. The magma golems continued to advance on him from every direction. Jake charged at them, swinging his smash fists, igniting a brutal exchange. He weaved expertly, evading punches with acrobatic grace while retaliating with his own powerful strikes. Ducking beneath a massive swing, he maneuvered behind another golem and unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the creature into countless blazing fragments of granite. He leapt at another golem, delivering a powerful combo that sent the granite monster wobbling. Fueled by determination, Jake unleashed another series of punches at his opponent. The golem collapsed, breaking apart into several pieces. Jake pivoted toward yet another magma golem, his resolve to win steadfast. The clash between Jake and the golems continued for several more intense minutes. With fists like iron, the golems lunged at him, each punch reverberating but doing little against his sturdy armor. Jake mirrored their ferocity, countering with his smash fists, sending shockwaves through their bodies as his punches connected. His strikes were precise and powerful, breaking through the rocky exterior of his opponents. Jake unleashed a flurry of punches, dismantling the golems one by one. Each golem crumbled into bits of molten rock under the relentless assault of his smash fists. At some point, he realized the fight should have ended some time ago, yet the magma golems kept coming. Focused on battling the golems, he had simply paid little attention to the magma titan. But when he finally cast a glance toward it, he realized why the fight had stretched on for so long. The magma titan summoned a new golem each time he defeated one. However, Jake knew it couldn't go on forever, as the magma titan's ability had to wear out at some point. So he continued fighting the golems, defeating them one after another. Finally, the battle concluded. The ground around him was strewn with shards of shattered granite and glowing embers. With no more golems itching for a fight, Jake shifted his attention back to the magma titan. The giant appeared deeply dissatisfied that none of its 3 abilities had succeeded in defeating him. "All right then," Jake thought. "You've had your fun. Now it's my turn." And he launched himself at the magma titan. Jake reached the island's edge and jumped. He soared through the air for half a second before colliding with the magma titan's torso. Adhesive secretion activated, and he began to crawl across the giant's massive frame. Aware that the giant could easily seize him, Jake swiftly maneuvered to its back, where it would be more challenging to grasp him. To his surprise, the giant didn't attempt to grab him. However, Jake chose not to waste time wondering why. A few seconds later, he reached a spot on the magma titan's back where he believed he was out of reach of its massive hands. The enormous creature's body radiated intense heat, with waves of warmth distorting the air around him. Had he been human, he wouldn't have been able to stay so close to the blazing giant, let alone touch it. As a mutant with an incredibly damage-resilient body, he felt no discomfort at all. He figured that his recent increase in fire resistance also played a role. Knowing his chainsaws weren't particularly effective against armored foes, he morphed his right hand into a drill instead. Powering it up with a thought, he pressed the spinning cone to the monster's tough exterior. It proved to be incredibly hard, and Jake had to exert nearly all his strength to drive the drill in. Inch by inch, he pushed the drill into the magma titan's body. Suddenly, he felt no more resistance as his drill reached some hollow space inside. He pulled his hand from the hole, and a gush of lava instantly erupted from the cavity he had just created. The wound he had inflicted on the magma titan was small compared to the bulk of its body, but the monster still didn't appreciate it. It didn't like having someone drill holes in its body at all. Reaching backward with one hand, it tried to grab Jake but couldn't quite reach him. Jake drilled several more holes, each immediately starting to spurt scorching lava. Then he decided to crawl up the magma titan's neck and onto the top of its head. He noticed the monster was still reaching for the same spot on its back where he had just been. This indicated that the monster couldn't feel him crawling on its body. However, it clearly could feel the holes being drilled into its flesh. Jake clung to the top of the monster's enormous head. Revving his drill, he plunged it into the magma titan's exterior. The moment he reached the hollow interior, he pulled out the drill. Instantly, lava gushed from the opening. Suddenly, feral instincts warned him of danger. He quickly crawled down the monster's neck. In the next moment, the creature slammed one of its hands onto the spot where Jake had just been. Dealing damage to the giant's head was likely more effective than targeting its body, but it also placed him in a much more vulnerable position. For the next several minutes, Jake crawled across the magma titan's body, drilling holes into it. Occasionally, he risked moving to the back and top of its head to drill there as well. Although using this method of inflicting damage would likely take a long time to kill the monster, at least this strategy appeared to be working. Jake was sure that having discovered a method to defeat the dungeon boss, everything else would proceed without issues. All he had to do was drill holes into the magma titan's exterior, and eventually, the massive creature would succumb to its wounds. At least, that was what he thought. As it turned out a minute later, he was wrong. The magma titan emitted a frustrated bellow and began to sink into the lava. Jake realized it was likely going to stay submerged for a while. He needed to hurry back to the island. He crawled onto the monster's head as its shoulders dipped below the lava's surface. Jake performed a mana-infused jump and, a moment later, landed on the island. He turned toward the magma titan just in time to see it fully submerge into the ocean of lava. Jake retreated to the center of the island, looking around and wondering where the monster would emerge next and when. Since the magma titan was comfortable in the lava, it could obviously stay submerged for as long as it needed. A few seconds passed, but the dungeon boss still hadn't reappeared. Jake wondered what it was planning. What if it could heal while submerged in lava? If that were the case, he would need to come up with a faster strategy to deal with it. Suddenly, feral instincts kicked in, alerting him to some danger coming from right below him. Realizing what the magma titan had in mind, Jake sprinted away. Just as he did, the enormous monster crashed through the ground with tremendous force, shattering the island into numerous smaller pieces that floated in various directions. Jake found himself on a segment of land about 10 meters wide. He glanced around, spotting remnants of the island scattered around him. The floating pieces ranged from several dozen meters to a mere 2 meters in width, all drifting around the imposing magma titan. He shifted his focus to the dungeon boss and saw that the holes he had drilled into its exterior were still there. At least the monster couldn't heal itself. The magma titan let out a triumphant roar, convinced it had already won the battle. Then the monster plunged its hands into the lava, retrieved 2 smoldering boulders, and hurled them at Jake. He reacted instantly, jumping into the air and propelling himself toward a nearby island. With a thought, he unleashed his grappling hook. It soared through the air before snagging onto the island's rugged surface. With a swift tug, Jake pulled himself toward the small island, narrowly dodging one of the boulders the monster had hurled at him. Landing on the piece of land, which was about 5 meters across, he regained his balance and scanned the chaotic landscape. The islands floated over the ocean of lava, varying in size and distance from one another. Without hesitation, he leapt again, aiming for another island just as the magma titan picked up 2 more boulders. While in midair, he sent the grappling hook flying. It latched onto a jagged rock, and he yanked himself toward the island. He felt one of the boulders rush through the air behind him with a whoosh. As soon as he landed, he jumped again for another piece of land. Airborne once more, he soared across the churning sea of fire. He felt another boulder whistling through the air behind him. Jake twisted mid-flight, barely avoiding yet another fiery projectile. He landed on the island he aimed for and quickly steadied himself as the ground shifted slightly beneath his weight. Jake noticed one of the projectiles flying toward him, tracing a fiery arc through the air. He sidestepped sharply to the left, dodging the projectile by a hair's breadth. The magma titan kept picking up boulders and hurling them. With no time to waste, Jake launched again, using his grappling hook to navigate toward another piece of land. He was really glad he had acquired this ability before initiating the boss fight. Without this ability, it would have been impossible for him to snag onto the constantly shifting pieces of the shattered island while also trying to avoid being hit by boulders. While in the air, he could quickly look around and latch onto another island if the one he initially aimed for shifted or if he needed to change course to avoid a flying boulder. So yeah, without grappling hook arm, he would have found himself in big trouble. The magma titan continued hurling boulders, but Jake was a blur of motion, soaring between islands. He was determined to outmaneuver the molten giant no matter what. With a swift, sweeping motion of its massive arms, the monster continued scooping up enormous rocks from the bubbling surface of the magma ocean and hurling them toward Jake with great force. Each rock flew past him, narrowly missing by inches, creating sharp gusts of hot air that whipped around him. The rocks created deep craters when they struck the islands and sent fiery splashes everywhere when they plunged into the ocean of lava. At some point, the magma titan's ability wore off, but the giant immediately employed another one. Its belly opened up, and a torrent of lava erupted. Jake continued to jump between the islands, using the grappling hook to guide himself, evading the fiery stream just like he had the flying boulders a moment before. After the magma titan's second special ability wore off, it employed its third, summoning its minions. They rose on various islands, all staring at him. However, since they couldn't jump, they couldn't reach Jake, who stood all alone on another piece of land. Since the magma golems couldn't reach him, he decided not to fight them this time. Instead, he unleashed the grappling hook toward the magma titan, and once it latched onto it, sent himself flying toward the enormous giant with a forceful tug. Once again, he was crawling all over the magma titan's body, drilling holes in its body. At some point, he began to alternate his weapons, using smash fists and chainsaws as well. The monster's exterior cracked in numerous places, and lava poured out. Determined to finish off the magma titan before it submerged into the lava again, Jake ramped up his assault, focusing entirely on dealing as much damage to the dungeon boss as possible. The magma golems stood on various floating pieces of land, helplessly watching him destroy their master. They couldn't jump high or far, and even if they could, they probably couldn't stick to vertical surfaces like he could. So all they could do was watch. Finally, The magma titan began to shudder. Sensing something was about to happen, Jake quickly searched for an island within reach. Spotting one, he unleashed his grappling hook and yanked, propelling himself toward the floating piece of land. As soon as he landed, he turned toward the magma titan. He saw its enormous form shake violently. Then, without warning, the top half of its body blew up, sending blazing pieces of rock flying every which way and sending waves of lava splashing everywhere. What was left of the dungeon boss collapsed into the ocean of lava, completely vanishing from sight. With the death of their master, the magma golems all blew up into thousands of granite pieces as well. Jake remained on the small piece of land floating over the ocean of bubbling lava, gently swaying beneath him. That was it. With the magma titan finally defeated, the dungeon was fully completed. Now, he only needed to collect the remaining rewards and return to the outside world. 2 system notifications flashed through his mind. Enemy killed. Plus 125,000 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 118 to 119. You have 5 SP to allocate. As soon as he read the text, it was replaced by another. Completion status: time taken, 21 minutes. Reward for completing the 5th floor, Net Blaster, a legendary ability. Choose your reward for defeating the dungeon boss in less than 30 minutes. 700,000 XP, 250,000 MP, 300,000 EP. Jake opted to take EP once more. As soon as he did so, yet another piece of information emerged in his mind. Final results: total time taken to complete the dungeon, 37 hours, 30 minutes. Rewards earned: Chainsaw Arms, an epic ability. Drill Gauntlets, an epic ability. Grappling Hook Arm, an epic ability. Rotary Blade Launcher, an epic ability. Net Blaster, a legendary ability. 825,000 EP, access to the Void Temple. After he examined the information, a portal materialized beside him. He figured it would take him back to the outside world. However, before stepping into it, he wanted to do a couple of things. He had earned 5 abilities, 4 epic ones and 1 legendary. In addition to these rewards, he had gained a significant amount of EP and access to the Void Temple, which he had visited only once so far. Now that he had accumulated a substantial amount of EP, he figured he could unlock some new powers there. He remembered that he was allowed to visit the Void Temple once every 24 hours. He first accessed it after defeating one of the black obelisks on the 1st floor of the dungeon. Many hours had elapsed since then, so he was certain he could return now. However, he wanted to do something else first. He had already purchased the first 3 abilities he earned in the dungeon. Now that he had finished the 4th and 5th floors, 2 more abilities were added to the 3rd section of the skill store. He decided to check them out. He closed his eyes and summoned the genetic development interface. Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, Corruptor. Abilities: 3 of 8. Skills: 0 of 4. Ability: Mana Core, Corruptor ability. Requirements: Body 130, Mind 145, Magic 220. Cost: 125,000 MP. Ability: Morph Disguise. Requirements: Body 125, Mind 135, Magic 140, Mind Reader, Rank 4. Cost: 125,000 MP. Ability: Ground Strike. Requirements: Body 250, Mind 160, Magic 265, Enhanced Strength, Rank V, Enhanced Durability, Rank V. Cost: 170,000 MP. Ability: Rotary Blade Launcher. Requirements: Body 137, Mind 127, Magic 170. Cost: 75,000 MP. Ability: Net Blaster. Requirements: Body 140, Mind 130, Magic 180. Cost: 80,000 MP. Skill: Rigging. Requirements: Body 140, Mind 230, Magic 215, Enhanced Intelligence, Rank V. Cost: 90,000 MP. Skill: Restoration. Requirements: Body 250, Mind 180, Magic 300, Enhanced Regeneration, Rank V. Mana Absorption, Rank 3. Cost, 125,000 MP. Skill, Foresight. Requirements, Body 265, Mind 235, Magic 310, Enhanced Intelligence, Rank V. Feral Instincts, Rank V. Cost, 140,000 MP. Skill, Psychic. Requirements, Body 290, Mind 350, Magic 325, Enhanced Intelligence, Rank V. Mind Reader, Rank V. Cost, 175,000 MP. Ability, Chainsaw Arms. Requirements, Body 125, Mind 110, Magic 150. Cost, already owned. Ability, Drill Gauntlets. Requirements, Body 130, Mind 115, Magic 160. Cost, already owned. Ability, Grappling Hook Arm. Requirements, Body 135, Mind 125, Magic 165. Cost, already owned. Sure enough, Rotary Blade Launcher and Cinch Net Blaster had been added to the list of abilities available for purchase. One by one, he checked out the two of them. Rotary Blade Launcher. This ability allows you to shoot razor-sharp circular saw blades at high velocity. The blades can slice through enemies and obstacles from a distance, making them effective for both range attacks and area control. Additionally, the blades can ricochet off surfaces, allowing for creative tactical plays. Rarity, Epic. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, Body 137, Mind 127, Magic 170. Cost, 75,000 MP. Cinch Net Blaster. You can summon a cinch net from your palm. This ultra-durable, razor-sharp net serves as both a trapping device and a lethal weapon. Rarity, Legendary. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, Body 140, Mind 130, Magic 180. Cost, 80,000 MP. He checked his attributes. Body, 141. Mind, 131. Magic, 180. The total cost for the two abilities was 155,000 MP. He checked how much mana he currently had. MP, 257,997. 280,000. After buying the abilities, he would have 102,997 MP left. While that wasn't a lot, it wasn't too little either. After giving it some thought, he decided to purchase both abilities right away. After defeating the Magma Titan, he earned enough XP to level up once, gaining 5 skill points to use. He decided to spend 2 of them to upgrade each of his 2 newly acquired abilities. Rotary Blade Launcher, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 1 of 5. Epic. Quick Charge, decreases the time needed to create a circular saw blade, which increases the fire rate of the ability. Cost, 1 SP. Cinch Net Blaster, Rank I, 0%. Upgrades, 1 of 5. Legendary. Quick Charge, decreases the time needed to create a cinch net glob, which increases the fire rate of the ability. Cost, 1 SP. As usual, the first available upgrades focused on increasing the speed at which he could use his abilities. Currently, each of the 2 abilities had only 1 upgrade available. To unlock more, he needed to advance the abilities to the next ranks. After acquiring the upgrades, he had 3 skill points remaining, but he decided to save them for later. He opened his eyes, and all the information vanished. Now it was time to see the new abilities in action. He scanned the area and noticed a larger island nearby with a rock outcropping jutting from one side. This would be his training dummy. He jumped and unleashed his grappling hook. Once it snagged the island, he propelled himself toward it with a powerful tug. After landing, he turned to the jagged rock outcropping. He extended his left hand toward it and activated the Rotary Blade Launcher ability. Instantly, a circular saw blade began to materialize above his wrist. It spun to life, the edges sharp and ready for action, and the sound of whirring filled the air. Jake marveled at the sight. The blade felt like an extension of himself, forged from his flesh and as strong as steel. He felt the vibrations travel up his arm as the blade rotated incredibly fast. He could even see the subtle shimmer of heat rising from its edges. With a mental command, he released the blade. The blade detached from his wrist, flying forward in a blur of motion. It sliced through the air, a perfect projectile aimed at the hard rock. In an instant, the blade collided with the outcropping, embedding itself deep within the stone with a resounding crack, sending dust and pebbles flying in all directions. It was an incredible ability. He wished there had been a few magma golems left to use it on. He decided to practice this ability for a bit. He thrust his hand forward again. At his mental command, another blade spun into existence, and he instantly launched it toward the rock outcropping. It sliced through the air and, a second later, embedded itself in the stone with the familiar crack of impact. Jake quickly summoned another blade. This one flew with such speed that it became nearly invisible to the untrained eye. It struck hard but only glanced off the stone, ricocheting away with a high-pitched whine. The blade had failed to lodge itself in the rock, but that was fine. Every failed attempt was a lesson, a pathway to improvement. He launched another blade, this time aiming at a different angle. It soared through the air, striking true and burying itself alongside the first two. Jake practiced the ability a bit more. He launched 5 more blades in rapid succession, each a darting streak of black. Some bounced off and twirled to the side, while others buried deep into the rock, digging into its sturdy surface. The mesmerizing sight of the blades slicing through the air had already made him fall in love with this ability. After launching the last blade, which clanged against the rock and landed in the dust, he decided to test the cinch net blaster ability. Extending his left hand toward the rock, he activated the ability. A warm, tingling energy coursed through his palm, shaping into a glob of flesh that pulsated slightly, as if it were a living organism. He slightly adjusted his aim and commanded the glob of flesh to launch at the rock outcropping. It lunged forward, dashing through the air with great speed, morphing seamlessly into a large cinch net mid-flight. The net expanded, its fibers weaving together to create interconnected loops. Upon impact, the net adhered to the outcropping, wrapping itself securely around the rough surfaces and craggy edges. The material clung with elasticity and strength, as if it were alive, adjusting to every contour of the rock. He approached the rock for a closer look. The net's texture combined durability and flexibility. He tested the tension, tugging gently to ensure it would hold firm. The cinch net tightened instinctively, binding tightly to the rock's surface. It was definitely an incredible ability. Once the net made contact with a target, it activated a special mechanism that tightened around the victim. This cinching motion seemed powerful enough to immobilize even the strongest foes, constricting them as if they were caught in a vice. He couldn't wait to use this ability on enemies. He also noticed that the edges of the net were serrated, which would allow it to slice into flesh and armor as it tightened. This feature meant that while trapped, enemies were also at risk of sustaining injuries from the net itself, making it both a defensive and offensive tool. Jake wondered if one of the future upgrades for the ability would enable the net to adjust its tightness based on the size and strength of the captured foe, ensuring that larger enemies were effectively restrained. He also couldn't help but ponder whether another future upgrade would allow the net to constrict enough to slice through the victim. It would be quite a gruesome death, for sure. He then shot a few more nets in various directions just to test the fire rate of the ability. Thanks to the upgrades he had acquired for the rotary blade launcher and cinch net blaster abilities, he could fire a circular saw blade or net in under a second. Jake was quite pleased with the abilities he had gained from completing the dungeon. Chainsaw arms allowed him to deal with large groups of weaker enemies pretty quickly, while drill gauntlets could inflict significant damage on a single, well-protected foe. The grappling hook arm ability allowed him to navigate mid-air. While he could jump very high and far, he couldn't change his trajectory once airborne. However, if he suddenly needed to change direction after a jump, this ability allowed him to do so. The rotary blade launcher was an excellent range ability, showcasing impressive power and a decent fire rate. The cinch net blaster ability could serve as both a tool for capturing enemies and a weapon for killing them, assuming an upgrade to make the nets constrict existed, which he was confident did. so he had tested the newly acquired abilities, but before finally leaving the dungeon, he wanted to do one last thing. He opened a rift gate to the Void Temple. It tore open beside him, and as he stepped through, he found himself in the now familiar interior of the temple. A quick glance revealed that nothing had changed during his absence. At the other side of the hall stood a statue of two kneeling human figures, one male and one female. Their hands were raised and brought together, forming a cupped shape with their palms. Before the statue was a cylindrical pedestal about 1 foot in diameter and 3 feet in height, from which rose a shaft of golden light. On either side of the statue were 2 more shafts, but they were white. He approached the golden shaft of light. Before focusing on it, he appraised the statue with a thought, and a text he had seen during his last visit to the temple surfaced in his mind. In this sacred place, you can claim an artifact and trade your earned essence points for a reward of your choice, honoring your worthy deeds. He turned his attention back to the golden shaft of light before him. He appraised it, and a new piece of text emerged in his mind, accompanied by 3 buttons beneath it. The Void Temple. Player, Jake Turner. Current tier, 0. EP, 964,150. Plus 964,150. Tears, curses, help. He had earned almost 1 million EP. He recalled that he had gained 825,000 EP by choosing the EP reward upon finishing each floor, meaning the remaining 139,150 EP came from fighting enemies while under the fragile body curse. He now had a general idea of how much EP he could earn with the curse applied over about 30 hours. Sure enough, if he took on more curses, he would earn more EP. More curses meant more EP. He had already pressed help during his last visit to the temple, so he was aware of the Void Temple's purpose and didn't feel the need to reread the text. Likewise, he didn't click curses, knowing it would display the list of various curses he could apply to himself. He pressed tears instead, and a piece of text he had reviewed during his last visit to the temple materialized in his mind. Tier 1A Gublab A unlock, 100,000 EP. Tier 2A Zelvok A unlock, 250,000 EP. Tier 3A Elbiat A unlock, 450,000 EP. Tier 4A Mria A unlock, 700,000 EP. Tier 5A Safivan A unlock, 1 million EP. Tier 6A Yekjile unlock, 1,350,000 EP. Tier 7A Ravkjaze unlock, 1,750,000 EP. He now had enough EP to unlock 3 tiers. The cost for each subsequent tier increased exponentially. Nevertheless, he could afford to unlock a couple of them right away. One by one, he unlocked the first 2 tiers, spending 350,000 EP. Leaving him with 614,150 EP remaining. The names of the tiers, which had been gibberish to him before, were now intelligible. Tier 1A Relic, Charm, and Gemstone Consumption. Tier 2A Basic Runes. Now that the first 2 tiers were unlocked, he could expand them using a mental command. He concentrated on the first tier and asked for more information. Instantly, lines of new details flooded his mind. Tier 1. You can consume relics, charms, and gemstones to receive various buffs. To absorb an item and gain its benefits, you need to place your hand and the item within the shaft of light. Charms progress your skills and abilities, while relics provide permanent boosts to your attributes and resistances. Shards of charms offer small increases, while completed charms result in larger enhancements. Gemstones grant you temporal elemental damage or elemental resistance based on your choice. You can use 1 gemstone for offense and 1 for defense. Using a seconded gemstone for elemental damage will override any prior elemental power gained from another gemstone. The same rule applies to defense. Jake read the text and took a moment to think. During his time in the dungeon, he had gathered numerous relics, gemstones, and charm shards. However, he had never found a complete charm. He had several shards of the demon blood charm, which could be combined into a complete charm, but he knew he couldn't combine them by himself. Still, There had to be a way to merge several shards into a complete charm. He shifted his gaze toward two white shafts of light on either side of the statue. Unlock the slot for 250,000 EP. Insufficient EP. He had over 600,000 EP left, so he decided to unlock both of them to see what they were. Spending another 500,000 EP, he was left with only 114,150 EP. He checked one of the white shafts of light, and a piece of information materialized in his mind. Summoning Circle. Here, you can spend some of your EP to summon various items such as shards of charms, relics, gemstones, and arcane formulae. Arcane formulae are used to create artifacts. Artifacts provide various benefits. To receive these benefits, you must carry an artifact on your person or store it in your inventory. You can only benefit from one artifact at a time. If you carry two or more artifacts simultaneously, they will cancel each other out, offering no benefits at all. Depending on how much you spend, your chances of acquiring various rare items increase. For 10,000, you can summon several shards of charms and relics. For 25,000, you can summon several shards of charms, relics, and a few gemstones. For 50,000, you can summon several shards of charms, relics, a few gemstones, and one arcane formula. You can also use the summoning circle to sell any items you don't need for EP. Spend 10,000 EP. Spend 25,000 EP. Spend 50,000 EP. Before making use of the summoning circle, Jake stepped over to the other shaft of light he had unlocked and appraised it. Creation Circle. Here, you can combine several shards of the same type into a complete charm. Additionally, you can use the Creation Circle to create various artifacts using arcane formulae. To combine charm shards or create an artifact, simply place all items, including the arcane formula if you're creating an artifact, inside the shaft of light. Jake had several shards of the demon blood charm. He knew they fit perfectly together since he had already attempted to combine them by hand, but they wouldn't adhere to one another. Now, he knew how to make them whole. With a thought, he retrieved all 4 pieces of the demon blood charm and placed them inside the Creation Circle. They hovered there, held in place by a magical force. Once all the pieces were in, they drew toward each other. As the shards converged, a quick flash of light enveloped them, merging them into a complete charm. Jake retrieved it and summoned its description. Name: Demon Blood. Type: Charm. Description: this is a charm that was formed from an ancient demon's coagulated blood. When absorbed or used in enchanting, it gives your skills permanent boosts. Primary effects: plus 25% in claws, plus 25% in smash fists, and plus 25% in bladed tentacles. He remembered that a single shard of this charm granted only 5% to each of these abilities. However, the complete charm provided 25%, which was more than what he would have gained by consuming the 4 separate shards individually. However, he didn't plan on consuming the charm. Instead, he walked back to the summoning circle. He retrieved the acid protective amulet from his inventory and examined it. His resistance to this type of damage was already quite strong, so he decided to sell the amulet. When he placed it inside the summoning circle, it hovered motionlessly in the air, and a line of text appeared before him. Acid protective amulet, sell for 50,000 EP, yes/no. Jake thought yes, and the amulet vanished in a brief flash of light. The text before his eyes was replaced by another. You have just received 50,000 EP. Jake decided to spend the EP he had just received right away. He instructed the summoning circle to summon items for 50,000 EP. In an instant, a flash of light erupted, and several items appeared, floating motionlessly within the summoning circle. Demon blood, shard, spectral matter, relic, tongue of flame, relic, frost essence, relic, venom heart, relic, amber, epic gemstone, amber, epic gemstone, ruby, common gemstone, heart of wind, arcane formula. He retrieved all the items from the summoning circle and placed them in his inventory. Before storing the last item, the scroll containing the arcane formula, he took a moment to inspect it. Name: Heart of Wind. Type: Lesser Artifact. Description: This ancient scroll contains an arcane formula used to create an artifact by combining the required materials in a magical ritual. Required materials: demon blood, spectral matter, silent shadow. Effects: plus 25% boost to the progression speed of your abilities. He had the demon blood charm and the spectral matter relic, but he lacked a silent shadow or whatever that might be, so he couldn't create the artifact at that moment. However, it reminded him that he had another arcane formula hidden in his inventory. He retrieved it and took a look at it. He recalled finding the scroll in the dungeon some time ago and summoned its description to jog his memory. Name: basic elemental shielding. Type: lesser artifact. Description: this ancient scroll contains an arcane formula used to create an artifact by combining the required materials in a magical ritual. Required materials: tongue of flame, frost essence, venom heart. Effects: plus 25% fire resistance, plus 25% frost resistance, plus 25% poison resistance. He had been fortunate enough to summon all the materials necessary to create this artifact. Excited, he stepped back to the creation circle. He placed the arcane formula inside the shaft of light, then retrieved the tongue of flame, frost essence, and venom heart one by one from his inventory, adding them to the creation circle. Once everything was inside, a piece of text materialized. Would you like to create basic elemental shielding? Please note that all materials and the arcane formula will be lost. Yes, no. He thought yes. As usual, there was a brief flash of light, and all the items he had just put inside disappeared. Jake expected a newly created item to appear inside the creation circle, but instead, it materialized in the cupped hands of the statue. He examined it. The object looked like a rounded rock the size of his fist, with various glowing sigils etched into it. He summoned its description. Name: basic elemental shielding. Type: lesser artifact. Effects: plus 25% fire resistance, plus 25% frost resistance, plus 25% poison resistance. So, he now had additional resistance to these three types of elemental damage, which was great. After taking the artifact from the cupped hands of the statue, he placed it in his inventory. Jake paused for a moment to think. He then crouched down, took all the items from his inventory, and placed them on the floor before the statue. The only item he left in his inventory was the artifact he had just created. He looked at all the items he had lined up in several rows on the floor: shards of charms, relics, various gemstones, and one scroll containing an arcane formula. He could consume the shards and relics to enhance his skills, abilities, attributes, and resistances, but he didn't see much point in doing so. He could improve his skills and attributes simply by using them. As for attributes, he could increase them by allocating SP to them. Consuming charms and relics seemed like a waste of valuable resources, especially since they could be used for creating artifacts, which appeared to be extremely powerful and useful items. So he decided not to consume the relics and charms he had collected but to continue gathering them. Later, when he found another arcane formula, he could use some to create another artifact. He also chose not to carry all these items constantly in his inventory, opting instead to store them in the Void Temple. After picking up 2 amber gemstones from the floor, he stood up and returned to the golden shaft of light rising from the pedestal before the statue. He placed one of the ambers in his left palm and summoned its description. He already knew it could infuse his attacks with explosive elemental damage or protect him from this type of damage, but he wanted to refresh his memory about the specific percentages. Name: Amber. Rarity: Epic. Description: inserting this gem into a slot on your weapon gives it the ability to deal explosive damage to your enemies, causing a small explosion when you hit an enemy. When placed in your armor's slot, it increases your explosive resistance. Primary effects: 25% chance to deal explosive damage when inserted into a weapon. Increases explosive resistance by 25% when placed in armor. Status: 100%. He brought his left palm, holding the gemstone, into the golden shaft of light. Immediately, a piece of text appeared before him. Which benefit would you like to receive? grant explosive elemental damage to your attacks, or enhance your resistance to explosive damage. Jake chose the former. As soon as he did, the amber gemstone merged into his flesh. He then pulled his hand back, placed the second amber in his palm, and brought his hand back into the shaft of golden light. When posed with the same question again, he opted for the second choice, and the process repeated itself. Now, when he attacked an enemy with any of his weapons, he had a 25% chance of inflicting explosive damage. His resistance to this type of elemental damage was also increased by 25%. He knew that many of Los Demonios members used explosive ammunition in their weapons, so having increased resistance to this type of damage was really great, especially since he planned to launch an attack on one of their bases as soon as he returned to the outside world. He wondered if there was a way to see what type of elemental damage he currently possessed. He thought about it and was pleased to receive an immediate line of text in his mind. Elemental damage, explosive, 25% chance, 100% usage remaining. It was great that instead of being available for a limited amount of time, it would lose some of its charge every time it was used. That was done, but before leaving the Void Temple, there were a couple more things he wanted to do there. First, he wanted to remove the fragile body curse for now. After all, once he left the Void Temple and returned to the outside world, he intended to launch an immediate attack on one of Los Demonios' bases. Having a curse on him would put him at a great disadvantage when fighting the bandits. So he looked at the golden shaft of light again and activated it with a thought. The Void Temple. Player, Jake Turner. Current tier, 2. EP, 114,150. Tiers, curses, help. He pressed, curses, and a list of various curses he could put on himself appeared before him. Since he wasn't planning to select any at the moment, he skipped the descriptions of all the curses and focused on the very last line of text instead. Remove curses, fragile body, yes/no. Jake thought yes, and a short piece of text flashed through his mind. Fragile body has been removed. After that, Jake decided to check his resistances. Elemental resistances. Fire, 35%, plus 25% from basic elemental shielding. Frost, 25%, plus 25% from basic elemental shielding. Shock, 25%. Explosive, 35%. Plus 25% from amber. Corrosive, 30%. Radiation, 25%. Other resistances. Pierce, 72%. Poison, 30%, plus 25% from basic elemental shielding. Mana bleeding, 33%. Mind control, 25%. Stun, 25%. Chaos, 25%. Ethereal, 25%. He was now well protected against all types of damage, which was really great. The next thing he wanted to do was check tiers one more time. He focused on the first two he had just unlocked: Tier 1A Relic, Charm, and Gemstone Consumption. Tier 2A Basic Runes. He already knew what the first one was for, so this time he focused on the second. A new piece of text emerged in his mind. Tier 2A Basic Runes. Here, you can purchase basic runes. Rune magic is a complex discipline that harnesses the power of arcane symbols to achieve magical effects. Unlike traditional spells, runes are cast on any surface. Depending on a rune, it is activated either by a mental command from the caster or when someone or something steps on or touches it. In idle mode, runes are visible only to the caster, but they flare to life and become visible to everyone else when triggered. Once a rune is learned, it can be cast at any time, as long as the caster has enough mana. Available basic runes. Fire Trap, places 5 fire runes around the caster. They trigger when an enemy steps on any of them, causing jets of fire to spew out vertically from each one for a few seconds. Cost, 20,000 EP. Gust of Wind, places a rune near the caster, which activates when an enemy approaches, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Cost, 20,000 EP. Clones, places 4 identical runes around the caster. They activate upon the caster's mental command, creating 4 identical copies of the caster. The clones cannot be killed and cannot deal damage but may confuse enemies. They exist for a brief duration. Cost: 20,000 EP. Barrier: places a rune beneath the caster. When activated by the caster's mental command, it generates a magical shield that provides protection from all types of damage for a short amount of time. The barrier always remains stationary at its casting location. Cost: 20,000 EP. Cloud of Darkness: places a rune beneath the caster. It activates upon the caster's mental command, creating a cloud of supernatural darkness that only the caster can see through. Cost: 20,000 EP. Jake took a moment to think. Some of these runes could be extremely useful to him. He had 114,150 EP left, more than enough to learn all of the available basic runes. At first, he wanted to refrain from buying all of them at once to keep some of his EP for later, but he quickly changed his mind. After all, he didn't have any other use for EP other than to spend it here at the Void Temple. So he purchased all 5 basic runes, spending a total of 100,000 EP, which left him with only 14,150 EP. He now had just enough EP to summon some items for 10,000 EP. Deciding to do so, he walked over to the summoning circle. Spend 10,000 EP. Spend 25,000 EP. Spend 50,000 EP. Jake opted for the first option, as it was the only purchase he could make. Once he did, 5 random items materialized inside the summoning circle. Echo of the Void, Shard, Essence of Time, Relic, Fragment of Infinity, Shard, Tongue of Flame, Relic, Frost Essence, Relic. All of these items were quite basic, improving his skills, abilities, and attributes. However, the Essence of Time relic stood out among the newly summoned items. Name: Essence of Time. Type: Relic. Description: this is a quite rare and powerful relic, which contains the essence of chronomagic. Primary effects: increases the rarity of any skill or ability bypassing any requirements. It was really a good find. He decided to consume the relic to gain its effects but took a moment to consider which of his skills to upgrade. Most were already powerful enough and didn't necessarily need any accelerated improvements. He knew that upgrading a skill to the next rarity level would unlock a new upgrade for that skill. He needed to choose wisely. He returned to the golden shaft of light and placed his left palm, holding the Essence of Time relic, inside. He gave a mental command to consume the relic, and it was absorbed into his flesh. Immediately after that, a system message appeared, prompting him to choose a skill for rarity upgrade. He opted for Mind Reader. After that, he stepped back from the golden shaft of light and closed his eyes to summon the information on the ability he had just upgraded. He didn't bother to reread the descriptions of the first 4 upgrades he had acquired before, focusing only on the new one. Mind Reader, Rank 3, Upgrades, 4 of 5, Epic. Ability, Mind Reader. Upgrade options: 5A allows you to view a target's memories from a distance, without having to touch their head. Cost: 1 SP. After defeating the dungeon boss, he leveled up from 118 to 119, earning 5 SP. He had spent 2 of them, so he still had 3 SP to allocate. He used one of them to acquire the upgrade. After that, he allocated the remaining 2 skill points to his attributes. Body, 141A 142. Mind, 131A 132. Magic, 180. Jake was excited. Previously, accessing a target's memories required him to touch their head, which was why progressing this ability hadn't been an easy and quick process. However, with the 5th upgrade, he no longer needed to get close and touch someone's head to read their mind. He could now do it from a distance, without physical contact or the person's awareness. He could hide in one building, render himself invisible with cloak, and use Mind Reader on any unsuspecting survivors who ventured in, all without them being aware. This way, he should be able to progress Mind Reader pretty quickly, which was really important because he needed to advance it to rank 4. Once he advanced this ability to rank 4, he would finally be able to purchase Morph Disguise from the Genetic Development Interface, as one of the requirements for learning it was having Mind Reader at rank 4. Jake had only 4,150 EP left, which wasn't enough to purchase anything else. It was time to leave the Void Temple for now. He turned and jogged to the rift gate on the other side of the chamber. Stepping through, he found himself back in the lava-filled level of the dungeon, where he had recently defeated the magma titan. He jumped and used his grappling hook to pull himself to the island with the portal leading out of the dungeon. Once he landed, Jake stepped into the portal and was instantly teleported back to the outside world. Miller was pissed. He was pissed at his people for failing to prevent the disaster that had occurred at his base. He was pissed at Min for escaping, making it seem as if he was responsible for what had happened, which led to misunderstandings, leaving him confused about the entire situation. He was pissed at Skullface for seemingly being smarter than him, able to immediately grasp what had happened at his base. He was pissed at Dominic and Patrick, whom he had brutally tortured to death. Though they were dead now, it didn't lessen their culpability. Their inability to protect the base during his absence had directly caused the disaster. He blamed literally everyone around him for the situation he found himself in, except for himself. He was even pissed at Catalina, even though she had nothing to do with what had happened. He was pissed at her simply because she had been promoted to base leader, taking command of the base he had recently been in charge of. Above all, he was pissed at the creature known as the Morphus. That freak had somehow managed to infiltrate his base while he was away. Miller wasn't surprised that it got past all the guards, though. In his opinion, they were just dumb, incompetent idiots. The mere fact that they allowed a worker named Johnny to steal a mana crystal from an ammo-producing machine right under their noses said it all. However, the Morphus had managed to avoid detection even by the base's turrets, which were highly sensitive, designed to sense even the slightest movements. It then managed to sneak into HQ and kill every guard there, with the rest of the base's occupants being none the wiser. To make matters worse, the creature made the attack look like the work of a human intruder. And Min, who had suddenly decided to escape the base, made himself the prime suspect, unwittingly playing right into the freak's hands. Miller ended up torturing Dominic and Patrick to death, trying to determine if they were in cahoots with Min. As it turned out, they had nothing to do with it. When Skullface arrived at the base, he almost instantly figured out that it was actually not Min but the Morphus who had caused all that chaos. Because of that mistake, which Miller blamed on his subordinates rather than himself, Skullface demoted him from a base leader to a regular soldier. It sucked, but at least he was offered a chance to redeem himself in his leader's eyes. After stealing the skeleton key from his base, even though Catalina was now in charge, Miller refused to admit it and still thought of it as his base. The Morphus entered the Maze of Torment, the dungeon located in the sewers beneath the city. So Skullface gave Miller an order to deal with the freak as soon as it got out of the dungeon. Miller was more than determined to make sure the Morphus didn't get away with what it had done at his base. He and some of his people, whom Skullface had allowed him to take along, were now at the end of a corridor that culminated in a dead end. After descending into the sewers, they discovered that the door to the dungeon was open, confirming Skullface's claim that the Morphus had entered the dungeon. They passed through the door, descended the stairs, and soon arrived at a dead end. Miller knew that access to the actual dungeon was possible only through a portal. This portal would reappear at the end of the corridor once the Morphus was done inside and was permitted to exit. For now, all Miller and his team had to do was wait. And they had been waiting for a while now. With each passing minute, Miller's mood worsened. He was itching for a fight with the Morphus, eager to make the creature pay for all the trouble it had caused. But the portal still hadn't materialized, which was really getting on his nerves. There was a chance the Morphus had already completed the dungeon and left, but Miller wouldn't accept that possibility. The creature had to still be there. It simply had to, though he wasn't a religious man and had never believed in God or anything like that. At that moment, he found himself praying for the Morphus to still be in the dungeon. He was eager to take it on as soon as it returned to the outside world, ready to take his revenge for all the trouble the freak had caused. Miller was aware that many groups that had encountered the Morphus ended up dead. That creature was obviously very dangerous. For that reason, after Skullface ordered him to go to the dungeon entrance and wait for the Morphus to show up, Miller took some time to talk to his people and gather all the information they had about his formidable opponent. He learned that the Morphus was fast, strong, and possessed several dangerous abilities. It could turn invisible, jump very high and far, and crawl along walls. Additionally, it could morph its hands into various weapons, like claws or swords. Still, Miller was confident he could kill the Morphus. Before making his way to the dungeon, he made sure not only to repair his power suit, which was damaged in the battle against the Death Knight during the attack on his base, but also upgraded it, making its armor more effective and adding a couple of new features and weapons. Skullface was generous enough to share some rare resources so that Miller could repair and upgrade his mesh suit in almost no time. Without that assistance, the repairs would have taken much longer. Skullface was still mad at him, so Miller figured that the only reason his boss gave him the rare resources was to make sure he fixed the suit quickly and reached the dungeon before the Morphus left. His two main weapons were an energy cannon attached to the suit's left hand and a powerful chainsaw affixed to the suit's right hand. Thanks to the recent upgrades he made to his suit, he now also had a couple more races up his sleeve, which he couldn't wait to test out on the Morphus. Knowing how many people the Morphus had taken out in the past, Miller took numerous precautions before the upcoming fight with the creature. He learned everything he could about his opponent. He repaired and upgraded his power suit, also known as a mesh suit or simply a mesh. He also strategically positioned his men to make sure the Morphus didn't escape. He was confident that once engaged in battle, the creature would realize it had no chance of winning and would attempt to flee. While his mesh suit was incredibly powerful, it wasn't very fast. If the Morphus made a run for it, he wouldn't be able to pursue the freak. For that reason, Miller brought only a few of his men to the spot where the portal would materialize, leaving the rest of the team at the open dungeon door. If the Morphus managed to slip from Miller's grasp, the men positioned at the dungeon entrance should be able to prevent it from escaping and finish it off. So he did everything in his power to make sure he won this fight. He knew exactly what to expect from the Morphus and what it was capable of. As for the freak, it was in for a rude awakening. It remained unaware of the full capabilities of Miller's mesh suit, which would work to his advantage. Furthermore, the creature had no clue about the welcoming party waiting at the dungeon entrance. As soon as the portal opened and the creature emerged, he and his team would attack the freak with everything they had, giving it no chance to comprehend what was happening. The element of surprise definitely worked to their advantage. Miller hoped that after dealing with the Morphus, Skullface would promote him again, reinstating him as the leader of his base. The idea of being just a soldier after having led an entire base was unbearable. He refused to let someone who had once been under his command boss him around, especially a woman. No freaking way. So, if after killing the Morphus, Skullface didn't promote him back to base leader, he would have to kill Catalina because there was no way he was going to let a woman boss him around. A few more minutes passed, but the portal still hadn't materialized. He was really starting to lose his patience here, and so were his people. He even had to bark at them to keep them in line and to make sure they kept their guard up. He kept his gaze fixed on the blank wall at the end of the corridor where the portal should appear, aiming his powerful energy cannon at it. Once the portal opened and the Morphus emerged, he would unleash a barrage of fire on the mutant. But the portal still didn't materialize. Miller was beginning to think that perhaps the Morphus had already completed the dungeon and left. If that were the case, it would really suck balls. Just as Miller was about to give up and accept that he might have arrived too late to catch the Morphus, the portal suddenly ripped open. Miller expected the Morphus to emerge immediately, but it didn't happen. The shimmering portal hovered 2 inches above the floor at the end of the corridor, yet the freak still hadn't appeared. Miller stared into the portal so intently that he didn't even dare to blink. Expecting the Morphus to emerge at any moment, he kept his gaze fixed on the portal without looking away even for a second. However, the creature hadn't shown up yet. Almost a full minute had passed, but there was still no sign of the Morphus. What's taking the freak so long? He thought resentfully. He kept staring at the portal, but in his line of sight, he could also see his men. Like him, they were tense, weapons pointed at the portal, knuckles white. His people were growing nervous and impatient, struggling to grasp why the mutant they had come to kill still hadn't emerged from the portal. 2 of his men exchanged glances, and Miller immediately barked at them to keep their eyes on the portal, his mesh's speakers amplifying his voice. The mutant had yet to appear, and Miller couldn't help but wonder what was causing the delay. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the Morphus had learned about them and was preparing for a fight. It was a troubling thought, but he almost immediately dismissed it. There was simply no way the freak could learn about them. There had to be another reason why it was still inside the dungeon. It was probably checking the rewards it had earned for completing the dungeon. Still, it shouldn't have taken so long. At least 3 minutes had already passed since the portal opened. The sudden thought of the rewards the Morphus must have received sent a wave of anxiety through Miller. He hadn't considered it before, but now that the idea crossed his mind, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of new powers the Morphus might have gained from completing the dungeon. The freak must be even more dangerous now than it had been before. Such thoughts didn't help his mood at all. He could feel beads of sweat forming on his brow and trickling into his eyes, but he couldn't wipe the perspiration from his face without stepping out of his mesh suit. Only he wasn't going to open his suit and step out, no matter what. He knew that his powerful mesh was the only thing that could protect him against the Morphus. Without it, the freak wouldn't have much trouble tearing him apart. His men were quickly growing nervous as well. None of them wore a mesh suit, leaving them without any protection against the Morphus. Sure, some had a handful of spells at their disposal, but whether they would be of any help was anybody's guess. After all, some of the previous teams that had been sent after the Morphus had them too, but magic didn't seem to have helped them much, seeing as they all ended up dead. Aware of their vulnerability, his men grew more on edge with each passing second. At one point, Miller even had to bark at them to stop fidgeting. He noticed some cast angry glances in his direction. He didn't like that they were growing defiant. He didn't like it at all. They were aware that he was no longer in charge of their base and clearly didn't understand why they still had to obey him. They didn't seem as afraid of him as they had been before. Their fear of him definitely seemed to be quickly waning. He suspected they might even have considered leaving him behind or attacking him, had it not been for the mesh suit he wore. They knew how powerful that suit was, and they understood they had no way of defeating him while he wore the mesh. Their hatred for him was evident, and he felt the same in return. Fuck AM all. He was fully aware that most of them, if not all, would surely die here anyway. That was totally fine with him. They were expendable. If they managed to distract the Morphus long enough for him to deal a fatal blow, then their deaths wouldn't be in vain. That was all he needed from his teamer, simply to serve as bait. While the beast tripped through his comrades, he would seize the chance to take a clear shot at the mutant and fry its ass up with a precise shot from his energy cannon. The Morphus still hadn't shown up, even though nearly 10 minutes had passed since the portal materialized. Miller would have ordered his team to enter the portal and followed them if he hadn't known there was no point in doing so. The portal was one way, allowing only those inside the dungeon to return to the outside world. If he tried to step through it, he wouldn't be teleported to the dungeon. Instead, he would simply pass through the portal as if it were nothing but mere air. A few more minutes passed. His men exchanged glances more frequently, asking one another what was happening and why their targets still hadn't returned from the dungeon. Miller kept snapping at them to stay sharp, but they mostly ignored him now, clearly believing his bark was worse than his bite. They had definitely become quite difficult to manage and control. He was so angry at them that he wanted to kill them all right then and there. However, he forced himself to calm down. He knew he needed them. They were going to distract the Morphus, allowing him to get a clear shot at it. Only the freaking mutant had yet to show up. It was getting really annoying. One of his men turned his head to look at another and said something along the lines of being sick and tired of this. The other suggested they turn around and leave. They spoke quietly to avoid being overheard by their resentful boss, but Miller still heard them and almost lost it. He opened his mouth to bark at them to stay alert, but before he could utter a single word, a glimpse of movement from the portal caught his attention. Just as he turned his focus back to the portal, he saw the Morphus emerge from it. By that point, most of his team either had convinced themselves the Morphus would never appear or had simply relaxed and dropped their guard. As a result, when the Morphus finally stepped through the portal, everyone was so taken aback that they froze for a fraction of a second. Miller was the first to regain his senses. Attack! He yelled at the top of his lungs,